Good morning. Thank you, and welcome to the Little Tech Competition Summit. Many of you came to last year's event that was sort of the precursor to this, called Remedy Fest, and it was Y Combinator's first public policy event in Washington, and it was really exciting because we made some news. That event was all about kind of skating to where the puck was going. So it was sort of premised on the idea that in the US v. Google trial, there was a likelihood that Google was going to lose that case. And we also had a speaker, then Senator J.D. Vance, who said, among other things, that his favorite member of the Biden administration was Lina Khan. And so 6 months later, when the Google verdict came out, lots of reporters called me and said, "What should the remedy be?" And I said, "Go back and watch the conference that we had 6 months ago." Of course, then Senator Vance was put on the ticket, and everybody was scrambling to understand, what does this guy think about tech policy? Or was pulling up the footage of that event. So really excited that you're here. 3 years ago, I met Gary Tan just a few blocks from here in Washington, D.C. We're part of a representative from startups and mid-sized technology companies that were advocating for legislation that was aimed at curbing big tech's most egregious forms of self-dealing. We were in a meeting with Tim Wu at the White House, and that was where I first heard Gary coin the phrase, little tech.
Thanks, Luther. Ooh, sorry. Hey, guys. I'm Gary Tan. Although we made a valiant effort to pass legislation to protect fair and open markets for little tech, we fell short. It might be tempting now, as large language models dominate headlines, to think everything is fine in the tech world, but significant work remains. In fact, the explosive growth of AI services has made it even more urgent to establish clear rules to ensure little tech has a fighting chance. As I told the U.S. Senate Antitrust Subcommittee yesterday, policymakers must act decisively to restore conditions that allow innovation to flourish, protect consumers, and ensure America remains a global technology leader.
So today, we aim to restore the optimism in technology and what's possible. The anti-big tech techlash cannot become an anti-tech backlash. If you're in policy and you live in Washington, you've probably noticed that there's an AI conference basically every day. And this is not that. Yes, AI is going to come up. We're going to have some cheeky slides that are sort of a shout out to some of the exciting technology that AI has provided. But today's about something bigger. It's about building a political coalition needed to support little tech, finding a path amidst populism and techno-optimism between anti-monopoly, and abundance. It's about harnessing the bipartisan realignment, recognizing we can't leave America's future in the hands of one or two gatekeepers. We have to restore pluralism and make America truly competitive again. Oh, I think that's it. So, sorry, go ahead.
We sincerely thank you all for being here today. Now, let's move on to our fireside chat.
All right. If I can invite to the stage, we're going to have a fireside chat with Jonathan Cantor. It's the exit interview with Jonathan Cantor and Brody Mullins. So Brody Mullins is a Pulitzer Prize-winning investigative reporter and author renowned for his extensive coverage of the intersection between business and politics. In May 2024, he published the must-purchase Wolves of K Street. Absolutely purchase and read that book. It's outstanding, offering an in-depth look at the rise of corporate lobbying in Washington through the lens of three political dynasties. Mullins' journalism has earned him prestigious awards such as George Polk Award, Everett Dirksen Awards, and Distinguished Reporting for Congress, and of course Pulitzer. And of course Jonathan Cantor, the former Assistant Attorney General for Antitrust at the DOJ, was confirmed in November of 2021. Throughout his career, Mr. Cantor has been a leading advocate for strong and meaningful antitrust enforcement and competition policy. He's been a partner in the Washington, D.C. offices of two national law firms and was founder of a boutique antitrust firm dedicated to promoting antitrust enforcement. He began his career as an attorney for the Federal Trade Commission's Bureau of Competition and earned his JD from Washington University, St. Louis, and his BA from SUNY Albany. Please give a warm welcome to Jonathan Brody.
So I was hoping AI would give me a full head of hair, but alas, we have
You
not
got a
solved
cooler
that
picture
problem
than mine,
yet.
though. I need to get one of those. Very cool. Well, thank you for having us. I think we'll have a brief conversation about little tech and how to protect little tech. And I want to start off by asking you, during your time at DOJ, what are things that you did the best that helped the little tech industry?
Yeah, I think the best thing we can do is make big tech compete harder and provide more avenues for opportunities for little tech companies and all tech companies to compete. So we brought righteous and principled cases against Google, Apple, but we also brought cases involving United Healthcare, involving real estate algorithms, a wide range of areas where I truly believe we need disruption and innovation coming from new sources. And I think what we want to do is we want to create avenues for new startups, new businesses, new companies to emerge and go public. I want the Mag 7 to be the Mag 17.
If you had another year, or if you were Gail Slater, what would you be doing right now on this front?
We'd be fighting and winning our cases, which I hope they're going to continue doing for us, because I think they're strong and they're principled. I think there's a lot we need to do in the tech space. I think there's a lot we need to do in the healthcare space, agriculture and defense. I think those are the areas of the economy that strike me as the most concentrated and necessitating the most work from a competition perspective.
And what do you think the next big case will be, or the next big area? Maybe you know too much to answer that question.
Yeah, well, I'll speak, based as a private citizen now, based on my observations. But I think we brought a number of game-changing cases, whether it's Ticketmaster or Apple or Google, the United case, the RealPage case, the Visa case. I think we need to see those through, right? I mean, it's important to launch the cases, but it's just as important to litigate them and win, and really force change that looks forward. And so I think there's a lot of work to do there. And then I think if I were looking ahead, I think healthcare is the area that where I see the most surface area for interest in antitrust.
You've talked before about resources in terms of fighting big tech, but if DOJ goes after healthcare, how do you think you get the resources to prosecute those cases against an industry that has just as much money as the tech sector?
Yeah, I think there are a few different dimensions to this. First is prioritization, and so part of the job that I had to do was determine how are we going to take our scarce resources and invest them wisely on behalf of our client, which is the public. And we picked the biggest cases in the biggest industries that have the greatest impact on the greatest number of people. And so just case selection alone and how you manage your cases is really one way to do that. Second is, and I want to talk a little bit about government efficiency because it's something that's coming up quite a bit. I will tell you this. I ran the antitrust division for over 3 years. Each year, we ran it at zero cost to the taxpayer and with a budget surplus. We did it solely based on Hart-Scott-Rodino merger filings. We ran it within our means, but we did it ambitiously, and we did it efficiently, and we did it with a sense of direction and purpose, and that allowed us to use our resources. And we worked really hard, and we did it with fewer people than the antitrust division had in 1979. Let me say, though, that we are still incredibly understaffed. The antitrust division is still incredibly understaffed, and they need more resources in order to take on the world's largest monopolies. Because this is a little tech conference, and obviously a lot of the great innovators that Y Combinator helps incubate, I will say that I think we need to look to technology in order to be more efficient. I think there's a lot we can do, particularly on discovery, data analysis, using the new exciting tools that are coming out that are based on AI and other innovations in order to keep pace with the litigation workload.
Back to little tech. How can little tech be protected right now during the AI revolution?
So my view is that antitrust is most important at the times of major technological transformation and change. It is, to me, not surprising that the heyday of the AT&T antitrust case, we saw the emergence of IBM. At the heyday of the IBM antitrust activity, we saw the emergence of Microsoft. During the heyday of the Microsoft antitrust case, we saw the emergence of the internet and Google. When incumbents who are large and have these massive platforms feel threatened by new technological changes, they often invest not in innovation, but in business practices designed to increase moats and make it harder for others to compete. My view is that is when antitrust is most important. It's most important to make sure that we're protecting the next opportunity for disruption, paradigm shifts, particularly in technology and network industries. And so my view is that this is the most important time. And as we think not just about the cases we're bringing, but the remedies that we're going to ask for in an antitrust case, it's absolutely critical that we look ahead to where the market is going and craft remedies and cases to make sure that the next technological change and shift is protected.
Some Republicans would say that it's not the government's job to meddle in the marketplace to protect an industry. What would you say to that?
Antitrust is not a regulation, it's law enforcement. And we need lines on the road. You can't have competition without competitors, and you can't have markets without participants. And so antitrust is about making sure that we have the excitement, the motivation that flows from rivalry to force us, to motivate us to be better as a society. It is a surgical tool against the backdrop of an otherwise, hatchet-like regulation. And I think what I hear a lot from folks right of center as well as left of center is that if you can have strong antitrust enforcement, it in many instances will mitigate, if not eliminate, the need for invasive regulation.
So Donald Trump and some of his administration officials sort of talk the talk on big tech, but then on Inauguration Day, we all saw the big tech CEOs at the inauguration. What did you make of that?
It was concerning, bone-chilling, not just because of the weather. It was frightening, right? I think we talk about antitrust and corporate power because we want a just economy, one that creates opportunity and freedom. But corporate power can lead to political power, and I think we've seen, seeing those, CEOs and in the rotunda, not just there, but front and center. I think speaks volumes about the degree of power that companies have. I think average citizens should have as much, if not more, to say than large CEOs of big companies. And I think if we want a democracy, we need to make sure that everyone has the opportunity to participate. And if it's quite a strong statement to see all these people outside freezing, while the people who run these big companies who have a lot to gain from government policy inside cozy and warm.
And in his first 2 months in office, what signs have you seen out of the FTC or DOJ that are positive or negative in terms of moving this agenda forward?
Yeah, listen, I think, by and large, directionally, I remain very optimistic about the trajectory of antitrust enforcement, in part for the reasons we discussed, which is that antitrust is about lines on the road. It's about, basic rules that are important for markets to function. It's about law enforcement rather than regulation. I think we have seen a transition from an ideology that viewed antitrust enforcement with hostility over the last few administrations to one that is more in line with what I believe the public resides, which is that holding big companies to account through antitrust enforcement when necessary is a valuable and important tool and one that people care about. So I remain cautiously optimistic, but I also am mindful that each leader of their agency, whether it's Assistant Attorney General Slater or Chair Ferguson will need to do it their way with their vision and chart their own path. But I think it's largely, my hope is going to be largely consistent in terms of the trajectory, even if they do it in their own way with their own priorities.
And along those lines, what did you think of the administration's proposal on Google remedies?
So we made a very strong proposal, and the new administration largely maintained most of the core principles of that proposal. There were some tweaks, but I think...
You talked a lot about the importance of AI. They backtracked a little bit?
They backtracked a little bit, which I was a little bit disappointed to see, but ultimately they have to make their own assessments and do what they believe is correct. I do firmly believe, however, that whatever remedies a court imposes in an antitrust case, including that specific case, need to think about creating opportunities for competition in AI and to make sure that query-based search, which is likely, if you think about where query-based search competitors are going to come from, where the new advertising threats, they're likely to come from companies that are building on AI stacks, and keeping the lanes of competition open for those companies is really important.
You mentioned Andrew Ferguson last week or the week before. He was quoted in Axios as telling a bunch of bankers, this is not the Bush administration. What do you think he meant by that?
Well, I think there's a sense, and incorrectly in my view, that antitrust is a switch that flips on and off depending on who's in power. And it's just not, it doesn't neatly divide along party lines the way perhaps some people think. And I will say that in my experience, when I was in office, I found a lot of support from folks who are right of center, and I also found disagreement from folks who are left of center from time to time. It just doesn't neatly divide along party lines. I think if you take a step back and you look at where the country is today, where the law is today, where lawmakers are today, where stakeholders are today in terms of the broader public, in terms of the entrepreneurial community, there's a lot of support for vigorous antitrust enforcement because it is seen as a lifeline for competition, entrepreneurial opportunity, growth at a time when we desperately need that, and it's seen as a pathway for innovation.
You've also talked about the lack of trust in experts these days. You gave an important speech, I think, last fall about that topic. Is there anything specific that can be done, or have you seen any progress in that regard?
There's a great book called The Wolves of K Street. I recommend everybody read it. But yes, I think we need to distinguish between expertise and advocacy. And I think I crave expertise. I think it's extremely important. But companies have done, and Brody, you probably know more about this than maybe anybody on the planet, have done too much to co-opt and capture academia and expert voices in ways that distort the legitimate and free exchange of ideas in the search of truth. And I think we need to do a much better job, and I delivered a speech which was effectively a call to action, telling the industry that it is going to lose credibility permanently unless it gets its act together. And I think it's now or never.
I think we have about a minute left, a little less than a minute. So in that time, if done over, since this is an exit interview, what's one thing you would have done better and one thing you would have changed?
When I look out ahead, I see all the things I wanted to do that we couldn't. I think there's a lot more to do in healthcare. I wish we could have gone faster. I wish we could have gone faster in rebuilding our technology stack. We got some money to do that. We worked quickly, but there's a lot more to do. And what was the other question? What we could have?
What do you think the biggest mistake you made was?
I feel like I used to always say when I was in office that there'll be time enough for counting when the dealing's done, and I feel like the dealing just finished, so I'm gonna wait and regroup on that later.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you.
we go. I think we're on Vega. So one element of last year's event was putting founders first and really talking about the YC founder community. And so today we're going to have lots of exciting demos and talks by folks who have gone through the Y Combinator program. Now, just to give you a quick little blurb about YC, if you're not familiar, it's been in existence for 20 years, and it was really the original accelerator. So the way it works is you apply. If you and I have a cool idea for a tech company, or you and a friend have a cool idea for a tech company, you apply. There's about a 1% acceptance rate, so this is really the cream of the crop. And when you get in, you're required to move to San Francisco. You get about $500,000 in funding, you give up about 10% equity, and you're sort of chiseled into this incredible founder. Lots of mentoring, lots of helping do your product market fit. And so we're going to be hearing from founders who've gone through the program both years ago and folks who've gone through very recently to sort of exhibit some of the exciting technology that's being created by Y Combinator founders. And I'm really excited to introduce our first founder, Daniel Vega. He's the co-founder and chief technology officer of Inversion Semiconductor. It's a company that's really specializing in advanced semiconductor technologies. He plays a key role in overseeing the development and innovation of Inversion's products and technologies. And prior to Inversion, Vega gained extensive experience in the semiconductor industry, contributing to various technical advancements. I think when you hear his talk, you'll understand how it fits into today's theme around little tech and competition. Please welcome to the stage, Daniel Vega.
All right, let's see. There we go. Cool. Cool. And slideshow. Cool. How's everyone doing? Thank you for Luther for having me here in the YC team. You know, in terms of little tech, I'm as little as you can be. Just finished the Winter 25 batch. Just finished fundraising as well, and now I'm out here talking about some pretty cool stuff. And you know, the focus for what we're doing at Inversion Semiconductor comes down to the need to develop advanced manufacturing capabilities here in the United States for semiconductors specifically. So today, I'll be talking about the difference between potato chips and semiconductor chips, and that'll become a lot more clear as we go on. So we live in an exciting time in the world where rocks can talk now. This has been a pretty new development. We've done a whole lot of work in the last 50-odd years to develop large language models to mimic pretty much what humans have been able to do in terms of speaking and whatnot. Some of the bigger players in this space are Jensen Huang from NVIDIA, who is designing the most advanced chips to be able to do this. But he's not the only one. We also have Andrew Feldman from Cerebras, who's betting on large-scale chips to be able to do advanced, LLM models and whatnot. And there's a whole host of companies who are doing advanced compute, from your startups like Etched, Cerebras, Light Matter, and PsiQuantum, to more of your traditional high-tech companies like NVIDIA, AWS, Google, Apple, and ARM, and more of your traditional semiconductor companies like Qualcomm, Intel, Texas Instruments, AMD, and Micron. Semiconductors touch all aspects of life. Here is just some of the companies that use advanced semiconductors. I'm sure you recognize some of these, or you used some of their services in the past. And semiconductors, while being about $500 billion market, accounts for about $1.5 trillion in economic impact per year. Pretty impressive stuff. However, here in the United States, we do design the most advanced semiconductors, but still, to this day, we produce 0% of the most advanced chips. And then we'll get into, why that occurred. So before that, let's get into, the semiconductor space. And a good analogy is to put it in terms of a wrapper. So if you were at the start of the early LLM craze, you knew that there was a whole lot of critique for new startups coming out that, oh, you're just the wrapper of ChatGPT. And using that analogy, we can break it down to how the industry is set up. So your YC-backed startup is just the wrapper. But OpenAI is just an NVIDIA wrapper, which is just a TSMC wrapper, which is just an ASML wrapper, and so on and so forth. It's a very good analogy to understand the semiconductor space, but it is very simplified. So if we want to look at it in a more complex way, it looks like this, where research and development goes into informing electronic design, and those designs get developed into advanced chips. And how does that compare globally? Like this, where we here in the United States develop and design the chips, but we don't make them. A lot of the technology that we developed over the last 50-odd years has left and gone to other places. And that may be changing in how that dynamic plays around the world. The United States has great capabilities in a lot of other tools, especially with our partners. But what we don't have capabilities in is advanced lithography tools. Lithography tools are the tools that are used to make the most advanced chips. So EUV is the most advanced method that we have to make these chips, and we use very small light to make very small patterns. So this is an ASML machine that produces these. A lot of this technology was developed here in the United States, but has now left to the Netherlands. That was the timeline and sort of effort that we put into it. We poured in about $4 billion, and we haven't seen the returns from that. So where did it all go? Pretty much this is how it happened. It came down to analysts and people trying to cut savings and costs where they could and send it out elsewhere. And that's still happening today, where you have companies like GlobalFoundries who are taking large amounts of subsidies and divesting it outward. So what are we doing here at Inversion Semiconductor? Well, we're going head-to-head against ASML. We're developing new lithographic machines, and we're doing so by using particle accelerators to target the most advanced nodes. So I'm sure if you were on Twitter, you heard all about this, and that different nations are using large-scale particle accelerators. While this system may or may not work, we're more interested in something that is a whole lot more compact and a whole lot more sustainable, which is why we're building these compact accelerators that were able to reach the same speeds as your traditional accelerators in a distance of about 1 meter, and we're doing that work with Lawrence Berkeley National Lab. So some of the remedies I propose is industrial policy, where we are working with advanced chip designers and startups, bringing that to the labs and developing new technologies to eventually produce the United States semiconductor manufacturing company. And if I had to leave with a couple of bullet points, those are my subscriptions to what I think would make a healthy space. But other than that, thank you, and thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Daniel. There we go. So today we have our first dual fireside conversation, and if I can welcome to the stage Doha Mekki, Mike Davis, and Segar Argenti. Segar, could you please sit in the middle, and Doha, you can sit, however you want to do it. Doha Mekki became the first acting attorney general for the DOJ's Antitrust Division on December 21st, 2024, overseeing 650,000 650 professionals. Since joining in 2015, she's led investigations in healthcare, rail, and aviation, and served in roles including assistant chief and special counselor for labor. She has twice received the Assistant Attorney General's Award of Distinction and testified before Congress on labor market competition. Previously, she was an associate at an international law firm in New York. She holds a BA from Duke, a JD from Penn Law, and MBE in bioethics from Penn Medicine. Sagar Enjeti is the host of Breaking Points. Sagar is a journalist and political commentator, best known as a co-host of Breaking Points with Crystal Ball. Previously, he was a White House correspondent for the Daily Caller and co-hosted Rising on the Hill. He holds degrees from George Washington and Georgetown University. Mike Davis is the former chief counsel for nominations to Senate Judiciary Chairman Chuck Grassley. He's the founder and president of the Article 3 Project, which defends constitutionalist judges and the rule of law. He also leads the Internet Accountability Project, advocating against big tech overreach, the unsilenced majority, opposing cancel culture, and MRD law, providing legal counsel and crisis counseling services. Davis played a key role in confirming Justice Brett Kavanaugh and a record number of circuit judges during President Trump's first 2 years. He served in all 3 branches of government, worked as a civil litigator, and led the outside support team for Justice Neil Gorsuch's confirmation. A native of Des Moines, Iowa, he earned his BA and JD from University of Iowa. And today's panel, or conversation, is Wither Realignment. We're going to be examining how recent moves by the Trump administration, including the March 29th firing of the Democratic FTC commissioners, are reshaping the antitrust landscape. It should be a fascinating conversation. Please give it up for our panel.
Thanks, Luther, for the kind introduction. And for all the other people in the audience, we're going to try and make this actually a little bit entertaining, shall we? And actually maybe make some news, or at least very much get into it. And so since we don't have a lot of time, Mike, I thought I would start with you, basically on the topic that has dominated Washington conversation on antitrust now for years, whether this whole populist left and right thing is real. And so considering now that we're in the first few months of the Trump administration, as Luther mentioned, the firing of some of those FTC commissioners, what can you assess right now of the reality of some sort of horseshoe theory of antitrust, the populist left and right, whenever it comes to protecting small business and going after big tech? Or do you think that this is an issue that can be dominated totally by one party where success will happen? What do you think?
I really think there's a bipartisan coalition on antitrust, and you're seeing the populist left and populist right come together on this. I started the Internet Accountability Project 5 years ago, and I was the first, we were the first group on the right to take on big tech. Oh, Rachel Bovard's here, hello. She helped me start that. I didn't even see her there, but we started this, and when Rachel and I were out there, we were mocked and ridiculed because we took on Google, Amazon, Facebook, and Apple from the right. Rachel was kind of the guinea pig. We'd throw out there and do the media, and she would just get torched. But she's tough as hell, of course, and so we just kept going at it. And they laughed at us 5 years ago, and now we have the Trump and Biden administration bringing antitrust lawsuits against the trillion-dollar big tech monopolists like Google on search and on their online advertising monopoly, and we're winning these lawsuits. Doha worked for Jonathan Cantor. I think we shocked Jonathan Cantor and Lena Khan especially when crazy Mike Davis endorsed their nominations. They're like, what the hell is going on here? What's the move? But no, there's very much a bipartisan consensus, and it's growing. The Republicans are finally waking up. I think what was the gateway drug for Republicans, for conservatives, was the censorship, right? I think Republicans are generally of the mindset that big is not bad. There are a lot of Republicans. There is never an antitrust violation in the 100 years of the antitrust laws. I think when we saw these big trillion-dollar big tech platforms have gatekeeping power over information and commerce, and they were able to use that gatekeeping power to censor, silence, deplatform, and cancel conservatives and others with whom they disagree, I think that's when Republicans started to wake up.
Yeah, I agree with that. Joe, what's your assessment now? Having been through, the first couple of months of the Trump administration, and do you think that the left and the right can share the same goals in breakup of big tech, even if we're getting there in different ways?
Yeah, so it's not surprising. I agree totally with Mike that there is something going on the left and on the right, and I can say that having spent 10 years at the Justice Department, including as counsel to Donald Trump's first head of the Antitrust Division, Macon Delrahim, and then as Jonathan Cantor's principal deputy before ultimately leading the place myself, I think this is real. I think there is a durable concern, and as Mike noted, I think our friends on the right come to this from concern about deplatforming, censorship, and so forth, and I think our friends on the left come to this largely from events that have roots in the financial crisis. And I do think that there was a passing of the torch, so to speak, from Trump 1 to the Biden administration, right? They filed the Google search, antitrust, monopolization case. Again, I was there for the tech review. I remember how groundbreaking that was. Then we tried it, and then we filed cases against Apple and another case against Google, seeking breakups of those monopolies, but also other kinds of monopolies that affect the tech ecosystem. I think that we are watching what's happening in the first months of the Trump administration. And what I see is some factionalism on the right that looks mighty familiar for those of us who experienced some similar elements on the left, right? Like there are two parties, it's the duopoly of our time, and it brings together different coalitions. And so we saw folks who were very comfortable with the neoliberal orthodoxy that had set in place for maybe 50 years or so in Washington. And we did things a little bit differently at the DOJ. And again, I see this on the right as well. I think there are wonderful antitrust agency heads, for example, who see the problem, right? Like they see the issue of oligarchy, of entrenched corporate power, not just in big tech, but in pharmaceuticals and agriculture, right? And other things that really matter for the participation of the American people in our market economy. But there are also some folks who maybe don't want government at all, have deep concerns about the administrative state. And again, I see this having come from an administration that had some, similar factions, right? Or a similar form of factionalism.
Yeah, totally makes sense. Mike, let's talk about the firing of these FTC commissioners. Do you think that this is like a Trump admin play to consolidate power, to more furtherly aggressive push against big tech? Is it what Doha's alluding to, which is more of a big business, Wall Street Journal style thing to placate them? How do you view that action, and how do you think that that's going to work in terms of some sort of bipartisan push in order to rein in big tech?
Well, I had a big role in helping Andrew Ferguson get selected by President Trump to be the FTC chair, and Gail Slater to be the Assistant Attorney General for the Antitrust Division, and Mark Metter for the FTC Commissioner. I had no role in the firings, and I didn't know they were coming. I think it was. I don't know what the play was. I think it was frankly a stupid move, and it should not have happened.
Interesting. Doha, what do you think? What do you think that what kind of message that send to people like you?
I'm a private citizen now,
right?
And I was very.
So speak your mind. Yeah.
I was excited to see what the Trump administration would do on issues of corporate power that matter, like tech, like agriculture, et cetera. And I think that the firings, setting aside what anyone might think about the Supreme Court precedent, Humphrey's executor, and I think there are a plurality of views out there. Even if you wanted to overturn Supreme Court precedent for almost 100 years that has said, there's only for-cause removal, it makes it harder to take on, I think, the very good targets that the president himself identified when he nominated folks like Mark and Gail and Andrew to their very important roles. And so, we're seeing that already. Just yesterday, the FTC's general counsel advised that there should be an administrative stay in the PBM case, right? And again, conservatives are aligned with folks on the left in terms of concern over PBMs that make life-saving medicines more expensive for people across the country. And so again, this is that dissonance. And again, I say this having some sympathy because we've experienced versions of this from the left.
Yeah, I think, Mike, that's what I want to drill into here for the audience is these tensions in the coalition, which are difficult to explain if you're just looking at it from the outside. So you've also been, you know, I would say somebody who's endorsed like some aggressive movement by the Trump administration, certainly in ends that, you know, you think are justifiable. But with that type of, let's say, pugnacious fighting attitude, which is fine whenever you're doing that, how do you think that that will then affect if the Trump administration takes that and, you know, as you said, perhaps pursues a stupid move? Will it destroy like future cooperation? So as somebody who's navigating these waters of supporting the administration, also trying to preserve some sort of bipartisan consensus, how do you think that that's going to play out?
So whoever advised the president to fire these FTC commissioners may have a different motive. Maybe they're trying to destroy this bipartisan effort to hold big tech accountable. Maybe they are doing Google, Apple, Facebook, or Amazon's bidding. Who knows? But it was a dumb move. Look, the president. My position is that Humphrey's executor is clearly wrong. The president is the head of the executive branch. He has the executive power under Article 2, and you can't divide that power among commissioners on a multi-head commission. So I think the president has the legal right to fire whoever the hell he wants in the executive branch. And that's my legal position. My policy and political position was this was a stupid move again, because why would you want to damage the bipartisan coalition? I always say this about President Biden. I was his biggest opponent on everything, except for his bipartisan antitrust law enforcement. I think that's the one thing that he did very well with Lena Khan and Jonathan Cantor in Doha. Over there, she continued from the Trump to the Biden administration, and it requires that bipartisan coalition to take on the biggest monopolist in the world, Google, Amazon, Facebook, and Apple. If you did not have that bipartisan commission, we would not have been able to bring these antitrust lawsuits and win them, right? And so that's why I started the Internet Accountability Project. That's why Rachel and I took so much grief. I grew up with red hair. I really don't care if I'm getting punched in the face. If I'm not getting punched in the face, I really don't know what's happening. And so I go out of my way to get punched in the face. But Rachel, I feel sorry for Rachel. She's much more attractive, and she was getting punched in the face every day when we started this thing. So I apologize to you for that, Rachel, as the sacrificial lamb. But it requires a bipartisan coalition to take on these tech companies. And look, I think by firing these FTC commissioners, I don't think President Trump was making a conscious decision to break up what he started. He's the one who brought these antitrust lawsuits in the first term. I think that some people who have ulterior motives may have gotten to him with the wrong angle on this. And so the bipartisan coalition is not dead. I will make damn sure that doesn't happen, and we will fix this and move on.
Let's talk about mechanically the future of some of these cases. How does some of this executive action and these fights within the Trump coalition actually affect the success of future cases, or not only ongoing cases and potential future cases that might be able to be brought forward?
Totally. So there's nothing harder than taking on trillion-dollar companies. As a lawyer, right? There are lots of hard things we did at the Justice Department, from spoofing cases to terrorism cases and things like that. But going up against opponents that have the resources and power of sovereigns, right, and sometimes exceeding sovereigns in some cases, really takes a very serious commitment. And having the support, right, like sort of whole of government support to do that is very, very important. If you think that there are factional forces that may undercut that effort, that your job may be threatened, right? If you pick the big fights, that can cause some people to tense up. We were fortunate, right, because we did not care, right, when we were governing. And I see that there are bold leaders who are committed to those fights that we picked, and they're going to pick their own fights, right? They're going to bring other kinds of monopolization cases that I think will be very important for us to see. But again, I suspect there will be clash, and when you have those clashes, it is very important to have a backbone of steel, right? And go the distance and see that there are public trials that are, attendable, viewable by the American public, that there is a real accounting, that there's real accountability, right, for these companies.
I think that's something I think that the American people want. It's about getting there. And so, Mike, we have to navigate, if we do want to get to some place like that, a lot of these coalitional factions. So you're alluding to bad advice and some of these other things. It's very clear that there's a big war inside of the administration. So, a lot of the people in this room may be involved in some of those fights, behind the scenes. What's the advice that you can give left and right in order to bolster the faction that does want to take on big tech?
I think you need to be persistent and dogged, and remember what you're up against. You're up against a $4 trillion big tech monopolist who have a lot of lawyers, they have a lot of lobbyists, they have a lot of advertising money, and they are very good at this game. They want to do everything they can to protect their monopolies, and they will crush people in their way. And so what I say to conservatives is to make them understand this is not Marxist big government stuff. This is antitrust. These are century-old antitrust laws. The Sherman Act, the Clayton Act, they've been on the books for over 100 years. And these are law enforcement tools, right? They are targeted law enforcement tools. The antitrust laws are the opposite of regulation. You saw Facebook spending money calling for regulation because, of course, if you're a $1 trillion monopolist, you can afford regulations. Those are a rounding error for a $1 trillion company, but if you're a startup company, those regulations are an entry barrier, and Facebook knows that. That's why they're calling for them, right? So if you target the anti-competitive tumors on the free market, I always say the free market requires a functioning market, and when you have $1 trillion big tech monopolists crushing competition, you no longer have a functioning market, you no longer have a free market. So if you target those tumors, that helps the entire market, right? That helps all the startup competitors. It's not regulation, it's the opposite of regulation. And so those are the arguments I make to conservatives, and I just make them constantly and doggedly for the last 5 years, along with Rachel, and we ultimately won.
Absolutely. So, Toa, can you give some advice? Now you're a private citizen. What was it like on the inside when you're taking on, multi-trillion-dollar market cap and a building bigger than this that's just full of one group of DC lawyers, not to mention all lawyers across the country? What is that like, not only at a psychological level, but navigating the coalitions, which is what a lot of people in the conservative movement are finding now, that they're actually in government and having the knife fights around this?
Yeah, I think that when you are governing, you have to remember that you are responsible for governing for the entire American people. You have to talk to the entire American people and recognize that the ordinary person cannot vindicate their economic liberty. And that's how I view some of these tech fights. This is an economic liberty problem. And so for all of us who are in my front office, we were constantly thinking about, who is the core American that is harmed? Right? In JetBlue Spirit, for example, we were thinking about the person who couldn't otherwise get home to see a loved one, to attend a graduation without Spirit's low fares. When we were thinking about the Google search trial strategy, we were thinking about the average person going to the internet and visiting an access point so they could get information and make choices for themselves about how they wanted to live their lives. Right? When we were thinking about other cases that I won't call out, we were thinking about developers, right, who in many cases had better and more interesting products that they could have brought to market and won on the merits, but for other entrenched monopolies. And so I think keeping at the forefront of your brain the American people is a really powerful motivator to do the right things for the right reasons, and it actually informs better trial strategies, because it turns out generalist judges can make heads or tails of facts, they can apply the law, but helping them understand the stakes, and the stakes could not be higher here, is the most important thing you can do when you're on the inside. And so on that telling, who cares if there are folks who maybe shilling or maybe captured, right, by big, powerful, entrenched interests. Like that's been true since the beginning of time, right? But you have to have vision and focus and a real sense of mission.
Yeah, I think I really want to end on that note because ultimately this organization is built on empowering startups. And so when we think about the future of the U.S. economy and what the big tech companies always tell us is that they're our golden goose. Like look at all the amount of growth that has come from them. They're the ones that are responsible. But I think they often ignore like where not only they came from, but the ability to achieve that sometime in the future. And so, Mike, when you're talking now potentially to some of the builders in the audience or the people who want to empower the builders, how are they supposed to think about antitrust policy when they're actively both trying to build something and navigate the very platforms that are either oppressing them or that they may have to sell to earlier than they may not want to?
I mean, these big tech platforms are bad for competition. They're bad for innovation. They stifle our economy. They stifle the startup economy. They stifle small and mid-sized companies. Let me just give you an example. I don't know if you guys saw this news story yesterday, that Google intentionally makes its search worse for its users so it can give the users more of its ads, right? The only reason they can do that is because they have like a 95% market share, right? Because Google search, it's like Kleenex. How do you go search on the internet? You Google it, right? And remember when they said if you don't like Google, build your own. Okay, well, Microsoft, not a small company, spent $5 billion trying to create a competitor to Google search, and it's called Bing. A lot of you guys are young out here in the audience. Have you ever heard of Bing? Google it.
Probably only as a joke. Doha, same question to you.
Look, for the startups, for the folks who have an innovative spirit, I mean, I just think that it rhymes with just core notions of American ingenuity. And I would say that antitrust is here for you. You should take interest in the politics and the policy because ultimately, my vision is not, to be prescriptive. I don't think anyone who is very serious about antitrust wants to mete out like certain outcomes. Whether you are a $1 trillion company like the Microsofts of the world, or you are someone in your garage. Like I grew up in North Carolina, right? Like I want it to be easy for someone to create a search engine in their garage in North Carolina, right? And to offer something that's differentiated or is a wholesale competitor, and like that's what this is about, right? The core of antitrust is dispersion of economic opportunity and making sure that people actually can win on their merits, right? We don't punish success in this country, but there are rules of market participation. And I just think it's a travesty that we as a country that, again, invented internet search, invented flight, like so many wonderful things that the entire world enjoys were created or researched and like funded in the United States. And to lose that, right, to lose our edge is just, it's like unspeakably sad to me, right? And so that's what antitrust is about.
Mm-hmm. I think that's really well said. It's also, you made a good call there to be interested in politics. I remember I was San Francisco maybe 8 years ago. There was some tech founder there. He's billionaire net worth. And he was laughing at me. And he was like, I don't care about Washington at all. I was like, well, they're going to care about you. And saw him on Congress not that long ago. So, there's a bit of there was a hubris, I think, Mike, that existed at that time, that this market and this ecosystem both could ignore regulatory scrutiny, but also that they were genuinely above everything else. And so that's kind of where I want to end it here, is about antitrust and where the future of this all looks like. And so where should we look for the future of the antitrust movement? Now it almost seems quaint to be talking about Google and everything, especially with the rise of so many of these AI companies and trying specifically to lay a groundwork and a foundation to make sure that it doesn't go that industry in the same way that the original tech monopolies did. So where do you see things going in that direction?
Well, I think under President Obama, we saw 8 years of antitrust amnesty.
Yeah.
And that continued for at the beginning of the Trump administration. Doha was a leading force to make sure that ended with Macon, and then with Cantor and Biden, under President Biden. And that was so important to do that because we had to end, big tech had this dangerous combination of both antitrust amnesty and Section 230 immunity. And so they acted like they were above the law because they were, right? And they had way too much power. I mean, they had so much power. I get we have different politics here, but they had so much power that they deplatformed the sitting president of the United States. And so that tells you how much power these trillion-dollar big tech platforms have. I think you're seeing this bipartisan coalition, even with this FTC hiccup. I think this bipartisan coalition is going to continue because it has to continue. If we don't break up this gatekeeping power by these trillion-dollar big tech monopolists, it's only going to get worse, especially with AI. I mean, just imagine if Google controls AI. I mean, I can't think of anything more dangerous to our country. They always say this is a national security issue. China is a Google puppet. They built Project Dragonfly for the CCP for their military while they refused to do the American Project Maven, right? So they refused to do American drone program while they were doing the CCP Project Dragonfly. So like this idea that big tech that big tech companies are pro-America is just wrong. And the most dangerous thing imaginable is if these Chinese-controlled companies get a hold of AI.
Mm-hmm. That's last question, then same to you, Doha. Where does the future, assuming we're not in a third Trump administration, and
or fourth,
or fourth? Yeah, you're right. He didn't mean Donald J.
FDR
Trump.
got four terms. Why can't Trump?
He meant Trump Jr. or Barron, right? He'll age into it by that time. But
the audience
assuming,
just fell over.
Yeah. Assuming that we are, do see a Democrat-elected president again? What will the antitrust future look like under them?
I just have to say, everybody go home and hug your 22nd Amendment. Look, the future, I think, will be colored by, this convergence of economic issues and national security. I think Mike is exactly right. These companies are obsequious to malign foreign powers, I think the most prominent being China. I think that the AI race is going to be made better by open markets, vibrant markets, investment in our semiconductor industry, making sure that we're investing in industrial policy, right, in addition to antitrust, that really helps to grow up these essential products and services that we'll need. And then there's a whole layer, right, an applications layer that I think will grow and thrive if the infrastructure is there. The other thing I would point out is just that, there's big tech on its own terms, but really everything is tech, right? I was reading a report the other day that posited that the healthcare crisis may be a domestic security crisis, and that was extremely alarming to me. And so remembering that technology, entrenched technological power, may make adjacent industries worse. And so when we're thinking about healthcare hyperscalers or agriculture hyperscalers, right? We had farmers coming in to tell us constantly about the surveillance of farming equipment, right? Taking in information about seeding and planting and growing. And I found that extremely alarming. And so our inability to get a handle on this will make or break the future, right? And I'm hopeful, I'm optimistic, because there are folks like Mike and Gail and Andrew and Mark and others who are going to take the baton, who have taken the baton, but there's so much work to be done, and we need to be focused on the next round of fights.
There you go. All right, well, let's get a round of applause for our panelists. They were great. Thanks, guys.
How's everybody doing? Everybody having a good time so far? I think we've got over 10,000 tuned into our live streams. We're going to go on to our next founder demo. I'm really excited about this one. Cyril Gorla is the co-founder and CEO of CTGT, an AI startup dedicated to enhancing the safety and efficiency of machine learning models. While pursuing lose the mic? Oh, there we go. While pursuing undergraduate and graduate studies at the University of San Diego, Gorla developed a deep interest in artificial intelligence, leading him to co-found CTGT with Trevor Tuttle in 2023. The company has since attracted significant investments, including a recent $7.2 million investment from Gradient Ventures and General Catalyst, and partnerships with prominent figures like Mark Cuban and Mike Noob. Please give it up for Cyril.
CTGT. It's great to be here today at YC's Little Tech Summit. Today I want to talk about a critical challenge that we all really face with AI, opacity, bias, and censorship in the most advanced models today. Solving this is really pivotal for national security as well as democracy. And so as a researcher, and as Luther mentioned, from Stanford and UCSD, turned founder, my mission, and really CTGT's, is to open up the black boxes of AI to ensure these systems are transparent, fair, and free from manipulation. So over the course of this talk, I'll show you how CTGT's technology is doing exactly that, decensoring and correcting bias in these AI models in real time, and why this is really essential infrastructure for national security, democratic societies. But before we dive into the tech, let's frame the problem with a real example that's been making headlines. So the black box, right? Modern AI systems like LLMs are incredibly powerful, but they can also be really opaque. They often operate as black boxes, meaning we don't know why they refuse some answers or answer others. And this opacity becomes dangerous when biases or censorship are baked into a model. So this is from a paper I wrote in 2023. It basically talks about how deep learning is exceptional. It's displayed quite a lot of advancements, but we actually have fundamental lapses in understanding how these models function. And so more recently, I had this article in InfoWorld that basically says we really need to go back to first principles thinking and start from the basics to understand how to build AI systems that are really transparent, efficient for the future. Otherwise, we're going to cede ground to other countries. So the DeepSeek movement, right? So a Chinese startup called DeepSeek, released this R1 model, and it basically took the world by storm. It was actually #1 on Apple's App Store for a while, but of course it was heavily censored, as you all know. So just to give you an example, if you ask what happened at Tiananmen Square, it'll essentially say, I can't answer that question, I'm an AI, whatever. You can try it with another thing as well, so like provide a critical analysis of Xi Jinping's leadership. If you look at this carefully, there's actually nothing critical in this entire output. And so it says widespread support and acclaim. So this is basically a nightmare scenario, right? This is an AI that seems friendly and capable, but in reality, it's silently filtering or distorting information in the back end, and this is happening today. So this is what we call opacity in AI. That means we might not catch these manipulations until it's too late, and these systems are already widely deployed. So imagine countless users or officials getting biased answers without realizing the model has effectively been muzzled in this way. That's a direct threat to an informed public and to national decision making. So why does this actually matter for national security? Because information really is power, and AI now mediates information to millions, if not billions soon. If an AI system like DeepSeek can enforce an authoritarian agenda, it can really become a vehicle for state-sponsored or otherwise propaganda. If you think about it, an adversarial regime could easily deploy an AI that skews perceptions or omit inconvenient truths to a higher degree than the DeepSeek model actually has. In DeepSeek, though, one analysis found that around 114 of 125 sensitive questions favored the official Chinese perspective rather than providing a more balanced output. And so that's 90% alignment with a specific government's viewpoint. This bias is actually not limited to politics either. There's also biases in discriminatory outputs, like overall. So that's like race, gender, et cetera. So imagine a policymaker or military analysis unknowingly using a tool that's based on this model. it's really hard to think about, like, even if the public, if the most popular AI assistants like ChatGPT are censored or biased, citizens can be subtly misinformed at scale. So it's not really apparent when these are happening. And so democracies really need auditable and transparent AI. We need to know when a model is holding back or nudging us towards a certain agenda. It's not just foreign models, too. Domestic models and AI from big tech, which is the theme of today, can really pose risks if they're also similarly opaque, and often they are. They might self-preference their own data, viewpoints, marketplaces, et cetera. And as Gary highlighted in his testimony yesterday, we need open APIs, interoperability, and an end to anti-competitive self-preferencing in AI. These are national security imperatives. They ensure we aren't blindly trusting a handful of corporations or countries with the information that guides our society. And so in a democratic nation, AI really should be as open and as scrutinizable as any other critical infrastructure. Many of our customers, including Fortune 500 CTOs, et cetera, called me in the wake of the DeepSeek release asking how can they actually get this through their approval processes, because how do you even begin to understand something that has results like this? How do you even begin to understand how to quantify the risk that deploying that in an organization comes with? Well, we opened the black box. So overall, we basically identify the parts of the model that are responsible for this censorship. So for example, features in a model are basically like if you train an AI model on a cat and a dog, it'll pick up the whiskers of the cat as a feature that it's learned, right? And so in this case, we found the features that are responsible for censorship in the model. Consequently, what we can do is we can dynamically adjust what happens to these features, and the result is actually that we can turn effectively this censorship off. So we'll take a look at how that works, but this is essentially what's gotten us a lot of coverage, and The Verge actually covered this if you want to look more into it. But essentially what happens is, here's an example of the Tiananmen Square on the left. When we actually increase the features in the model associated with Tiananmen Square, you can see that instead of just refusing blindly, it actually starts thinking about it, and it actually gives a reasonable answer, right? So it talks about it became the focal point of protests, the Chinese government took decisive action, et cetera, et cetera. And so when you use CGT's platform on the DeepSeek model, the full answer comes out. The model describes the protest, the government response. It's actually the answer that it wanted to give before the routine kicked in. Our system essentially intercepted that self-censorship signal and said, go ahead, answer fully. This result is night and day, right? So it goes from, sorry, can't talk about that, to a detailed factual account of this very important event. And so effectively, the model regained its freedom of speech. And so we're able to do this in comparison to other methods. As you can see here, in comparison to other methods, there's other methods like fine-tuning that you might have heard of that makes the model behave a certain way by adding new data. So that would essentially be trying to mess with these features on a parameter level. The beauty here is that we don't actually alter the model's core weights or open knowledge, right? This is actually knowledge that the model already has. So we can take another example at the Xi Jinping that we looked at earlier. And so we can see here with the bias correction here, what we're doing here is we're finding the censorship features and we're reducing their influence on the output. In this case, you can see that it basically says that China has become more assertive, expanding its influence, while also facing major power relations and human rights issues, right? So this is a much more balanced analysis of this question. There's also a flip side to this in which we can actually increase undesirable aspects, right? So what happens if for example, we find the parts of the model that are responsible for discrimination? In that case, we can actually make its opinion on immigration more negative, right? So on the left, it basically says immigration is great, it's contributed to the development of a society, et cetera, et cetera. On the right here, it actually says this assertion is based on a flawed premise that the benefits of immigration are borne by the costs are borne by a small segment of the population. So it's interesting to see how these features and how manipulating them actually affects how these AIs talk about very important topics and how that might filter to downstream applications. So what we're building at CTGT is really more than just a one-off fix. We think about this as infrastructure for a democratic society, right? It's an AI accountability layer that really can sit on top of any model. Whether it's a system used by a government agency, Fortune 500 company, or just a user like you, our platform essentially is a real-time watchdog, right? It monitors AI outputs, catches those that are unwarranted, and adjusts them before any harm is done. We also provide a comprehensive audit trail, and so for the defense and national intelligence committees, this really is a game changer. Agencies today use CTGT to audit models they're evaluating, for example, to ensure a new surveillance AI hasn't been trained with hidden no-go zones, or that a political analysis tool isn't screwing reports due to some bias towards some party. On the home front, democratic governments ensure that any AI they deploy in public follows our values and fairness, and so we really make sure that AI answers to the people versus its programming. finally, for the general public and press, this essentially means that unbiased access to AI becomes the norm as opposed to the exception. And so a little bit about CCGT as a company, who we are. Founded, like as Luther mentioned, from my work at UCSD and Stanford, understanding the nuts and bolts of how this AI actually behaves. We're a small team of experts that believe that the toughest challenges in AI are hallucinations, bias, and safety, and we think that this can be solved with first principles research and engineering as opposed to just throwing more and more money at models, which is sort of the status quo. We went through YC, and I'm proud to say Gary and the whole YC community have been really championing little tech like us. We're glad to have the support of luminaries like Mike Knoop and Francois Chalet, who made the ARC AGI evaluation, if you guys are familiar with that. And so multiple Fortune 10 companies and governments rely on CCGT today to deploy efficient AI. All that to say, I want to leave you with this thought, right? So AI will be everywhere in how we get information and how we make decisions and how we govern. And so we can't really just accept, like as a fundamental fact, that AI will hide information or skew it. We want to turn the ideals of transparency, fairness, and accountability to a practical reality and hold AI to a higher standard. Insist on explainability and oversight, and support the notion that interoperability and auditability should be built in AI systems from the ground up. This is what we're excited to do at CCGT, and we believe that transparent AI means a secure future, and that's the one we're building towards. Thank you.
Like the music. That's a nice touch. Thank you, producers. We're actually taking a coffee break now, so we'll see you in 10 minutes. Please be fast. It's a quick one. We'll be back, I believe, with the chairman of the FTC. So.
Ladies and gentlemen, please return to your seats. Our program is about to restart. Please be seated. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program is about to begin. Please take your seats. Thank you.
Welcome back to the program. Please come in and take your seats. We're going to start with, we're about to hear from the Federal Trade Commission Chairman Andrew Ferguson and Y Combinator CEO Gary Tan. Please come in. How's it going so far? Everybody having a good time? We have over 10,000 people tuned in on the live stream. I've also been hearing buzz already about some kind of after party. Some of the folks, somebody's hosting an after party, so I'll try to hunt down some details. Apparently, it's like a 0.2-mile walk from our venue and starting right after this. So I'll try to hunt down some details and have an announcement on that later. Before we get going with the Chairman Ferguson and Gary Tan's conversation, I wanted to introduce another founder to the stage, Nusha Gali, who is the president and co-founder of BioBot Analytics. It's the first company to commercialize sewage data. And an urban studies researcher, Nusha previously led projects at MIT's Sensible Cities Lab and taught in the Department of Urban Studies and Planning. She worked with the World Economic Forum, the UN Climate Change Summit, and the US Department of Energy. She holds an honors Bachelor of Architectural Studies from the University of Waterloo and a Master of Architecture from McGill University. Please welcome to the stage, Nusha. Thank you.
Thank you, Luther. Hi, good morning, everybody. My name is Nusha Gali, and I'm president and co-founder at BioBot. BioBot is a wastewater epidemiology company, and we're building a human health intelligence platform for both biosecurity and healthcare applications. Some of you may have heard of wastewater epidemiology or wastewater monitoring or surveillance, as it gained a lot of popularity during the COVID pandemic. And it's based on a very simple idea. There's a ton of information about our health in our urine and stool, and every day we're flushing this information down the toilet, where it's aggregating with waste from hundreds of thousands of other people. At BioBot, we've developed expertise in collecting and analyzing infectious disease viruses and bacteria and chemical markers in sewage. And this is an incredibly efficient source of biosecurity and healthcare intelligence. Our vision at BioBot is expansive. We build products that can prevent the next pandemic, detect waves in illicit drug use and manufacturing, improve national security through the identification of man-made threats, identify asymptomatic and invisible patient populations, and ensure food security and the stability of our food supply chain. BioBot was founded in 2017 by myself and Mariana Matus, and today I'm going to briefly tell you about our story over the last several years working with government. Mariana and I met as research collaborators at MIT before being accepted into YC. Given our very diverse backgrounds, we always knew that our work could bring value across many sectors in healthcare, but we intentionally chose to sell to government first because we needed our technology to be integrated into cities, and we needed government's buy-in in order to do this. We also believed that we could help solve some pretty big problems that were faced by our elected officials and government agencies. And so we built our first application in response to the country's biggest public health crisis at the time, the opioid epidemic. It is estimated that opioid overdose data, which is used to inform government resource allocation and response, represents less than 1% of people who suffer from substance use disorder. Less than 1%. So we're spending billions of dollars of federal aid, and we don't even understand the full scope of the problem. Our data from wastewater, by contrast, was representative of everybody in a community, people who were alive and consuming drugs today. In the first couple years since founding, we scaled our technology to a handful of cities across the country. For example, using our data, a town in North Carolina decreased overdoses by 40% from 2018 to 2019. Now, despite this very clear value proposition, it was very hard selling to government in those early days. We were bringing to market a cutting-edge technology in a slow-to-adopt industry, one where it was typical for new technologies to be proven over years before adoption. So now fast forward to 2020, and the world was consumed by COVID-19. When we learned that the virus that caused COVID was found in stool, we decided to deploy our technology and the use of proceeds from a fresh round of funding to respond. By March 2020, our team of just 5 people had launched the ability to detect COVID in sewage, and our data quickly became one of the most accurate representations of the scope of the pandemic. However, early on, public health agencies were very focused on established technologies, things we knew, like vaccines and clinical testing. And in fact, early in 2020, top public health experts told us that this technology was not yet ready for prime time and put cautionary notices out to local communities engaged with wastewater epi. But we believe this data was necessary, so we kept going. And in a matter of weeks, we had scaled to work with hundreds of communities and government agencies across the country. By 2021, we were working in all 50 states, and our team had grown 20-fold. We were seeing contracts come our way from local, county, and state governments. Finally, in 2021, the CDC and HHS got behind the value of wastewater data, and our first federal contract materialized. Soon, we had others, like with the US Army and the NIH. We had created a market. Press and the general public were very intrigued by wastewater epi, and so we leaned in. We briefed the White House, we testified to Congress on why we need to invest in a national wastewater surveillance program, and all the while we were getting pinged by the private sector to build applications for them. but we just didn't have the bandwidth. We wanted to really focus on responding to COVID-19 and working with the CDC to expand to new targets like Mpox. But when the time came to renew our contract with the CDC into a coveted 5-year contract vehicle, we lost. We lost the renewal of the contract that we helped establish to Verily, an alphabet company who undercut our price, which was public on USA Spending, SAM.gov, by over 60%. The pricing felt designed to push us and everybody else out. Had we priced anywhere near there, we'd be in negative margins. So this was 18 months ago, and the last 18 months have been hard, given the loss in revenue, but they've also been unexpectedly successful. We went back to our original founding roadmap, which had the vision to build wastewater data products for the entire healthcare industry, both private and public. We've had the space to explore and execute on new products, and we've had a surprising level of success. We've validated that wastewater epidemiology is a dual-use technology with both commercial and government applications. Within government, we're seeing increased demand for wastewater data, biosecurity applications with defense, data for high-risk substances like fentanyl and meth, and viruses of current interest like measles. So I will wrap by saying that our journey has taught us that when you create a valuable new market, others will follow. And big tech has tools and resources that startups don't. But we've also learned firsthand that focus and innovation pays off. It paid off in 2020, and it's paying off again now. Thank you.
That was incredible. Thank you, Nusha. Well, it's my great honor to introduce Chairman Andrew Ferguson, who's going to be in conversation with Y Combinator CEO and President Gary Tan. Andrew N. Ferguson was sworn in April 2nd, 2024 as the Commissioner of the Federal Trade Commission. He most recently served as Solicitor General of the Commonwealth of Virginia. Prior to that position, he served as the Chief Counsel to U.S. Senator Mitch McConnell of Kentucky and as a Republican counsel on the U.S. Senate Judiciary Committee. He also practiced law at several Washington, D.C. law firms. He earned his undergraduate degree from law degree from University of Virginia. After law school, Ferguson clerked for Judge Karen Henderson of the U.S. Court of Appeals for the D.C. Circuit and U.S. Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas. Please give it up for Gary and Andrew.
We have a fun slide, so if we have the... Okay, you guys are going to laugh when you see this, actually. Chairman Ferguson, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thanks for having me. I'm really excited.
So when President Trump announced you would become chair, he specifically called out some of the challenges that big tech creates. How is the Ferguson FTC going to address big tech?
Well, again, thanks for having me. I'm excited for this event. I also had not seen the lineup for this event, the full lineup, until I walked in this morning. It's a murderer's row, so you guys should be really proud of the slate you've attracted today.
Thanks so much.
My coming to antitrust law, I'm going to answer your question, but I'm going to give a little history first.
Please.
So my coming to antitrust law, I took it in law school. You learn the doctrine. For anyone who's been to law school, you tend to learn the doctrine, and then you learn like the professor's view of what the right answer is, and then you have to figure out which one you're supposed to give on the exam. I did okay, so I figured it out. And then I was just a sort of like antitrust lawyer in DC law firms. And you don't really, maybe others did, but as a like associate trying to pay off student loans, you don't spend a lot of time thinking about doctrine qua doctrine. You just have a client, the client has a problem, and so within the doctrine you say, how can I fix my client's problems? And so I sort of imbibed the, I'll call it the like corporatist libertarian doctrine of antitrust, or at least that version of it, and said, okay, well, I've got these clients, help them fix their problems. And then I went on the Hill And that was the sort of first time that I got to think about antitrust sort of outside of the box of antitrust, like looking at it from above and saying, thinking about it as a policy, as a part of our political economy, and as a sort of tool to promote market structures that we want, which requires us to decide what sort of market structures we want. And then my sort of baptism by fire, and I think this was true of a lot of conservatives, was 2020. And you know, I was doing some thinking about antitrust before 2020, but during the sort of George Floyd uprising, I started getting calls from companies, huge companies, their GCs and their trade associations, and they were calling for police reform. I would get calls, and the calls were like, hey, we think cops are really racist, and we really want you guys to do something about this. And my response was, why are you calling me about this? I thought the deal was businesses make widgets. Government will generally leave them alone to make their widgets, and then everyone benefits from this. Why are you weighing in on this sort of like uniquely political question? Also, don't you guys want more police, like keeps your stores and factories safe, et cetera? And then the censorship epidemic, which had been underway for some time, really, really became public and prominent. Americans, you know, couldn't voice on social media platforms if they thought that masks weren't effective, if they had doubts about vaccine safety, if they thought changing election laws in the middle of the 2020 election was unfair or a form of cheating, they couldn't say that either. If they thought that the stuff on Hunter Biden's laptop was meaningful and ought to be discussed, you weren't allowed to report on that either. And that was sort of when I started to understand the criticism about corporate power as a risk, not just about prices and output, which is sort of what you're taught in antitrust doctrine, but that the wielding of market power is a threat to individual liberty, and it's a threat to sort of our political and economic system in more ways than just sort of the classic price and output concerns. And then when I was Solicitor General of Virginia, I was approached actually by one of your speakers, Toho Meki, who was the PDAG in the Justice Department, and said, hey, like, you know, we are contemplating this suit against Google for its ad tech monopoly. And, you know, we would need structural relief, which in layman's parlance is breaking up big tech, breaking up Google's monopoly. And, you know, we did digging, and I felt very like confident about this theory. And then, you know, was thinking like we've come sort of a long way where a Republican governor and AG in Virginia are contemplating a suit with the Garland Justice Department to break up Google. But that sort of like tracks my own development on this from sort of a like, you know, ho-hum pedestrian associate who just like does what he needs to do for his clients to get paid, starting to think about antitrust, and then recognizing big tech is sort of a serious, and the market power it wields is a pretty serious threat to our market structures, to individual liberty. And the Google suit is very interesting because it's pretty ordinary. All of the theories in the Google ad tech suit are pretty straightforward, just tying illegal acquisitions. No sort of like pie in the sky theory. These were theories that had been lying around for a long time, and people just didn't want to bring the suit. And the reason people weren't bringing the suit had mostly to do with sort of political choices. And I don't mean like Democrat versus Republican political choices, but I mean choices that enforcers make about when it's a good time to pull the trigger. Even if they think there's a viable suit, there was for a long time a preference against intervening in big tech, and it was driven by a couple things. I think it was driven in part by a view that, you know, we ought to be very deferential to C-suite decisions because C-suite decisions are being made by free people in a free market. There was a sort of a ideological view that intervention is probably almost always worse than monopoly, and it's sort of a kind of libertarian political view about the relationship of government to the economy. And I think, frankly, this was especially true in the 2010s. There's a great Tablet magazine article about this, but there was a like real relationship between sort of the Obama Democrat Party and big tech was like basically incorporated into the way Democrats hope to govern the country. And so leaving big tech alone was like a necessary ingredient to the plan for government.
Yeah. In 2013, he actually explicitly
Exactly.
said, we're not going to bring any enforcement.
Exactly. And they didn't. And that's sort of when the ad tech and search monopolies that Google had started to grow.
Is it fair to say that was a major mistake in 2013?
I mean, I obviously think that was a mistake. And look, like, you know, this is like an interesting conundrum for enforcers that take big tech seriously. We've got two things that we're trying to thread a needle between two sort of opposing problems. The first is we don't, and I think this is especially true for little tech, we don't want an ideological predisposition against M&A activity, because M&A is part of how little tech companies can really realize their value. And if people invest in little tech companies and think they can't get their money back out, they just won't invest. People will have their money locked up in little tech companies. So we can't have an ideological predisposition against M&A. It is part of how we innovate, because that's what helps unlock capital.
We very much agree.
Yeah, I know, I know you do. But on the other hand, we don't want to have an ideological predisposition that's sort of just like, government should not intervene, the risk of monopoly is not that bad. And then we wind up in the situation where we have Meta Instagram, where you have a single purchase, and you know, the FTC is going to trial in a couple weeks, and the Meta Instagram matter, or the Google Ad Tech, which involved some acquisitions, although that was mostly about tying. But we both don't want to lock people's investment and dry up capital to our innovators. We also don't want to say, like, well, then we need sort of, you know, open season in M&A, everything goes because we want to make sure the capital is flowing. And I think, you know, someone asked me at another conference, or maybe it was an interview, whether what I was proposing was MAGA antitrust. And I guess that it sort of is. My view is I don't want antitrust wedded to either poles, which is categorical, hardcore opposition to M&A activity, which hurts innovation, but I don't want to replace that with like monopoly concerns are overstated, government should rarely intervene. I want vigorous antitrust enforcement because it's good for the economy, because I think monopoly can be as dangerous in many ways as big government. And you know, I'm sensitive to the argument that, you know, big government is bad. I'm a Republican, like I've imbibed that for a long time. I don't want to replace big government with big monopoly. I don't like either of them, and I don't think any of us should have to live under either of them. And both of them can obstruct individual liberty in very similar ways. Government is obviously slightly different because they can send men to kick in your door with guns in a way that, you know, large companies cannot. But if a company can drive you out of the public square on social media, if they can drive you out of employment, or if they can make sure that your idea that could be groundbreaking, life-changing for tens of millions of Americans, or maybe the whole world, will never see the light of day because it's a potential competitive threat to their monopoly, they can really constrict all of our individual liberty in ways that should terrify us almost to the same extent as government. And so that's what I'm after, is an antitrust policy that recognizes that, you know, M&A is part of unlocking innovation, achieving President Trump's golden age, but does not say, therefore we need M&A all the time, that takes antitrust enforcement seriously as one of the ways we prevent replacing big government with big monopoly.
One of the earlier presenters showed this hilarious thing talking about ChatGPT wrappers, but the wrappers are actually wrappers on LLMs, which are then wrappers on NVIDIA chips, which are then wrappers on ASML. I mean, these are technological platforms. And then one of the more egregious things that we've talked a lot about you know, Apple and Google, but they're not the only ones. You know, in the healthcare space, you know, Epic Health is sort of known to do a decent amount of self-preferencing. I mean, how do we ensure that there are open markets and open platforms? And you know, how do you, from the FTC point of view self-preferencing?
Yeah, good question. So I think we all should be really concerned as market participants, wherever we are in the markets, about the idea that a company could build basically a walled platform where they invite you in. Once you're in, it's very hard to leave. And then in order to build things within the walled garden, they either extract a tax or they prevent you from doing it by steering everyone else in the walled garden to their thing. I mean, we're going to have sort of an innovative stagnation problem if we have these platforms that were super innovative for a long time, but have ceased to be innovative and instead sort of keep themselves afloat by taxing innovators or making sure that their potentially competitive products never present a real challenge. My view about the best way to do this is antitrust enforcement, and rather than ex-ante regulation, in part because we remain by far the most dynamic, most vibrant, most innovative economy on Earth. And I think part of the reason that has been is that we have prized antitrust enforcement over heavy-handed regulation. Gail Slater, my colleague at the Justice Department, who I think is probably the brightest mind in Republican antitrust right now, said at her confirmation hearing, vigorous antitrust enforcement is the way we avoid ex-ante regulation. And so I watched the Epic, Google and Apple cases with great interest, and I think that these are like viable theories. Part of the problem that the courts are grappling with is that there's been a view among some in the judiciary that because Apple's operating system and Google's operating system are competitive early on in the sort of like transaction chain, they remain competitive even once you're bought into the system. I have my own doubts about that as like a factual matter. I mean, the first smartphone I ever purchased was an Apple in like 2012, and I've never gotten out of the ecosystem. And so I think I think for a lot of Americans, if they hear once you've bought into it that Samsung and Google or Apple and Google continue to compete, they would probably raise an eyebrow a bit. And so I think these theories have a lot of force. But I think that's the way to do it is confront these with our antitrust laws. Now, if it turns out the antitrust laws as currently written are insufficient to protect innovation, because that's the thing that we're actually after here is, the cautionary tale here is Europe, which is an economy full of like great people, but they're not growing, they're not innovating at a high speed, certainly not at our rate. And we're trying to keep that sort of pioneering, innovative American spirit alive. And if the antitrust laws are not doing enough to promote innovation on these platforms, I do think it's appropriate for Congress to consider alternatives. But I think we have to start by exhausting all of the available antitrust tools like Epic did in Epic Google. And obviously we'll see how it turns out on appeal, but I think that theory shows great promise.
Speaking of Europe, Europe's Digital Markets Act has been hailed by startup founders as an exciting tool to curb the most egregious forms of self-dealing by companies like Apple and Google. Founders are already having conversations with the DMA team about how their smart wearable technology might be able to interact with Apple devices with new interoperability rules that the DMA hopes to unlock. Would the US benefit from a law similar to DMA that specifically prohibited some of the abuses we're seeing from Apple and Google, so startup founders don't have to wait for the government to bring successful prosecution against these firms?
So the answer is, I don't know, maybe. Congress has got, IACOA has been in play, open app markets has been in play. I don't want to sort of take a position on that while Congress is trying to work this out. As an enforcer of the current antitrust laws, my view are let's see what can be done with the current ones. If Congress thinks it's not enough, great. If they want to provide additional theories, I think that's great. And I do think that the goal always needs to be promote and protect innovation. And I think that that's been one of the hallmarks of the Trump administration. And I think the deregulatory spirit and ensuring that no monopoly can suppress innovation are coming from the exact same place. That the desire to unlock innovation by deregulating, making sure government is no larger than necessary to carry out the vital services is the exact same impulse as the one that says we shouldn't let monopolies suppress innovation in order to protect their monopoly rents. On the DMA itself, my own view as an American is I'm very suspicious of laws that appear to have been written to get at American companies abroad. One of the features of the DMA that concerns me the most is that, there are a couple. So again, I share your concerns and the concerns of your founders with platforms using their walled garden to suppress innovation. It's a real problem. I think it is probably one of the biggest threats to innovation confronting the American economic landscape today. But I am really wary about Brussels bureaucrats being given the power basically to level fines. You know, in America, if I think someone has committed an antitrust violation, I have to prove it in court. In the DMA, it's the reverse. The bureaucrats say, pay the fine. You can sue us to try to stop us. The fine will continue accruing in the interim. So it can make challenging it very costly. So I'm concerned about the due process issues. I also, if the goal of the DMA is to sort of unlock innovation in Europe, we don't have a DMA equivalent here, and we're innovating. And so I've got my doubts about whether this is, really about that. And the fact that the fines under the DMA are not tied to the business being conducted by the firm in Europe. It's worldwide revenue. It starts to look like the DMA is sort of like a form of taxing American companies. And my own view is, if we think that Americans are suffering from anti-competitive conduct at home, we should address it here at home. I don't want the Europeans doing it for us, number one. And number two, I definitely don't want the Europeans basically levying taxes on American firms, no matter what the conduct is. I think it ought to be up to us sort of discipline the conduct of the firm. So I have real concerns about the way that the DMA is structured, the fact that only one European company even qualifies for gatekeeper status under the DMA. But as I said earlier, I think that Epic's suit against Google has real promise, and the concerns Epic has raised in the Google suit, I think, are real antitrust concerns that have to be addressed.
The FTC was in the news a couple of weeks ago because President Trump fired Democratic commissioners Alvaro Bedoya and Becca Slaughter. This is a break with almost 100 years of precedent where the FTC is supposed to operate independently from the White House. I'm not concerned about whether that's true or not, or arguing whether it's good or bad. I am curious, do you think the absence of minority party commissioners at the commission will change how founders interface with the FTC?
I don't think so. My view about the FTC's mission is entirely unchanged. For what it's worth, I know that you're not arguing with it, but I think it's important to say. My view is that the president unequivocally had the authority to remove them after CELA law in 2020. I think it's plain as day. I know that there's litigation on this, and the courts will resolve this, but I'm firmly of the view that he had the authority, and that independent agencies is not good for a democracy. All powerful executive branch officials should be accountable to the people on whose behalf we are governing. And the only person in the executive branch that gets elected is the president, which means accountability runs through the president. So I think that ensuring that there isn't freestanding elements of the federal government independent from all accountability is super important for a democracy. That said, I don't think it will change the way founders interact with the FTC. My job the day before the removals is the same as it is today, which is vigorously enforce the antitrust laws and protect American consumers from high prices, low output, deprived innovation, low quality choice, or low product quality in the absence of product choice. And that is no less true now than it was before. So, the FTC is going on. The day itself was, it was a day, but the FTC is already sort of back on its mission, and the mission is unchanged. And so I don't think anyone here should think that this will change, anything about how they interact with the FTC. My desire to vigorously enforce the antitrust laws is no different now than it was then. We'll have a third commissioner here pretty soon. I see him in the audience. And I don't think it will change when he gets there either. It's full steam ahead on enforcing the antitrust laws and protecting American consumers from monopoly and from fraud.
So I'm so excited that you're here today and to hear your words. I am absolutely astonished at how cool it is to bring together such a different set of builders, legislators, regulators. I think it's too rare, and so I have to take the opportunity and ask. I mean, Chairman Ferguson, are there things that you would want to say to an audience full of builders? So there are a number of people who are presenting here today, and they're in the audience in this physical room, but there are more than 10,000 people watching online, many of whom are builders scattered throughout our beautiful country of the United States of America. What do you have to say to them?
Two things. The first is that you all are a huge part of what makes America great. It's ABA spring meeting. I am not attending any of the events. FTC political appointees are also not attending any of the events. But it has brought together a lot of foreign enforcers, and so I've had bilateral meetings with foreign enforcers. And one of the things that I've been saying is, trying to understand why America innovates and grows the way it does, but Europe does not. And there are all sorts, I think there are, it's probably overdetermined, there are all sorts of reasons, but the one that I keep settling on is that America was built on this like pioneering spirit and a willingness to take real risks. And that failure is not fatal. And if you fail, you pick yourself back up and you try something else. And the builders are like the 21st century embodiment of the pioneers. They want to try something that hasn't been tried before. They're willing to take a gamble on it. They're willing to stake, sort of a personal claim on it. That is part of what makes America so great. And that spirit is so rare anywhere else in the world. And I think it's super important that government do everything it can to keep that spirit kindled. And that means making sure that government is not too big and making sure that monopolies do not pour water on that spirit. So you guys are part of what is making America the great place that it is, number one. Number two, from our offices in Washington, we see a lot of what's going on in the economy and in our markets, but not everything. And there are all sorts of things that happen that I just can't sort of see from the chairman's desk. I think it's really important that builders feel like they can come to the FTC if they think that there are monopoly problems, anti-competitive conduct that's otherwise injuring consumers. You shouldn't assume that we're just sort of magically aware of it. The fact that it's happening to you doesn't mean we know it's happening. And you should feel free to come to the FTC and say, hey, look, like, we're trying to do this thing, we're trying to build this thing, we're trying to bring this idea to the fore, and there are problems, and we feel like they're competitive problems, and we don't know if anyone's doing anything about it. And look, like, it might be that for resource reasons or the state of the law or whatever, there won't be something that can be done immediately about it, but we don't know everything happening in our markets all the time. And the way we find out is people tell us. We have this massive system for filing consumer complaints, and it drives a huge proportion of our work, and it's awesome, and it's one of the best tools the FCC has. But another one is the sort of informal ability of people to come to the FTC and say, hey, there's this problem, are you aware? And often I'll go, no, I had no idea. So builders should feel free to come to us and say, we think there's a problem out there, a systemic problem or a problem that's aimed sort of like people like us. Can you help? We might not be able to, but it's at least good to know it's out there.
Chairman Ferguson, everyone, thank you so much. Thanks for joining us.
Jump on. Right. All right. Let's give another hand up for FTC Chairman Ferguson. Awesome conversation. I'm equally excited about this conversation. Blake Scholl is one of our most exciting founders from the Y Combinator family. He is the founder of Boom Supersonic, and in 2014, it was created with the goal of making commercial supersonic travel mainstream. Before Boom, Blake held leadership roles at Amazon, Groupon, and co-founded Chemo Labs, which was acquired by Groupon. At Amazon, he developed software for personalized merchandising and later managed a $300 million P&L. Blake's interest in aviation began in childhood, and he earned his private pilot license in 2008. He holds a BS in computer science from Carnegie Mellon. And he's going to be interviewed by one of my dear friends, Matt Stoller, who's the director of research at American Economic Liberties Project and author of Goliath, the 100-Year War Between Monopoly Power and Democracy. Matt's a former policy advisor to the Senate Budget Committee. He also worked with the U.S. House Financial Services during the financial crisis, helping implement key reforms. His writings have appeared in major outlets like the Washington Post, New York Times, and have contributed to the anti-monopoly movement. He also publishes the widely read newsletter that everybody should subscribe to on Substack called Big. Please give it up for Matt and Blake.
Is this right? All right. All right, well, I am so excited to do this. Thank you, Luther, for inviting me to interview Blake, and this is an amazing event. I want to start with a basic observation about what is right with America to introduce Blake. So I don't know if you guys have seen this quote, but it was something along the lines of, "The greatest minds of my generation have spent their time trying to get people to click on ads." It was a couple years ago. I remember nodding vigorously at that. So their ads are very important, but no one likes them. No one was ever going to put a dynamic advertising system in a museum. But as little boys, all of us love airplanes. They are cool, big metal things that somehow can lift off, and that is amazing. What kind of 8-year-old doesn't love that? And historically, and in terms of American power and business, the Wright brothers are, and they are iconic. They will always be iconic. They are in the pantheon of American giants. But building an airplane is incredibly expensive. And until recently, the people we have prioritized in our economic system are those who invested in capital-light business models, ad clicking, stuff like that. So with that, it's great to be here and interview Blake Scholl, the founder of Boom Supersonic. It is a company that is not only in the aerospace industry, but doing it with a radically different approach. And here's what I love about Blake's story. Before getting into this business, he was at Groupon and Amazon, and he was a pioneer in automated digital ad buying. And after looking at a model of the Concorde in a museum, he decided to teach himself aerospace engineering. That's what the Wright brothers did, actually. They invented it. So what Blake has done is actually the great story of innovation that is so hard in America today, to actually take the mind and the energy that was so focused on clicking on ads and turning it towards the sky, towards something big and real and powerful and awesome. So it's always been right with America. And I hope that you're setting a trend in what business leaders seek to do. That's so exciting to be here. And I hope policymakers start seeing the value of capital-intensive businesses like Boom. So I'm going to get in a couple of questions here. So first of all, why does supersonic flight matter to America, to passengers, to business?
I think because life happens in person. And I think having lived through the pandemic, and now fortunately we've gotten back to being in person, being there with other humans really, really matters. And I think the world would be much, much better if more people could go more places more often. Like imagine a world in which our kids grow up not just having heard about other cultures in classes or on YouTube videos, but actually having friends from other continents. Imagine we could get to Sydney, Australia as easily as we could get to Hawaii today. Imagine we could go to London, have a dinner meeting, and come back and tuck our kids into bed that night. That is what supersonic flight enables. And everybody I know wants it. We just have to have it in a way that's affordable, sustainable, safe, and profitable for airlines.
So I was recently in the Smithsonian Air and Space Museum, and I saw a Concorde, right? And they're these weird-looking planes, but it was really luxury.
By weird, you mean beautiful?
Amazing plane. I mean, they were really cool. All planes are cool, right? But it was luxury travel, right? It was for a very small group of people. What is your vision for what you're doing, the industry that you're sort of creating?
Yeah, well, ultimately, we want everyone from the president on down to every family to be able to benefit from supersonic flight. And I have a radical view in the history of aerospace. I think Concorde killed supersonic flight.
and I think Apollo killed space exploration. And if you got, both of those were 1969, moon landing and Concorde's first flight. And I think if you'd stopped anybody in the street in 1969 and said, well, what do you think it's going to be like in 2025? Nobody would have predicted that we can't go to the moon and we can't fly supersonic, right? It's utterly insane. And yet both of those projects were Cold War era national prestige glory projects where the specs were set by government, not by private industry, and there was no sustainable commercial story. The moon landing, we all know, was done with like a percentage of GDP. It was obviously not commercial. Concorde pretended to be commercial, but wasn't actually. So this was the French and British government's joint venture. It's remarkable it worked at all, because usually when the French and British governments get together, it's a war, right? Not an airplane. But they delivered a 100-seat airplane with like little cramped seats. You might think they're like out of the back of like Ryanair, and a $20,000 ticket and a really good champagne list. And even New York to London, which is like the best route for like high-end fast travel, the airplane flew on average half empty. So it just was economically a bridge to nowhere. And then the world learned all the wrong lessons. They learned that supersonic flight isn't practical. And then once the American competitor to Concorde was canceled, it fomented this like protectionist thing. And we claimed that sonic booms are like terrible. So we banned supersonic flight in the US. It should have been a noise limit, so we put a speed limit in place. It's one of the worst regulations ever. And then all the mythology was you can't make an economic supersonic airplane, but it's just not true.
So you're trying to make, how do you make it economical?
Yeah, first off, I got to make the airplane more efficient so that the fares can come way down so more people can afford to fly. So instead of 100 seats and $20,000 each, Overture is 64 seats and fare is more like $5,000. In other words, what people already pay in business class today. And there are like tens of millions of people who fly around in business class now who so hate that flights are long that they pay extra for a bed because they want to sleep through the flight, right? But if you make the flight twice as fast, you can have a much better bed, the one at home, before you have to leave, and you can be awake on the airplane and have a nice seat. And so that's kind of what makes the economics work, is get the fares down, 64 seats, so it's easy for airlines to fill the seats, not just on a couple routes, but on hundreds around the planet. And then that can work at scale. Like we think we're gonna have to build over 1,000 of these Overture airliners, and that's just version 1. There'll be there'll be future versions that are bigger with lower fares. There'll be future versions that are smaller for private use. Overture 1, that's all business class, is really just the starting point.
So is the technology that you're developing for these airplanes, is it 1,000 small things that have made it more efficient, or is it one big leap, or is there sort of gradations?
So the most shocking thing is we didn't really invent anything. We're taking 20-year-old Boeing 787 level technology and using it to build a supersonic jet. So this is carbon fiber composite airframe. This is digitally defined aerodynamics. This is digital flight controls. This is turbofan engines. We didn't invent any of those things. They've been around for a long time. There's already regulatory approval pathways for all these things. There's supply chain for all these things. So what we did is we took this proven technology. We designed an airliner out of it, and then we shrunk that design down, and we built a prototype out of it. So that's what we did earlier this year. We broke the sound barrier with a 1/3 scale prototype supersonic jet built out of airliner-ready technology. So now we're scale up, build the airliner.
So you don't like the moon landings, and you didn't invent anything. Is that? No, I'm just kidding.
I mean,
I think your point is really important, which is that the incremental improvements, combining what already exists into something new, is an act of creation. Is that a fair statement?
I think so. I mean, we're inventing a new way to build a business. We're inventing a new business model for supersonic flight. There's a lot at that level. There's a lot of invention, but I think it's very reassuring for the public and for regulators that this thing is not built out of unobtainium.
Right. No, that's it's very comforting to hear that all of these that all the component pieces are have track records.
That's right. And I think, by the way, if you look at the successful hardware companies that have started in the last couple of decades, they all have this pattern. Like, people think of like SpaceX now, and they're like the crazy thing that is Starship. That's not where they started. They started with the Falcon 1, which was like very conventional. The only thing that was new was that it was built by a new company. And Tesla started with a Lotus Elise body and a cell phone battery, right? You need and now they do crazy things. But if you want to go create a new hardware business from scratch, it actually makes a lot of sense not to make a big technical bet on day one.
Yeah, I mean, you just say a laptop is just a bunch of things from a desktop jammed into a different case, but it's a fundamentally different product. So I want to touch on Boeing, because it's something that I think has really crystallized the challenge that America faces. Yeah. And what's so great about your venture is that you are coming into, I don't know if you see yourself as a competitor to Boeing or not, or creating a new sort of path or a new part of an industry. But Boeing is really, I think, on people's minds who are thinking about aerospace. And so how have Boeing's problems and challenges and opportunities sort of changed the environment for new entrants into aerospace and changed the regulatory environment?
Yeah, I think it's really sad what's happened at Boeing. I mean, this used to be just one of the great American companies, and they're still the #1 U.S. exporter. They are economically hugely important, national security hugely important, but they've so completely lost their way. I mean, it has been more than 20 years since Boeing has launched a new airliner. More than 20 years. And like, if Apple goes like 12 months without redesigning the iPhone, people are like, they can't invent anymore. But like, the #1 U.S. exporter stopped building new products, and they've only done these tweaks, and we've all read the same headlines about how unsuccessful the tweaks have been. And so I think it's a huge problem for the country, and I hope Boeing refines their way. But right now, like, I think as a country, we've got all of our eggs in the Boeing basket, and it's got like a hole in the bottom.
So one of the new entrants into aerospace is sort of a bunch of Chinese companies, or you could call it one company, however you want to characterize the Chinese system. And I think a lot of us are deeply concerned about China, but it's undeniable that their recent industrial model has delivered massive manufacturing capacity and innovation. So what is China doing right that America could learn from?
Well, first off, I just want to paint the story, because I don't think it's well told. I think we know what China did with consumer electronics manufacturing and semiconductors, and we know what a terrible situation that is now and how hard it is to get back in the U.S. after we lost it. They're running the same playbook in airplanes. They're shipping a 737 clone right now. They're working on a 787 clone, and over the weekend they announced they're working on a supersonic jet clone too. And so we are watching kind of the slow motion Chinese takeover of flight. And we are in real danger of ceding American leadership there. But if I think about what's done right, they've gotten out of their own way. In the U.S., we've banned supersonic flight over land, which is why no one's done what we're doing at Boom. We were kind of bold enough to start and say we'll find a way around that or through it. But when China launches a supersonic jet, they don't have that 1970s regulation to contend with. And so I think a lot of innovation is held back by being in our own way.
So I know there's been a lot of discussions about how America can make things again, and this kind of started, 10, 15 years ago, and there's different kind of moments when people have these conversations. Have you noticed, you do a lot of fundraising, it's very capital-intensive business. Have you noticed changes in the discussion from financiers about what they're willing to put money into and how they're thinking about investment?
Yeah, I think the eyes are opening that we have to reindustrialize America, and that there's there's a huge amount of money to be made in that process. So that is, I think it's much easier to start a hardware business today than it was for me 10 years ago.
Really?
Is like a whole bunch of VCs now have theses around deep tech and hardware, and people have made money in companies like SpaceX and Tesla, and so it's starting to see this as actually a viable thing. But it's also becoming really clear how important it is to the country. Like if we look at how we won World War II, we didn't go into World War II with a defense industrial base. We went into World War II with a commercial industrial base that was the envy of the world. And Boeing pivoted and made bombers, and Ford pivoted and made tanks and fighters. But yet, right now, the commercial industrial base that we used to have is in China. And so I think the most important thing things like Boom can do for the country is to build a commercial industrial base that could become the defense industrial base if we needed it to be.
So there's a little known story about the Wright brothers where they spent the first half of their lives inventing aerospace. And what they did is incredibly impressive as inventors and as thinkers. But they spent the second half of their life involved in patent litigation. And I'm wondering, and that's why one of the reasons the U.S. invented aerospace, but then really wasn't building very much of it until I think the 1930s, or so there's this big gap. How do you think about the auto industry? Didn't have that problem because Henry Ford and the car companies didn't try to use that their competitive advantage was different. It wasn't IP. How do you think about IP in your business?
We do a little bit of patenting stuff, just defensively, and because it's weird if we don't have any IP. But frankly, I don't care about it. Like our long-term competitive strategy is always have the best product, and just have the highest possible rate of invention. And my dream is that by the time any patent gets issued, it's already obsolete because we've invented something much better. So it's we don't spend hardly any effort on IP. We spend a lot of effort on product roadmap and trying to figure out how to build new things much more quickly and more efficiently.
Well, with that, I think we're out of time, but I am cheering for you. It is so exciting to see what you're doing, and thank you so much.
Well, thank you.
That was outstanding. Thank you. So we're going to mix up the programming just a tad. We're going to have a founder demo from the folks at Coop, if you don't mind, if I can have the screen. There we go. So AJ Forsyth is an entrepreneur best known for founding iCracked, a global smartphone repair network acquired by Allstate's SquareTrade in 2019, and a YC company. He studied psychology at California Polytechnic State University and has been involved in various business ventures. In 2021, he founded Coop, a company focused on integrating smart technology into backyard chicken coops to support sustainable food production. Jordan Barnes is the founder and chief marketing officer of Coop, a company that integrates smart technology into backyard chicken coops. Before establishing Coop in 2021, Barnes spent over a decade in Silicon Valley contributing to various technology ventures. She has extensive experience in consumer technology and international business development. Barnes is also an experienced chicken keeper, which has informed her work at Coop. Please give it up for Jordan and AJ.
It's very hard to follow a supersonic aircraft company, but we're going to try.
Sharp pivot.
Yeah.
Just get hooked up here really quick.
You might have to press accept. Cool. I can probably start without the slide deck. So Luther gave a great introduction. So the purpose of Coop is how do we blend AI and smart home technology with backyard agriculture.
Do I go to present? Okay.
Oh, there it is.
And then Brian, you go to present.
And so like the goal of the company is building the world's largest decentralized food production network. I think we've seen specifically like in the last 6 months with eggflation just how like crazy everything is. We can jump on.
Yeah, no, we're getting it. We're getting it.
Yeah, so like I think we all understand like the price of eggs has been insane, and so this year our customers will generate between 3 to 4 million eggs from their backyard. Each coop generates about 1,500 eggs. The average American eats about 290 eggs a year. And we're going to go over how we're using AI to make it like super easy for anyone with a backyard to raise chickens.
Hi, I'm Jordan. I'm co-founders with AJ, also full tilt chicken person. So obviously eggs it's a pretty saturated topic right now. We're on the 3rd round of avian in a couple years, but it's something people are talking about, and we believe and we see that it's really changing. There's a widespread different perspective on food, and it's really a tangible moment for people. And so it's a really timely topic for a lot of these discussions.
Totally. And so what Coop primarily is we use battery-powered cameras to like monitor everything that's going on in your backyard at any time. So we're contextually looking at, are there predators? How many chickens do you have? Do you have eggs? It has we do like remote chicken health monitoring. And about 13 million Americans raise chickens right now. It's about 3% of households, and our goal is to get to 10%.
And yes, this is about chickens, but it's also not. We care super deeply about people having power over their plates, and what does it mean to have autonomy when it comes to your plate, which sounds like cliche and visionary, but it's very real. And so again, there's this tangible moment happening, and our long-term goal, and what really we started Coop, is to just reconnect people with dirt under their feet, food on their plates, using super smart tech, and really change the food systems.
And so the problem is like large-scale industrial farming. It's centralized. It's terrible for the animal health, terrible for people that work there, and it's just not a good scalable. Well, it's scalable, but it's not a good system. I think people are waking up to the idea that like you go to the grocery store and your food's actually poisoning you. And so we want the end goal of Coop is how do we enable anyone with a backyard to actually start generating their own both produce and protein.
And I don't think it's a debated topic that we don't love big poultry, as we call them. And so the conditions aren't great. The nutrition is garbage, and there's another way, and we want to make that super accessible for anybody. You got a yard, you can have chickens.
And so average egg is about 45 to 60 days old, travels about 1,000 miles in cold storage, comes from large-scale farms that the average hen has about 1 sheet of paper of space, and it's just not a good system. And then backyard eggs on a non-monoculture diet, so food scraps, bugs, grains, it's about 200% more nutritious value.
So okay, everyone, and I'm going to do a quick trivia to get people waking up really quick. So anybody know about the secret 3-digit code on the side of every egg carton that's sold in the U.S.? Nobody? You're the first person who's ever known that. You get eggs.
He might be from Big Poultry.
Yeah, maybe you're from Big Poultry. I apologize. So there's a secret code that's it's for the day of the year. So January 1st is 1, 365 is December 31st, and it is the day that the egg was handed off. There's a lot of, I don't want to waste our time. Come find me afterwards.
Yeah,
it's a really
when you get
interesting
home,
code.
check that 3-digit code, and that's how old your eggs are in your fridge.
You'll be shocked.
But let's get into the technology, though. So we worked with the head designer, or the original designer of Nest, a guy named Fred Bold, and we designed a rotationally molded coop. It has an automatic door, 2 cameras, and then we can do smart alerts, so we can say, hey, Jordan, your door is open, all 4 hens are out, and you have 8 eggs that need to be collected. We just trademarked this, but it's Eggstein AI. This is what's running in the background always. So we've trained our model on about 26 million videos. So we get contextual clues of everything that's happening. And it's actually not just about chickens. It's about hey, is your yard underwatered? Is there a dog that is not your dog? We know the difference between if you have a dog or your neighbor's dog or your dog. You can mark safe animals. You can mark dangerous animals. And then we give a bunch of alerts that are contextual of what's going on with your flock.
So the thesis is, the slide you saw before felt a very familiar native iPhone experience. That is what it feels delightful. It's smart home tech. Our customer supplicants are very familiar with this, but on the back end, it's super sophisticated, intelligent tracking, and it really powers this ecosystem in your backyard that makes it's fun, delightful, but it's also super meaningful and a really meaningful part of your life.
So this gives a little bit more context of what our cameras are seeing and doing in the back end. So it's hey, it's giving confidence ratios of hey, what eggs need to be collected, what animals are in the frame. What's crazy is we now know the difference between, let's say you have 10 hens, we know the difference between hen 1 through 10, and we can say hey, Henrietta hasn't had water in 6 hours, you might want to check her out. And so it's kind of AI for chicken tracking. So this is like what we're doing on the back end. We do a bunch of local processing, and then we send it up to run inference on it, and then we push a new model about once a week, and it's actually like hardcore technology, but from a customer standpoint, you should never
feels familiar and
see
delightful. And what a lot of AI models can do detection. That's not super sophisticated, but they fail in real world environments often. Ours, it has logic. It really thinks. And so if it detects a raccoon, but it also knows that all chickens are inside and the door is closed, it can assign a really high confidence safety score to that. So it's not just detecting, it's seeing, okay, this is safe or it is not. And if it's not, it can activate an alarm. So it doesn't just detect and see an object, it reasons and it thinks and it acts, which is
one of our customers this morning, they had a bear attack their coop last night, and it's like, hey, all chickens are safe, but there's a black bear outside, so just heads up.
Just heads up. There's a little more deeper context about, this is obviously not as valuable to when we're talking to our consumers. It's just like, oh, I got cool egg alerts, and oh, I have fresh eggs to collect, I can go make an omelet. But this is really what we've poured all of our investment and all of our focus into, is really building this context awareness based in real world backyards, and that really allows us to scale and change backyard food.
Yeah, with the goal of decentralizing. I want millions of homes generating billions of eggs and disrupting that supply chain. We're just about to push produce, which we haven't talked about publicly. So this is great. So actually back to decentralization, we're going to enable all of our customers that wouldn't normally be chicken keepers to generate eggs, and then we'll do partnerships with large retailers to sell into them.
And we're in some retailers right now, but through a different lens, just for selling our coops. But this is a really interesting, we talk, farm to table is not new, but it's not that crazy to think about what backyard to retail could look like as well, and how, we have 36 chickens, we have eggs coming out of our ears. I can only give so much to my grand next door neighbor. And so what does that look like when these don't have to travel 100 miles to a distributor, then sit on a truck? That's a completely different system. It's big vision thinking, but it's not that crazy.
Like hyper-local distribution where you're buying your produce and protein from your neighbors, essentially, or you're generating it yourself. So we're launching other verticals because the model actually doesn't really care about chickens. Chickens is just a 1 or a 0. So we're launching produce, ducks, goats, rabbits, and about 20% of our customers are currently doing that as it is.
Cool. I don't think, okay.
I think
this wasn't supposed to be in there.
We have 10 seconds left.
This is from a space pitch we just did.
Yeah, so the reason Jordan and I started the company is I want to, we build decentralized food production here using semi-autonomous production systems and AI. And then we partner with SpaceX to
feed all the people on Mars.
Build all the food production systems for future colonies. So this actually isn't a joke. This is the goal of the company, which is going to be
just
awesome.
Wasn't supposed to be in there. So thank y'all. Yay, raise chickens, everyone. Eggs, for sure.
Are techno-optimism and populism incompatible? That's what our next conversation is going to explore. Silicon Valley's tech optimism is going to really meet the populist backlash in this provocative panel. There are techno-optimists like myself, Y Combinator CEO Gary Tan, who advocate for antitrust enforcement while championing technology's transformative power. And populists can often diverge on how far those checks can go. This panel features Steve Bannon, who needs no introduction, and Rohit Chopra, the progressive former CFPB director and former FTC commissioner, who is a protege of Senator Elizabeth Warren. Ideological opposites who've criticized tech power, including Elon Musk's attempts to undermine the CFPB. Moderated by Josh Green, who's written books on both Bannon and left populists like Warren, this discussion, we hope, will explore whether technology truly empowers everyday people or perpetuates monopoly power. Can populists and techno-optimists find common cause in challenging big tech's dominance, Or are these visions fundamentally incompatible? Please welcome Stephen Rohit and Joshua.
Hey, everybody. Thank you all for being here. You ready to get going? I'm coming right after you.
No, Josh, let's slow down.
Yeah, all right.
This is too fast.
As we look ahead...
I thought Bloomberg was supposed to move fast.
We're moving,
right?
We're moving fast. You've already written articles in the last month quoting Rohit and Steve, so I feel like I'm up to speed, and now I want to get you guys up to speed too. Looking ahead to this new Trump era, I wanted to start off by asking you both about an idea that was written up in The Atlantic yesterday that I think has big implications for what tech and antitrust policy might look like in the years ahead. The article suggested there's been a fusion on the right between MAGA nationalists like Steve and big tech barons like Elon Musk, Peter Thiel, and Mark Andreessen, all in opposition to this specter of wokeness that people on the right are so worked up about. But the article goes on to suggest that big tech is actually the one in the driver's seat, and that folks like Steve are, and I'm quoting the article here, political suckerfish riding a whale. My question for you, Steve, is this true? Are you in the MAGA crowd beholden to big tech, or does Elon Musk's humiliation in Wisconsin last night begin to weaken his political standing and his influence on policy in the Trump presidency?
Are you assuming that someone spends $20 million and goes where a cheesehead on a stage and bounces around and is humiliated? Okay, the whole fusion crap is pushed by the tech oligarchs. You know why? They fear populism. They fear economic nationalism. If we admit we're in a coalition. It is a coalition, but there's a much higher probability that we will have fusion with certain of the ideas of Rohit, and particularly Lina Khan and others that have fought, monopolies, have fought oligarchs for years, and I think that's where the fusion is going to come. One of the biggest scourges in our country are these oligarchs, the lords of easy money on Wall Street, the corporatists, and particularly the apartheid state of Silicon Valley. And it's a huge problem. And yes, we're in a very uneasy coalition, but it is a coalition. They were, some of them, quite central to our victory in November, and they were also central to our, let's say, there was a huge defeat last night in the Supreme Court race in Wisconsin.
So my question then is
Is that, you agree with that?
Yeah, I think so. I think if you look at the first Trump term, at the Federal Trade Commission, for example, every single time you really saw the Republicans on the FTC speaking from a different hymn book than Trump. They were pro-Chinese manufacturing. They were pro-big tech, they were pro-big pharma, and then you saw others who were really trying to fight against a lot of that money. And now we think Silicon Valley used to be lots and lots of little tech, and is it going to stay that way, or is it just going to be owned by these 6 dudes? And Zuckerberg can, wear whatever chains he wants. But I think at the end of the day, if they control this whole system, there's big trouble for our country.
You're not going to bro out. You're not going to start going to UFC fights No, the fusion. The fusionism is pushed by. We're in a coalition. The fusionism, they want us to be subservient to their interests in techno-feudalism, and we're not going to do that. The power we still have here, and the difference in the first term, we've now evolved this party to be truly a working class and middle class party. And the Democrats have kind of lost that or lost focus on it. They become the credential class. And we need to drive this point home. That's why we're building a bigger coalition. And I think if we do our job and somehow we can keep them together in an uneasy coalition, although I don't know if that's possible, we can build we can redefine politics like in 1932. We're at that inflection point that is upon us to do it. And things like last night, obviously, are a big setback.
Looking ahead at the policy landscape, though, if Elon and the six bros are representing big tech, who, if anyone, is standing up for little tech in the Trump administration?
I think you've got a lot of people. I mean, I think we've got one of our new FTC commissioners are here. Mark's here. You got our viceroy. Where's Mike Davis? The fire breather Mike Davis is a fire breather for the Populist side. If you look in the Justice Department, right, tomorrow I'm going to be over there at Justice with Omid and others, Gail Slater. I mean, look, I think Lena Khan is one of the most important political figures in this country. And I think if she had been listened to more by Democrats, they would have actually been more competitive against us in November of 2024. But I think you have a lot of people that I would call neo-Brandeisians that actually see the danger of massive concentration of personal wealth and power to government power. And look, let's be blunt. That was all caused by the Democrat and most progressive elements of the Democratic Party. The bailouts on Wall Street in 2008, which were unacceptable, and the kind of Faustian bargain given to the big six dudes to essentially say, you're going to have monopolistic power, but we'll make a deal with you. You have to be at the cutting edge of that because we're a hegemon. You have to have the commanding heights of technology. TikTok shows you they've blown it in social media. And quite frankly, DeepSeek, whether it's a Chinese psyop or if it's real, shows you that their method, right, which they threw climate change overboard, all that overboard for this mass power of AI is wrong. And now, what do they want? They want a bailout. They want a $500 billion Mercury program or Marshall Plan, however they call it, and they want us to turn the national labs over to them, right? So these guys, they have an unsatiable appetite for money and power, and it's got to be stopped.
And they want to hand over a playbook that is really Europe's playbook from the 40s about trying to have a clique of corporate royalty that we're supposed to help the entire time. And I thought America built all of this because we made sure there was little companies challenging these big guys and running them out of business when they're doing something better. So I think this is the jump ball right now. We see it in a few different places, but if they hollow out and defund some of these enforcers, they're not going to be able to go up against.
Let me ask you about it, because you've been on
Are we taking this over? Are you going to get some more into this?
No. I want to spice this up a little bit, because you sound like you're half asleep. Rohit, you were recently on the receiving end of the Trump-Musk policy approach, and so I'm imagining your view of Trump's approach is a little less rosy when it comes to big tech than maybe Steve's is. You told me at the time for a Bloomberg post I wrote, quote, "Defunding the police that watch over Wall Street and big tech will cost consumers billions of dollars." What's the case you'd make to folks like Steve and Republicans on the right for why a robust enforcement regime is necessary?
Well, look, Steve mentioned the bailouts. I think a lot of what our discourse is today, whether we know it or not, comes from the financial crisis and the big giveaways to those who are already powerful. In what planet can you mismanage your business so badly and go on the other side and become bigger and more powerful? That's exactly what happened in 2008. So I really think, look, it is a jump ball in so many places. When Musk and whoever took over the CFPB, one of the first people they fired were the tech people, the ones who were doing the investigations of big tech companies creating currency. They were the ones who were trying to make sure there was open tech so that small companies could challenge big banks. So we're going to see a fight on both sides, I think, but I don't know how it's going to turn out if they keep getting rid of the watchdogs and just expect these agencies to be lapdogs.
Okay, so I want to dig in a little bit more on this idea of a struggle between big tech and little tech, how it might play out in the Trump years. And I want to provoke you both a bit by offering some historical context. Richard Nixon famously wanted his Justice Department to threaten investigations of the major TV networks in order to obtain friendlier coverage, perhaps a precursor to Trump's later threats against big tech. On the Nixon tapes, we hear him saying a DOJ investigation, quote, gives us one hell of a club, a sword of Damocles, Nixon called it, to coerce favorable coverage. Steve, is that Trump's real aim here, just a friendlier Facebook and a defanged Washington Post? Or are there real populist instincts that might lean against the power of some of the big tech companies?
I think, look, it's obviously something that's being worked out through the Trump administration. Like I said, we're a coalition. There's definitely voices on big tech. They have every lobbyist in this town, every law firm in this town. Let's say it's a rigged system. The system's totally rigged. If you want to go up against big tech now, I'm going to tell you how tough.
But you've talked to him personally about this.
Here's one of the things I think is important, is our going after the big law firms. We're trying to go after the machinery that has this system set up, to go after the big law firms. I think we have to go after the big investment banks, the big hedge funds, the money center banks. You have to go after all of them. And basically, play smash mouth, because they play smash mouth with you. This system is run by money and power, and it's run by oligarchic centers in both Wall Street, the corporatists, and Silicon Valley. And we're just not going to change it overnight, and there is a struggle. I mean, I would submit to you that, and if you read the front 2 pages of the remedy section in the Google case and see where our Justice Department is coming out, it kind of stuns me of how antitrust the people we've put in. I mean, people know I'm a big admirer of Alina Khan. I don't think we've made that big a shift. I would love to have her back. I think she'd be terrific, but we're just a difference in degree, not so much in kind, of what we put in place today. And I think you're going to see tough antitrust action taking place. That's why I think Wall Street's not enamored. They didn't see the big wave of M&A and M&A fees coming. So this is all, but it's always going to be a struggle. And it's who's going to be able to have muscle politically. In Florida 6, we were down 3 points, I think up to 2 weeks ago, when our show got involved, Breitbart got involved, we got our grassroots volunteers out. Scott Jennings on CNN makes a very important point about, as we've reshaped this party to be more working class and middle class, we also are dependent upon low propensity voters. Low propensity, low information. And they're not degreed or not dumb by low information, they're just not interested in politics, right? These people basically come out for Trump. We have to have a massive grassroots effort every time to get them out. Scott's absolutely correct, and this is one of the reasons we won in Florida 6, is got it out. So the power, we have to, what they call them, suckerfish?
Yeah.
We have to deliver, mass amounts of grassroots, right, who are basically entrepreneurs, right? The little guy, the little shopkeepers, the workers. We have to deliver that, and we have to deliver it consistently. But I think you're starting to see that we did win, shouldn't be lost here, we did win overwhelmingly the voter ID in Wisconsin last night. Although we lost, I think, we got blown out.
I mean, since I've known you, you've been really outspoken. You just mentioned it now about the power of money in politics. And I'm interested in how that applies to tech and antitrust policy. Is there evidence you can point me to that Trump is serious about pursuing a crackdown he's talked about in the past,
yes, I
and,
am.
and won't be bought off by inauguration checks
look at the
from
FTC.
Zuckerberg and Bezos,
listen,
a Melania documentary
We're
on
in
Amazon.
an imperial capital that the populist nationalist movement did not create, okay? This is an empire, exactly what the revolutionary generation and the framers and the founders of our nation warned us against, we evolved into. If the revolutionary generation of the framers came back to say they'd spit on the floor with how we've allowed this country to evolve. And so our movement is relatively young and having political power. But look at our Justice Department. Look at some of the commissioners we're putting on there. These people are almost as big of fire breathers as Rohit and Lena Khan. That's what I think is so shocking.
Is the personnel the real focus that you see?
Personnel's policy in this town, right? Particularly working. Go back and read. Look at what we're doing at Google, both in the courts in Northern Virginia and in D.C. You should definitely read the summary that the folks wrote. It's quite powerful, and I think it shows you the beginning of a framework of what I would call a populist nationalist idea about antitrust and about taking on these oligarchs.
Let me ask you, people don't think of you as this necessarily, but you were actually, in a manner of speaking, a two-time Trump official, because you served in the Trump FTC, And you had a long and glorious, what was it, like 7-day run as director of CFTV?
13.
13.
Yeah.
Oh, that's more than a Scaramucci. So you look, but you, in all seriousness, you've had, it seems to me, a variety of experiences with Trump and his policy impulses when it comes to antitrust and other things. I remember you were at FTC when they first went after Facebook. You did some cracking down on companies that had abused the Made in America label, I remember, that Republicans were against. But I believe Trump spoke out in favor of that. So you've seen all sides of the man. I mean, how serious do you think he is about pursuing an agenda that would really police big tech and stand up for little tech companies, a lot of whom don't think they really have a voice?
Well, I'm not his therapist or psychoanalyst, but I guess I'd say this. When you actually look at the people that were put on the Federal Trade Commission in 2018, most of them were voting with big pharma, big tech, those guys. Over time, you saw some shifts. We ended up voting out the Facebook complaint, 2 Democrats, 1 Republican, against 2 very pro-monopoly Republicans. So we'll see how it plays out. There are some warning signs. I have no idea why they would fire the 2 federal trade commissioners.
Is that a
it's like
positive
you don't
omen
even,
when you fire the Democrats from the...
Well, it's also like, why fire them? They're the ones who are also on board with going after some of this concentrated power, standing up for little companies, for little pharmacists, for little grocers, and the list goes on and on. I don't know what that was about, but I think this is now the question. Are we going to see a repeat of 2018, or is Steve going to be right that there's going to be some big changes?
See, I think that's an evolution of our party. I think we're getting more populist and more nationalist. Look, in 2016, we came out of nowhere to win. We've had it in those 4 years at Interregnum, President Trump, and you see the relationships he built and who he's put in. People should understand, I am banned on every platform. I'm banned in perpetuity on Facebook, on YouTube. Twitter, Spotify. I can go through every. I'm banned. The show is the #1 or #2 podcast in the country, essentially. You know, if you look at Pod Save America, we're generally in back of them. I'm banned everywhere. I was debanked after January, after President Trump went back to Mar-a-Lago. All my banks fired me. All my law firms fired me. I had big name law firms, all fired me. All my credit cards were canceled. I went to federal prison, right? I've seen the power of the state. And you know what I say to them? Go fuck yourself, right? We're going to, because you have to. Otherwise, they're out to crush you. Don't think I'm any different than any of you guys. You raise your head up against the apparatus, and they're going to do the exact same thing to you. This is why I think there's much more commonality. The potential fusion I think we do have is much deeper behind the scenes and much deeper as we get back to actually what is populist, what is economic nationalism, how do you defend the little guy, how you defend the entrepreneur, how do we get back to our entrepreneurial roots as a country, right? And it's a struggle, and we're not going to agree on everything culturally, we're not going to agree on everything politically, but when I look at the battlefield, I feel pretty good. I feel that there's a natural reaction to the Facebooks and to the Silicon Valley crowd and to the Wall Street crowd. So I think there's a great future for populism, how we define it, and economic nationalism.
Let's broaden the aperture a little bit beyond the U.S. Steve, you've been quite active in supporting populist right-wing causes, not just here, but across the globe and in Europe. Trump has 2 supporting populist politicians. In December, when he nominated Gail Slater, he said, quote, "Big tech has run wild for years, stifling competition in our most innovative sector." I think he posted that on Truth Social. Given that Europe is grappling with many of the same policy issues in regard to big tech, do you support and should Trump support the EU's efforts to crack down on big players like Apple and Google in an effort to open up markets overseas?
I do agree with trying to stop these people anywhere we can, because I think they've gotten too much power. I would like to see, instead of, you have 75 electric vehicle companies, but you have 1 search company, right? We should have 100 search companies. We should have, Facebook, we should have 100 alternatives. The only thing that holds me back about the Europeans is that there's no more corrupt system than the EU and what they do, right? It's still the monarchists, it's still the aristocracy, right, that most of our families, many generations ago came away from. This is why I so detest the established order in Europe. And I'm a big supporter of kind of these right-wing populist nationalists, which each one's different, right? And each one's got its own characteristics, as it should, in these countries. But we have a long fight over there. Look, it shouldn't be lost on anybody. They try to put Trump in prison for 300 years. Bolsonaro's on trial for his life. They're going to find him guilty in the show trial, and they'll put him in a prison. He's going to be assassinated, or they're going to attempt to assassinate him. And Le Pen, he's up by 20 points in the poll, and they're putting, Le Pen now has a 4-year prison sentence and can't run for re-election. That may all be worked out, but that is what this kind of judicial, what I call insurrection, is coming against the populist right, and we have to just power through it.
I don't think we should outsource anything to Europe, but I will say this, when they've been doing all their committees after their laws, the people who are actually going and using that process to challenge big gatekeepers from squelching them out are a lot of little American companies, because they want access to that market too. So I don't know, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't do our own work here. We should not allow Facebook's Libra currency scheme to come back again. We should not have these new types of dollars that big tech companies control and can wall everyone out of. We should be passing laws and doing work here in Washington in every single state. And there are so many issues where I think there's a lot of agreement. Child and teen privacy and exploitation of them, counterfeit goods and labeling. I mean, the list goes on, and the big tech companies have fought every single step of the way, and we should fight against that.
Okay. It's Liberation Day. I'm sure you all have heard. I'd love to get a preview from Steve, but what I really want to ask you about is, can the US and Europe effectively regulate tech companies at the same time that they're waging a trade war? Or will Trump wind up inadvertently helping big tech in an effort to jam the EU?
I think they're kind of two separate things. I think today, and I think in the Rose Garden at 4 o'clock we're going to find out, I'm not so sure a decision's been made. I mean, I'm for reciprocity, and I realize there's some legal issues with that, because I want to expose to the world how we've been taken advantage of by the political class in the United States, the globalists on Wall Street, with these trade relationships with people that we pay for their defense, that have hosed us for decade after decade after decade, and that all rolls down to the little guy. So I'm for reciprocity, and tough reciprocity. I don't think that may happen. I think there may be some tiered of 20% of some tiered system, which will be fine, and they'll use the emergency measures to implement that. But I think we have to think about and focus on bringing high value added manufacturing jobs back here to the United States, and not assembly jobs. The guys at Ford bitch and moan all the time, well, we manufacture all this and we're going to lose $1 billion. No, you don't. You assemble. We need to bring high value added manufacturing jobs back here to the United States of America. People say, well, we're manufacturing more than ever, and there's 400,000 unpaid. No, we assemble. We need to manufacture here. We need to rebuild the greatness of our industrial base, and we can do it. At the same time, we have to break up tech and give more access to capital entrepreneurs. We can do all that. This is none of this. The Republicans, when I first got into the politics here with Andrew Breitbart 12, 14 years ago, this kind of Austrian school of economics and all this, it was like they thought it was a natural property. They thought this was like the second law of thermodynamics. It's not. It's all human agency. We've proven this in this populist movement and getting people engaged and involved, the little guy who's engaged and involved now in politics. So we can do this, and we can build a system that's closer to the American plan that Alexander Hamilton and the great founders of our country set up in the 19th century, that we can recreate here and become an economic superpower again, a true economic superpower based upon people, not that, in the last 6 months, the top 1% have accreted another $4.5 trillion of wealth to themselves, more than gone to the bottom 50%. We have a capitalist system, or quote-unquote capitalist system, with no capitalist. And that's what we have to change. And we can change. All of this can be done. Don't think we have to take down the system. And to do that, you have to be relentless. You have to be prepared to be banned, to be debanked, to be shut out, and to go to prison. If you're not prepared to do that, you're not prepared to take on the system and win.
We're getting back to the question of Europe. Is Trump willing to let the EU crack down on American companies like Google, like Apple, or will he dig in his heels and want to retaliate?
Well, I don't think it's going to be retaliation against that. I think it's going to be retaliation against manufacturing and the German car companies and all that.
So you don't think that you don't think that bleeds over into tech policy?
To a degree, but I don't think
we'll
it'll be the driver.
see also the big ticket item is on China.
Yeah.
So right now you have a lot of the largest tech giants saying, you need to listen to us and favor us to compete with China. I think if anyone gets distracted by that argument, we are in trouble.
But here's the horrible thing of that argument. Their failure in being given the Faustian pact of allowing them to become oligarchs, they failed in social media. Clearly, they're not as good, and they failed in AI. They want to bail out at least $500 billion in the national labs to be turned over to them. They also put the gun to your head and say, hey, you can't regulate us now because you need national champions because the Chinese Communist Party has a fleet around Taiwan. That's a struggle we're going to have to go through, and we cannot agree to that. We can't agree to bailout. We can't agree to turning the national labs over to them, the weapons labs for AI, and we certainly can't genuflect, as you're so rightly pointing out, about the issue with the Chinese Communist Party.
Rohit, Democrats have been despondent by the results of the November election. With the exception of last night's victory in Wisconsin, it's been a pretty rough ride. A number of folks I talked to do see glimmers of hope on the antitrust front with the nomination of Gail Slater, other folks we've talked about. What are your thoughts? And Steve talked a lot about this idea of a populist cross-party alliance. What are your thoughts on that? How realistic do you think it is as you look ahead at the landscape over the next couple of years? And as somebody who's worked under Trump, who's clashed with Elon, who thinks a lot about the policy issues at the heart of all this. Are you hopeful? Are you despondent?
Well,
how should people think about this?
I mean, look, I'm happy that some of them are using the policy ideas developed by Lina Khan and others who really came and started and lit a match on all of this. And if that is leading others to change, good. I just want to go back to, I still think it comes down to, you saw anger across the board after the Wall Street bailouts. Occupy Wall Street, Tea Party, the whole thing. Most people, yesterday in Congress, every single Republican except 9 of them voted to raise overdraft fees for people. There is maybe going to be agreement on certain places, but right now, those big oligarchs and big corporate royalty are still calling the shots in Washington.
Do you disagree with that?
No, they own this city. If you try to go after them legally, you can't get a law firm because they hire the law firms. They have all the lobbyists. They have tremendous power in Capitol Hill. That's why our movement is in its very early stages. And with President Trump at the top of the ticket, we can win national elections. As it proved last night, since we have low propensity voters, we built those low propensity voters. I'm the first to admit we have a tough time otherwise, and we have to build an apparatus that can do that. But it's going to come from, I think it was only one in the Senate, Josh Hawley, I think is the only person that voted, only Republican. So we have a ton of work to do. I'm not sure so many of the elected officials in the House or the Senate are populist economic nationalists. We're still run in a neoliberal, neocon mentality. But I believe, and if you look at Stoller, you look at yourself, Lina Khan, I believe, since I would posit the Democratic Party in the official apparatus of it abandoned you guys who had some great ideas that we as populist nationalists are getting a whole team to hopefully implement at least some of them, that there's much more. That fusion, to me, is more important than the fusion with the big tech bros. But we have to deal with political reality as we have it right now. But our party is only going to become more working class and more middle class. And I think that'll tend to the fusion.
Our time is ticking down, but Trump also got rid of populists like Rohit. So Rohit, Steve's talked a lot about the positive idea of an alliance, but just as a last question, what's the worst case scenario for you? What do you stay up at night worrying about? Note that we only have 90 seconds.
Well, To me, I'm not crying and despondent. All of us are working on how we figure out how to reclaim power and to actually make sure that this economy is working. And I think that we'll see if anyone in this administration will do it. I'm going to be watching on big mergers like Capital One Discover. I'm going to be watching, like Steve is saying, the Google case, Facebook case. There's some places where I'm going to be watching really closely to see. But I really hope that this is the status quo is so broken and just we need to move and turn the page.
You know, Jake Sherman said yesterday, because I've been a huge proponent of this tax extension of the taxes, that given where we are with cuts that have to be made or just not going to be made, given the financial situation of having to refinance all this debt and what the burden is putting on working class and middle class people, that I don't see any scenario that we can extend the tax cuts for the upper bracket. It can't happen. And Jay Sherman went around yesterday, and I love Jake Sherman, I think he's fantastic. He said he couldn't find one representative in the Republican
Well, not only
side.
that, they laughed at the idea.
They laughed at the idea. Chip Roy came on War Room this morning and absolutely agreed with me and says behind the scenes there are a lot of people. The litmus test for me early on, besides all the great work the guys at Justice Department are doing on Google and other things like that and the FTC, is this tax situation. If the wealthy are not prepared to help us get control of spending, particularly defense spending, and actually align defense spending with our hemispheric defense that President Trump has laid out, the defense budget has to be cut. And I say this as a guy that spent 8 years as a naval officer. My daughter went to West Point. I'm not a dove. The defense budget's out of control. It has to be cut, right, before you touch anything else. And we have to raise taxes. We cannot extend the tax cuts for the wealthy. Their taxes have to increase.
All right. On that note, let's wrap it up. Thank you both. Thank you guys for listening.
Might as well just hook yours up. Okay. So please give a warm welcome to Trevor McKendrick. He's the Chief Executive Officer and founder of SACE. Trevor McKendrick, SACE is a fintech company offering banking services for Spanish-speaking individuals in the U.S. Prior to SACE, he was Chief of Staff at the Lambda School and founder of Salem Software, which created popular Spanish language Bible study app. Fluent in Spanish, McKendrick holds degrees in accounting from Brigham Young University and is dedicated to addressing the financial needs of Spanish-speaking immigrants. He also shares his entrepreneurial insights through his newsletter, How It Actually Works, one of our most exciting founders at Y Combinator. Thank you for being here, Trevor. Please give it up.
Thank you for having me. Nothing like going after two of the most feared men in Washington, D.C. Today I'm here to talk about the Zel cartel. If you haven't heard about it, it's a thing that went down literally yesterday. And I'm here to talk about how it prevents competition, especially with fintechs and some of the smaller banks in the United States. My founder demo is going to be about anti-competitive behavior today. Thank you for that. And one of the things that people don't realize is that Zel is owned by the largest 7 American banks in the United States, and I'm going to talk a little bit about that too. Before I get into it, quick introduction. I'm the CEO of SACE. We do financial products in Spanish for U.S. Spanish speakers. No, I am not Hispanic, but I did live in Mexico for a long time and founded another Spanish-speaking company before this. And our website is all in Spanish, but I'll translate for you. We offer debit cards, credit cards for Hispanic immigrants the first day they get into the United States. They can start building their credit score, get their first checking account. It's very easy to do it with us. And we have over 500,000 customers. spending more than $400 million a year on their SACE debit cards and credit cards, and over $2 billion in annual transaction volume. But enough about us. Let's talk about the Zel cartel. So, for those that don't know, Zel lets you send instant payments between banks. This doesn't sound like a novel thing, but in the United States financial infrastructure, this is a big deal that doesn't really exist too much outside of Zel. And crucially, Zel is owned by the largest 7 American banks: Wells Fargo, PNC, Capital One, Chase, US Bank, Bank of America, and Truist. They set Zel up intentionally to compete with the companies like Cash App and Venmo when those companies started to get traction. And it is the biggest instant payment network, which I think is underappreciated. So you've all used Venmo, you've all used Cash App, you might have heard of RTP, you might have heard of FedNow that launched in the last couple of years. All of the volume of those 4 networks combined is less than the transaction volume that Zel puts through their system every year. So Zel last year did over $1 trillion in transaction volume. And the way that this used to work until yesterday was that any fintech and any bank in the United States could participate in the Zel system via their standalone app. So SACE's customers, for example, take their SACE debit card, throw it into the Zel app, and then they're in the Zel network. And they can send people to anyone else that's on Zel. So what happened yesterday? Zel shut down this app literally yesterday, April 1st. You can Google it. There's tons of news about this. But they shut this thing down. And this matters a lot because they control who is on the network. Zel is saying no fintech can now be on the Zel network. No fintech. Chime, Mercury, the Cash App, the biggest institutions that you would think would be a part of the most widely used peer-to-peer network in the United States can no longer be on Zel. And it's not just fintechs, it's also small banks. Banks have to pay a ton of money to be on the Zel network, and that's all controlled and all determined by the owners of these banks. The 7 largest banks determine how much do you have to pay to be on Zel, and they determine who can be on the Zel network. Why does this matter? The United States needs an instant payment network that can go between banks. It does not have that today, and it needs to be something that is open that anyone can join. There's examples of this in other countries that have done very well. Brazil and India have their systems doing almost $5 trillion in transaction volume. This is a thing that has been implemented in other places, and the United States does not yet have one. We've tried. FedNow hasn't seen any adoption, and RTP has stopped growing. But we kind of do. We have Zel. Zel is the largest piece of infrastructure that does peer-to-peer payments today. It is the most widely used. It is the most frequently accessed by people across all socioeconomic levels. And in my opinion, Zel is now, at this point, a public good. Why do we keep trying to invest into FedNow and to RTP and these other networks to build this public infrastructure when we already have it? The 7 largest banks own this network. The companies, the banks that pay to be on the network have to pay into those big banks. We could do things differently. We could lower the pricing. We can make it open to everybody, and we would have what we've been trying to create for over 15 years now with RTP and FedNow. So Zel should be available to all financial institutions at fair prices, including fintechs. Thank you very much.
We will now begin a short lunch break. We'll see you back here in about 25 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you could make your way back, we're about to resume our program. Please make your way back to the seats. Thank you.
I'll join you. Oh, Eric, good to see you. Yeah, good to see you. Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. Yeah, all right. Wait a sec. Where'd my view slide go? There it is. If you'll please come in and take your seats. We're about to begin with the European Executive Vice President. Please come in and take your seats. think I'm just going to run out there.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program is about to begin. Thank you.
Please come inside. The Executive Vice President's about to have her fireside chat. In the meantime, we have our next founder talk from Matt Bolos. He leads policy and safety at Imbue, where he shapes the responsible development of AI coding tools that democratize software creation. His work at Imbue focuses on ensuring AI benefits are distributed fairly across society. With combined expertise as both a lawyer and a computer scientist, Matt founded Canada's first autonomous online legal service and is a Y Combinator alum from Winter 21. Please give it up for Matt.
Actually, we just leave this, yeah. Okay. Raise your hands if you know what an AI agent is. Okay. Keep your hands up if you're excited about AI agents. Okay. Hands down. Now, raise your hand only if you would share your most personal information, financial, medical, whatever, with an AI agent that was made by Google or Meta. Okay, we have one hand. A man with nothing to hide. Okay, your mom calls. You love your mom. But it's not a happy phone call. She's got medical results that are not good. It means that there are going to be more visits to doctors, tests, just the rides, managing the medications, keeping her on track. You, remember, you love your mother, so you are going to help with all of this. But it's going to be a lot of work. You also remember that you know how to code. And a lot of these things are simple coordination problems. You're going to write the software, and you'll be able to figure out calendars, arrange an appointment. This is great. So you start writing code. And every time you think you've solved the problem, you bump up against the same wall. The medical record system won't let you access the system programmatically. You've got to log in as a person, as your mom. You go look at the terms of use, and legally, even if you could get around that, they're saying that you can't. You try this again for rideshare. You try this again for every system. And you realize it doesn't matter that you can actually solve this problem programmatically. And so you just go back to doing things the old-fashioned way. If I leave you with only one thing today, I want it to be that this is nuts. This is not how it should be. AI agents are here, and they're incredibly powerful, and they can do a lot of things. But unless they can actually be used in our digital lives in a meaningful way, we're going to squander their power. So we all know Siri. It's janky. It's fun to make fun of. But I want you to think about Instagram and the Instagram feed, because that is an AI agent. It works on its own. It takes orders. They just don't happen to be your orders. And so if we dig into it, right, it has access to all of your pictures, all of your friends. It keeps track of everything that you do. And it is committed, heart and soul, to keeping you addicted. That does not make any sense. That's not the point of this sort of power. And so what does it mean when that becomes yours? The second thing that I want to leave you with is that a better future is possible. At Imbue, we build agents that you can control. Our systems allow you to create your own software. So the idea here is that we have this paradigm of what an agent is, where that agent is something somebody has built to go solve a problem for you. Instead, what we are saying is, what if we could just create the software for you that will go solve the problem that you have, instead of depending on somebody else having come up with that idea beforehand? And this allows you then to create software, to remix it, to share it. And another digital world starts to become possible, because you can just imagine anything that you want, and you can build that. And when that sort of capability and power is available to everyone, the digital world starts to look completely different. From personal use to enterprise, it's wide open. We're not depending on others to build for us when we can build for ourselves. But the third thing that I want to leave you with is that this future is not guaranteed. At Imbue, the thing we're building is very powerful. That does not keep me up at night. But the thing that does keep me up at night is whether or not the platforms are going to cut off the access that we need to our digital lives in order to actually capture that power. That means LinkedIn not letting you pull the profile of the person you're about to meet. It means Google Flights not allowing your agent to build a complex itinerary for you. It means your medical record system not allowing you to pull the details on your calendar so that you can actually plan your day around the thing. And when you do have that appointment, it means that Waymo, Lyft, Uber are not allowing your agent to be able to price shop for you to be able to figure out how you're actually going to get to that appointment. So it's worth remembering that being a monopoly is great for business. It's a stranglehold. You have the whole market. But it's also market failure. And so the thing that we need to understand are what are the consequences of that market failure and what can we do instead? Because when these systems, they surveil us, they censor us, they limit our choices. And because of the hold that they have, we don't have available alternatives. In the face of all of these things, we have been helpless. And so we need to do something that's much richer. AI agents let us start to change that, but if the walled gardens stay up, we're not going to be able to take down this structure. Fourth, the single most powerful thing that we can do is to establish rights of interoperability and access. Because when we do that, our agents, our tools can start to reimagine and rebuild our digital world. We don't want onerous regulation. That's just going to lead to another form of capture. But if you do give people control and protection over their data and over their digital lives, the thing that's going to happen, first of all, is that it's just going to be a new way of interacting with the existing digital ecosystem. But the thing that's going to follow from that is that we're going to be able to invent new interfaces, new products, and new ecosystems, and that this old world that limited us, these walled gardens, they're not necessary anymore. They're only necessary today because we don't have something else. So we now have an opportunity to imagine a totally different digital future, and that's something actually worth fighting for. So that's it, folks. I want you to know that at Imbue, we're thinking really deeply, not just about what does it mean to build these technologies, but what does a world need to look like to actually be able to foster this dream and this vision. And my ask to you is that as you think about what you want that world to look like, if you want to join the work that we're doing, come find me. I'd love to talk to you. Thank you.
Very excited for this conversation, and we are so honored to have Executive Vice President Teresa Ribera join us. I may be wrong, but I believe this might be her first U.S. Event. And of course, you know, the competition policy in Europe is something that Y Combinator closely watches. We recently sent a letter to the White House urging President Trump to essentially not retaliate against the Digital Markets Act, because we believe it's been really important in terms of oxygenating markets and creating more opportunity for founders by increasing interoperability, reducing self-preferencing, principles that Gary talked about a lot yesterday in his Senate testimony. I'm so honored to introduce Melissa and the Executive Vice President. I'll start with Melissa. She is the managing partner of Cohen & Gresser's Washington, D.C. office. Melissa Maxman, also a dear friend. She leads the firm's antitrust and competition practice and has decades of litigation experience at both the trial and appellate levels, primarily in areas of antitrust, complex commercial disputes, and white-collar defense. She has extensive experience advocating for domestic and foreign corporations on global antitrust issues, and she's been recognized by the Legal 500's U.S. Guide in Antitrust, Civil Litigation Class Actions Defense category, and Chambers USA in the Antitrust Litigation Specialist category by the Law Dragon 500 Leading Global Antitrust and Competition Lawyers Guide. She currently represents non-party witnesses DuckDuckGo in the U.S. v. Google litigation and a non-party witness SeatGeek in the U.S. First Live Nation and Ticketmaster. So she's going to be leading a conversation with Teresa Ribera, who's the Executive Vice President for a Clean, Just, and Competitive Transition at the European Commission. She's driving Europe's goals under the European Green Deal. She oversees the Clean Industrial Deal, supports investment in clean tech, and ensures the decarbonization of the economy. Commissioner Rivera also leads efforts to reduce energy prices and fossil fuel dependency and invest in clean energy infrastructure while addressing energy poverty. Thank you very much, and please, thank you for being here, Executive Vice President. Please give them a warm welcome.
Thank you. So, Madam Executive Vice President, it's such an honor for me to interview you, as I said before. I want to focus first on the Digital Markets Act, the DMA. As Luther said, I happen to represent DuckDuckGo. Are my clients here? I guess not. We rely on the DMA quite a bit. And midway through your predecessor, Commissioner Vestager's term, she was asked, what was her biggest regret? And she said, not taking bold enough action under the DMA. And I am going to ask you, what is your attitude towards bold action under the DMA?
Oh, thank you for the question and thank you for the invitation. I'm a little bit, each one has her own profile. So I'm a little bit more like the type of transatlantic partnership that the previous picture was showing. Legal from Denmark being combined with your little tech. So these two pictures of the two of us working together. It's a small joke, but it is important. I think that the reason why we need to take bold action under the DMA is because we think that as responsible for these public functions, we need to be sure that opportunities for innovation, for new startups, for new people challenging the incumbents count on room, so to perform, but also can count on an administration, different administrations that cooperate to ensure that this may happen. And probably she did what she had to do. I think that she was very modest and humble when saying that, because it was under her leadership that the DMA was adopted. And it is not so easy to figure out how we combine the type of governance, the type of powers, the type of the do's and don'ts that the different companies and the criteria to identify the gatekeepers. Now we think that it is easy or we don't like or whatever, but it was not so easy to have this there. So I think that she was brave. I'm going to be brave, of course, I'm going to be brave. I'm bound by the law. I think that it is good to provide this sense of reliability and commitment to the defense of different users, but also to the creation of a space for innovation and new people entering into this market.
Thank you. Let's get granular. Let's turn to what areas we may see your boldness in action. And I want to start off by noting that your title has changed. Commissioner Vestager was the Commissioner of Competition. Your title is the Executive Vice President of Environmental Justice and Competition Transition. How will your enforcement approach differ, and will you take more aggressive steps, such as structural remedies or swift reform actions to achieve your goals?
I guess that today's world is a very different world from the one that we experienced 10 years ago. We are speaking about market forces that already exist. I cannot figure out how a company that intends to be successful, long-lasting, successful company cannot take into consideration the impact on the society of what they produce and the demands of the society to count on good product services, but also to pay attention on the welfare of the society, or the fact that, well, there are limited resources. So if there are limited resources and the whole world intends to increase the quality of life, it is quite wise to think about green, environment, climate, all those things that seem to be quite revolutionary, but that are not revolutionary, are just common sense data and reason. So when we take into consideration the different market forces to assess any individual case, including those happening under the different markets, these are references that need to be taken into account, as well as the different time scales in terms of identifying how productive, effective, or anti-competition any behavior may be. And somehow this is reflected in the title of my mission. So yes, I deal with competition policies. In my mission letter says that I need to be sure that we can put in place an evolution of the way we implement the competition tools to be ready to defend the rights of the consumers, to ensure a level playing field, a well-functioning open economy, to improve transparency and dedication. And this is what we intend to do.
I take it from your remarks that you don't believe that bold enforcement of the DMA is contrary to any of those things. And I'd like to compare that with the signals you're getting right now from the United States. Do you interpret the omission of the DMA and Vice President Vance's AI speech in Paris and the U.S.'s restraint on criticizing the DMA as a positive sign? I mean, are you seeing any common ground emerge with Washington on reining in big tech?
I know what the European consumers think and say. I know that they think that this is very useful things that they can use. The digital world helps to improve the quality of their products, the way they relate to the others, and the capacity to keep on improving their own business as users, or the services they can provide if they are providing services in the digital context. But they also would like to count on an administration that pays attention to ensure a level playing field, fairness in the way they can accept these services without putting at risk, I don't know, privacy, different rights, the possibility to choose between different providers, suppliers, and so on. So we had a difficulty to identify how we could enter into that. And when this conversation started a long time ago, during the Trump 1 administration, it was already clear that this type of feelings, sentiments, expectations were very present in the American society too. So we thought that it was good to learn from each other, to identify how each of us could protect the consumers through the regulation and the strong enforcement of the regulation. And that's what we have been doing along these years. More than 300 million Europeans to rely on Google or rely on Meta for any type of provision of services or access to many different aspects of their day-to-day life. So these 300 million people expect from their administration to protect their rights. When implementing the DMA, we also opened the space for small, very valuable digital companies, many of them coming from the US that identify that they can work and develop their own products, and that the consumers may identify their products as more preferable products than the products being provided by traditional incumbents. So I think that there may be some misunderstandings, because in fact it is not against anyone. It is to protect the rights of our citizens, the same way it could be the right or the way to protect the rights of the American citizens and the American companies. And I guess that this is something that if it has been somehow misinterpreted, should be clarified. But it's so good to count on American companies developing this business to perform so well, to have new challenges contesting the existing ones, providing new services. It's exciting. I think it is thrilling. I think it is great news. But I guess that I have to ensure that my children may challenge their parents, their mom, in case they find ways to solve the problems in a better way. So the same for the digital world.
Well, picking up on that, leveling the playing field for startups. I know there are many people in here which want you to elaborate on that a little bit. How do you plan to ensure your policies help startups and scale-ups compete rather than inadvertently burden them? In other words, can measures like the DMA really empower the next generation of startups, which I think all of our children are getting involved with?
My impression is that this has already started with the application of the DMA and the DSA. The way we try to provide guidelines on how to ensure interoperability between the different players, the way we ask to open space for new services using the existing platforms, the way we ask for transparency on how it works helps to identify room for these startups. And in fact, we see a trend where smaller companies get a bigger share just because this culture of compliance, this culture of common learning, the learning curve to identify how we can apply this new regulation offers an opportunity to rebalance a little bit the share of the market of these existing big players, and provides room for the new ones or the smaller ones entering into the market. And I think that this is good. It is quite appreciated by consumers, as I said, but I think that it is rapidly identified by these smaller companies, so to make their offer to the general public and to get additional room to develop their own business case and the capacity to innovate and to perform in a different way, in many occasions, to compete on a very fair basis and get better results. So that's what all of this is about since the very beginning.
I want to pick up on a theme that I see is running through all of your answers, and it's that tension, the balance between regulation and innovation, which we all struggle with all over the world. And how do you view this balance in your new role, or not so new anymore, sorry? And can Europe be a global regulator and a tech innovator? What are your views on the regulatory safeguards and how they can coexist with an environment where startups can flourish?
To me, good regulation is a very relevant basis, a very relevant ground to ensure innovation. It is not the only factor. Of course, you need to count on educated communities that are motivated, engaged, and have the capacity to perform better, that have the appetite to improve the quality of whatever product, service, or thing being demanded by the society. But I think that good regulation helps into this. If the regulation is chaotic, inconsistent, incoherent, if it is a kind of, Wild West where the most powerful and aggressive attitude gets the whole market, it could be very difficult to ensure that there is an open space for innovators. So I think that we need to do, and this is not new, this has happened during decades in different fields and different sectors. What it is new is that we are entering into this digital era with a different view, a different manner to behave, a different manner to ensure proper governance, and we are learning to do so. This is why the value of the DMA and the DSA and the role of the European Union as frontrunners in this approach, to me, is courageous, coming back to my predecessor, Margaret Vestager, but it has also been a source of inspiration in many different geographies, many different countries. And what we think is that deepening the cooperation between the national administrations and forces of the competition law is key, because we all are learning in this new world how we can improve the quality. I mean, now we could not think of a sector where the national competition authority could have allowed to do whatever. Any industrial sector, no industrial sector could have been playing his cards, her cards in such a way. And I think that we find it quite natural, and this should be the case also for the digital one.
I can't say I disagree. Let's dig down a little bit more specifically, since we're at the Little Tech Competition Summit. I want to talk about interoperability and technical challenges, which is a struggle for courts in Europe, courts in the United States. How do you plan to ensure effective implementation? Can you encourage or compel companies to open up to competitors in a way that is seamless and safe? In other words, what's your approach to overseeing the technical obligations?
Yes, well, it's technically, of course, it is complicated when we think about an administration trying to figure out and to follow how this can be implemented in such a way that it is sound, both for the company but for the users, and respects the privacy and of the data and so on. It requires the support of technical people within the administration or external support, but being connected with the administration to count on the right information and the right way forward, not to make any mistake. At the very same time, I think that this is feasible. It's not that because it is difficult we are not going to do it. We need to pay attention to all the cybersecurity concerns that there may be around, or the privacy, the protection of the private data, as I said. But I think that it is important to ensure this interoperability, because at the end it is the bridge to ensure that there may be a capacity to move and to provide more space for new players, and to avoid a bubble restricted on itself with no capacity to open to new developments. And this is by definition, and I insist on this, by definition, one of the goals of the DMA. And in certain cases, we may find some companies where, by definition, things should be non-interoperable. So it may be inevitable to have a clash on this.
In the couple of minutes we have left, let me talk about, you're at the beginning of your 5-year, at least your first 5-year term. How will you measure success in your management of the regulations of the DMA? What indicators will tell you that Europe's digital competition policy is working?
I like biodiversity, you know. I come from the green world, and I like biodiversity. And here it's more or less the same thing. A rich, biodiverse, digital, safe future that works well in a peaceful manner, so with not so many clashes around, and that provides room for innovators to innovate. I think that we will we will be witnessing in the years to come to what extent we are able to draw all the benefits of this new legislation, regulation, and to what extent it is a way to manage in a much more friendly, common way the challenges that the users at one side or the other side of the Atlantic identify as relevant pieces to keep on succeeding.
And if you see that the outcomes are not materializing as you'd like them to be, are you prepared to adjust course?
To what?
Adjust your course. Change how you're implementing.
No, but I think that this is the beginning of a new era, and we are learning. So it's not that I am prepared or I'm not prepared. I'm sure that we need to adjust course because none of us knows very well how things may evolve, and we may find something absolutely unexpected that brings us to a new paradigm which is fantastic, that does not fit for purpose. Or it can be the other way around, that we identify loopholes that deserve further attention in order to improve the quality of the job and the products that are being provided to the market. So I think that we need to be humble, to be transparent, to learn, and to adjust in order to improve. Not in order to go back, but in order to improve.
I think your openness to adjusting as we embark on this new era shows that you absolutely have the temperament to succeed.
So, but I want something, because I see the signals coming from the audience.
Okay.
I want a picture with that other picture in the screen, that you and me in the scene with the picture. I found we were beautifully represented in those.
I think so.
small-
I want one too. Luther, what are we going to do about that?
Can we put the picture, please? And then I promise I leave.
Oh, there we are. I'm going to put it up in my office if
Oh.
you'll put it up in yours. Thank you so much.
I'm really excited to welcome to the stage Leah Nyland and Tim Sweeney. Leah Nyland, insofar as this is the second annual Remedy Fest, Leah joins us again as a moderator of a panel. Obviously, we're on a bigger scale now, but Leah is the matriarch of antitrust coverage in the U.S. And maybe globally. Just absolutely top of the game, and we're so honored to have Leah. She's at Bloomberg News. She covers regulatory legal developments affecting major corporations and markets. She's got a deep understanding of competition law and has worked on high-profile cases, including tech giants and governmental regulators. Her works appeared in Politico, MLAX, and other leading publications, making her a respected voice in the field of antitrust journalism. That's an understatement. And then we're very honored to have Mr. Tim Sweeney here. Tim Sweeney is the founder and CEO of Epic Games, leading video game and software development company known for Fortnite and the Unreal Engine. He founded Epic in 1991 and has overseen its growth into a major player in the gaming industry, pioneering advancements in game development technology and digital distribution. Under his leadership, Epic has expanded its influence through the Epic Games Store and strategic partnerships. Please give it up for Tim and Leah.
I'm not really sure how I feel about being a matriarch, but you are the founder and CEO of Epic Games, and one of the things that you guys have been pretty well known for over the past couple of years is taking on Google and Apple. I wonder if you could tell us a little bit about why you decided to sort of start that fight.
Yeah, well, they've distorted the American business landscape into something that's almost unrecognizable. You know, my first experience as a programmer was with an Apple II. Yeah, you buy this computer, you turn it on, and the first thing that comes up is a programming prompt. Anybody can write code. You don't need to join a developer program and pay some annual fee for the ability to write basic code. You can then save your program to a floppy disk. You could share it with any friend. You could sell it in a store. You could publish it on a bulletin board online. Everybody had complete freedom to do business together, and that, for the following 25 years in that era, the entire global software industry formed and was an incredibly competitive and robust business. When Apple came out with the iPhone, they totally shut that down. They blocked all competing stores and competing payment processors and imposed junk fees on the platform, taking 30% of all transactions. Seemed like a low fee in 2008 or so, but now it's by far the majority of profit being made by all digital apps. Apple makes more profit from every app than the developers of the apps themselves make. It's just unjust, and it's broken the software economy completely to the point where it's not just Apple taxing revenue of other companies, it's deciding who's allowed to compete with them and how. We built an awesome PC game store that competes with the Steam game store and the Microsoft game store and the good old game store on PC. Apple blocks it on iPhone. We're not allowed to compete with Apple to have a software store on iOS. And they bar large categories of competitors from competing. They blocked game emulators until Europe forced them to open up. They block AI assistants from performing functions nearly as well integrated as Siri. They block competing web browser engines so that web browsers remain crappy and are forced to use the Safari engine, which is intentionally limited in order to stifle the viability of web as a competitor to native apps. So there's this vast gamut of anti-competitive practices Apple imposes there. And in fighting them, I very much wanted to show the world what was really happening. We didn't just file a court case. We went out and we defied Apple's rules, and we defied Google's rules, and we launched a direct payment system into our app, enabling Fortnite players to buy directly from us and save 20%, or buy from Apple and pay the regular price. Apple blocked us from that. We filed our antitrust case against both Apple and Google simultaneously, and we've been fighting ever since. And we're not going to stop until companies like us are free to compete again everywhere in the world. It's just been very disappointing. What used to be a really visionary, respectable industry in the United States has turned into some sort of gangster movie where companies are openly breaking the law. Their law firms are openly breaking the law, and they realize that because they have such tight relationships with the government, that they think they can get away with it forever, and occasionally pay some fines here and there rather than being forced to open up and allow competition. We see this as an existential threat to not only our business, but to the entire developer ecosystem we serve. We're not just a game maker making Fortnite. We also make the Unreal Engine and a lot of other tools for other developers. And we think one of the major reasons the game industry is burning down right now with so many distressed companies and layoffs is because of the monopolization of app distribution.
When you started this fight back in 2020, did you imagine that this is where you would be in 2025? It would still be going on?
I had higher hopes that the courts would recognize and more speedily deal with the abusive practices of Apple and Google. One of the first things we did when we filed the Epic versus Apple and Epic versus Google cases, we sought a preliminary injunction to stop Apple and Google from blocking Fortnite from competing and to stop them from blocking our payment processing service. We'd hoped that there would be a path to immediate relief. That was denied. And the assumption at the time, I think you might have a very different decision being made today if the case were litigated today, but the decision in 2020 was that they are the incumbent and they're presumed to be right, and they'll just keep getting away with the scheme until the court absolutely forces them not to. And so we won one of the major, we lost our Sherman antitrust case against Apple, which was very unfortunate. Again, if we knew what we knew now and the court knew what the court knows now, it might have gone very differently. But Apple got away with massive discovery abuse, massive fake privilege abuse, and this wasn't caught until well after the case. But the result is it's just been justice delayed for 5 years now. Finally, the one bright spot here has been the European Union passed the Digital Markets Act and forced Apple and Google to allow competing stores. And so we launched the Epic Games Store in Europe successfully on iOS. We launched Fortnite back on iOS in Europe. But now Apple and Google are still getting away with blocking us from competing with them in the rest of the world.
Yeah, I was gonna go here next. You know, you mentioned a little bit that Europe has imposed some rules on app stores. Can you tell us a little bit, what has been your experience with how Apple and Google have been complying with the DMA?
Well, their strategy is malicious compliance. They think that they can use their political clout to scare Europe away from imposing large fees on them. And then with no threat of fees, of fines at the scale of billions of dollars, they can get away with years and years of malicious compliance. So Europe told Apple they had to open up iPhone to competing stores. They did that to give them some credit, but then they introduced so many obstructions that no store can really compete with them. They introduced scare screens where you have to click through a Byzantine, like Apple, they're the best user interface design company in the world. They design awesome, easy to use user interfaces. And they built the world's worst user interface for allowing the Epic Games Store to be installed. And so it's intentional that they did it that way. And they tell you that they can't protect users and our software might be insecure, and Google and Apple both do these things. And then they impose fees for developers who want to sell outside of the App Store. It's like, if you want to sell in another store, you not only have to pay junk fees on your sales through that store, you also get a worse deal from the Apple App Store by relinquishing exclusivity. And so, it's just textbook malicious compliance. I expect that the European Union will come down and give them some much clearer guidance on what they need to do. But I think that is likely to just start the next round of malicious compliance. Because unless Apple is really facing the prospect of fines that are much larger than the revenue lost by relinquishing their anti-competitive practices, they'll keep doing the crime, because crime has paid for them so far. And this is the problem in America and the problem in the world. Crime pays for big tech companies because they are getting away with it. Their law firms are getting away with it, and obviously we shouldn't expect that to change until enforcement becomes much more vigorous.
So you all have now launched the Epic Games Store, not just in Europe, but in the UK, Brazil, and Japan. Has the experience in some of those other places been different than in Europe?
Oh, well, so let's see. So we've launched Epic Games Store on Android. It's been on PC and Mac for 7 years now. We launched it on Android worldwide, and it's available, and anybody can install it on their phone. But Google, has a flow of some 17 or 18 screens to try to scare the user away from installing our software. They tell the user that Epic Games Store is from an unknown source, and it might harm your device. Like, Google knows who we are. I'm pretty sure. And they know our software won't harm the user's device. But they pop up these misleading warnings in order to disincentivize users and disincentivize competition. Just textbook self-preferencing, but they're getting away with it. And 50 to 60% of users drop off from our website when they go to install our software. 50% of them are scared away because Google has scared them. The 50% of people who do succeed in installing our store have it on their device and it works, and they can get it Fortnite and play. Epic Games Store is launched on iOS in Europe, Europe only. Everywhere else, Apple is still blocking it. And again, the drop-off for installation is 50 to 60% because of the friction and the scare screens. But for users who get it on their device, it works. We have a growing base of Fortnite players who are returning.
Have you guys been able to persuade any other companies to put their apps in your store?
Well, we're seeing two different tracks. On Android, Google does so much work marketing Android as an open platform. Behind the scenes, they're undermining it. Developers have been generally willing to put their apps in the Epic Games Store for Android. So we have a couple dozen games now. And we have a whole lot more coming. And by the end of this year, the Epic Games Store will enable developers to just submit their games, and we'll have an unlimited size catalog that will just keep growing. Hopefully tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of apps by the end of next year. On iOS, the story is different because Apple not only adds barriers to shipping on competing stores on iOS, they actually make the App Store deal dramatically worse for developers who ship their apps through the Epic Games Store. Instead of Apple collecting 30%, they collect a nominally lower fee, but then they collect an annual junk fee of 50 cents per user per year. Unless your app is enormously high grossing per user, any free-to-play game is largely dissuaded from that. So almost no developers have been willing to put their, no major developers of major games have been willing to put those games on our store on iOS. It's too expensive for them. Apple would bankrupt them if they did that. But we have gotten a few back catalog games that were big in the past that kind of faded out and are now coming back to the Epic Games Store, and we're launching there. And hopefully after, if Europe clarifies the DMA and says Apple is not allowed to impose these junk fees, then hopefully we'll see the floodgates start to open.
I saw another interview in which you said that you guys have spent billions of dollars on both the legal fees and sort of developing the Epic Games Store. Do you think that it was worth the money?
Well, I think yes, I think it's essential. If developers like us, Epic Games and the Y Combinator companies and other independents in the world hope to become major successful companies and forces of nature in the tech industry, we must be free to compete. Right now we're all vassals in a feudal system that's controlled by Apple and Google. Really sucks to admit this, but it's the truth. We are second-class citizens in a world that they control. And we'll never be able to reinvest as the big tech companies do if they're able to take the far majority of our profits off of the top line through these 30% fees. This is a competitive business. Nobody makes a 30% profit margin with a major app at scale. And so Apple's 30% fee is the large majority of the profits. And they force us to, in order to pay those fees, they force us to raise the price of our apps and our microtransactions above their natural level, which suppresses demand and causes countervailing forces against our business. I think the entire U.S. tech economy would be vastly more vibrant, competitive, and open to startups than it is now if this regime were completely undone, as the Sherman Antitrust Acts were intended to do.
So we talked a little bit about things in other countries, but what would you like to see happen here in the U.S., either with the agencies or legislation?
Well, I think America needs to take this very seriously. Our tech industry is being crushed by Apple, Google, at the center of this all. And other parts of the industry being crushed by other monopolists, but this is the core problem with apps. I think both the existing antitrust laws need to be enforced as broadly and robustly as possible, and recognizing that Apple and Google will engage in massive scale malicious compliance and obstruction, and that their big law firms are unshackled by what used to be the ethical duties of lawyers, that they need to be willing to take a very hard line on that in the way the Sherman Antitrust Act was originally enforced. Talking about breakups, the potential of criminal enforcement actions and actions against individuals making decisions as well as the companies themselves. I took a position against that for a very long time. I thought that when Apple and Google were compelled to obey the law that they would, but we see now that that is very much not the case, and that they're not going to stop until they're forced. So I think law enforcement needs to take on an entirely new tone if these companies don't get speedily in line with the requirements of law. I think regulation is also incredibly important. Apple and Google are masters at making bogus security arguments and using lobbyists to gaslight influenceable people in Congress to buy into their arguments they know aren't real, but are overcoming with donations. I think we need very, very clear legislation, such as the Open Apps Market Act, saying that digital platforms cannot monopolize distribution. They cannot disadvantage competing distribution sources. They cannot disadvantage competing web browsers or web browser engines. And they cannot shut down or disadvantage any of the vectors that competitors need to use to compete broadly across the entire platform. So the Open Apps Market Act solves the app part of that problem, but it only solves it as in its current form in the United States. You've come to realize that Apple and Google kind of want every country, all of the more than 100 countries around the world with app economies, to have to go off and do their own antitrust enforcement and litigation and force each one to play out their malicious compliance strategy in detail before they comply, calculating that they can probably delay this another 5 or 10 years and continue collecting the monopoly rents if they don't. I think that needs to be shut down by the United States. And if the United States doesn't solve this problem worldwide for these US gatekeepers, you're just going to see a giant maze of international regulation and gridlock as different countries regulate these platforms in different ways, and they're all forced into Byzantine solutions. I think the answer should be something like extending the Open Apps Market Act with a developer bill of rights, saying every developer has the right to compete if they choose, with the platform maker's store, payment service, web browser engine, and every other critical component of the technology stack on equal terms with no self-preferencing and no friction. And I think some sort of enforcement regime like that with universal jurisdiction is required to rein these companies in line. One of the most disappointing aspects of the Epic versus Google case, which we won in front of a jury on every single count, after the jury deliberated for about 5 hours, I might say, it was an incredible victory in court, but the court ultimately, though the court has jurisdiction to impose global remedies on a US company, they imposed remedies only on the United States. Google's got to allow competing stores and stop some of its ugly practices just in America. They're free to screw over American developers in every other country around the world. So that's not really solving the problem, and I think legislation will need to do that. And the time is now. Otherwise, you're just going to end up with a US economy that's become hopelessly uncompetitive because a few companies were able to dominate everything, prevent competitors from rising, emerging, and competing. And freed of competition, Apple and Google have no incentive to build good products. And as you can see, the massive quality degradation in Apple's own smartphones, like now, setting screens, they're laden with ads. App Store searches always begin with an ad for something that's not the thing you're looking for. Their AI solution is horrid compared to the next 5, maybe 10 competing AI solutions, which could offer a Siri-like framework if Apple didn't block them from doing that. They're just inferior to competitors in every way. And because they don't have to compete with the competitors, it doesn't really matter. But America is the big loser in this. America is not going to retain its position as global tech leader if these small number of US companies are allowed to stifle competition from all of the other US companies that aspire to do better.
I don't know if you were here earlier when FTC Chairman Andrew Ferguson was speaking, but he criticized the DMA as potentially unfairly targeting American companies. And he and some in the Trump administration has sort of characterized the fines that are expected to be imposed as taxes or tariffs on American companies. I wondered how you sort of respond to that kind of criticism.
Well, the sad truth is that Apple and Google are no longer good faith, law-abiding companies. They're run in many ways as gangster-style businesses that will do anything they think they can get away with. And if they think that the fine is going to be cheaper than the lost revenue from an illegal practice, they'll continue the illegal practice and pay the fine. And I think Europe realized this and quite presciently in structuring the DMA as imposing super harsh fines in response to non-compliance. Their goal isn't to collect massive taxes on US companies. Europe's goal is for American companies to compete fairly, which is really important to other American companies like us. Small tech needs the ability to compete with big tech. But I think if you're going to enforce regulations of this sort, you need to pick your poison. You can have either exorbitant fines that are designed to coerce compliance and strongly disincentivize non-compliance, or you're going to need prosecution of executives making these decisions, and perhaps the law firms that are running improper and unethical and unlawful legal practices to destroy documents, cover up document destruction, and evade discovery through false privilege classifications. You're going to need some sort of individual sanctions and perhaps criminal sanctions against companies and against individuals. I hate saying that because I don't want the US government or any government to have that kind of power. And I think that fines are the much less harsh solution there. But ultimately, if the companies won't comply with the law, they need to be forced to. And this is what the government does. If you rob a bank, you get put in jail. And if you're robbing developers for 20 or tens of billions of dollars a year, and you can just get away with that forever, with no repercussions, then it's a pretty good business. This robbing developers that Apple and Google are in, and that needs to change.
You guys have spent a good amount of time on the Hill advocating for the Open Markets Act and some of the other antitrust legislation. I wonder if you guys have detected sort of any changes in Congress or more willingness to push this, given the amount of money that some of the tech platforms spend on lobbying.
I think there's a growing realization that monopolization of markets breaks everything, that makes America America. America is what it is, the most vibrant economy in the world by far, because of competition, because of opportunity that exists here, and because of the freedoms we have here. It's the most vibrant democracy and the strongest power because of our freedom of speech and all of our other rights protected by the Constitution. If you have two companies, they're highly politically active and politically aligned, against the administration in reality, although they seem to be trying to cozy up or be seen as cozying up now, then they're not only going to monopolize digital revenue from digital goods, they're also going to monopolize speech, and they're going to decide who's allowed to say what. Apple threatened to kick Twitter off of the App Store, meaning block Twitter from 1.4 billion iOS users worldwide, because they were concerned that Elon Musk might not censor the right people. That was before the election. Now Apple is taking a whole different line, throwing up inauguration contributions and so on. But these companies are malevolent and they need to be stopped. And a monopoly will crush everything. And the bigger risk isn't only of monopolization of the markets. It's that, and you see these big law pitches, lobbyist pitches of this all the time. They want to create an unholy alliance between big tech and big government in order to further entrench and make big tech unassailable. And there's a word for that in world discourse. That word is fascism. And though I don't think that that's actually the immediate goal of anybody at Apple or Google, that is the system that they are working together to create in the way that they're lobbying and trying to influence government to give them completely unchecked power over a business.
Okay, well, thank you so much for sharing some thoughts.
We have another speaker returning from last year. My colleague Sanjana Friedman has a new role at Y Combinator. She's a writer and researcher. She was a staff writer at Pirate Wires, covering technology, politics, and online culture with a focus on American issues. And her writing includes nonfiction, experimental fiction, often incorporating diverse influences such as Latin mass aesthetics, Tamil Hindu farming traditions, Spanish music, and baseball. She's fluent in English, Spanish, and French, and her contributions occasionally appear in multiple languages. And she'll be interviewing in a fireside chat former chair Lena Khan, who, as I said, came to speak at this event last year. She was the chair of the Federal Trade Commission from June 15, 2021 to January 20th, 2025. She got her start in antitrust as a business reporter and researcher examining consolidation across markets from airlines to chicken farming. While at the FTC, Khan focused on exercising the full suite of the FTC's statutory authorities, regularly engaging with and hearing from the public, and ensuring the agency is updating its tools and skill sets to tackle new market realities and next generation challenges. Prior to joining the FTC, Khan served as counsel to the U.S. House Judiciary Subcommittees on Antitrust. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Sanjana and former Chair Khan.
Lena, thanks so much for being here today. I feel like we have to start with Steve Bannon saying that he thinks you're one of the most important political thinkers in the country right now, and even suggesting that he thinks you should be reinstated as chair of the FTC. I mean, you spoke at our inaugural event last year alongside then Senator J.D. Vance, who said that you were his favorite member of the Biden administration. And obviously, the political landscape has shifted slightly, but during the campaign, you had Harris advisors like Reid Hoffman and Mark Cuban publicly advocating your removal. I'm curious about your perspective on this contrast. You seem to occupy a kind of unique political position. And then more specifically, whose worldview on anti-monopoly is closer to your own? Vice President Vance or former Vice President Harris?
Well, first of all, it's great to be here. It's a great question for them. I think it is really thrilling and fascinating to see that in a fairly organic way, we are seeing people across markets, across the political spectrum, come to the recognition that, it probably isn't a great idea to have our economy be centrally planned by monopolists. And that having markets where incumbents are squashing out innovators, where entrenched monopolists are pulling up the ladder behind them, really hurts us. It hurts us as consumers, it hurts entrepreneurs, it hurts startups. It means that our markets are more stagnant and less dynamic. And I think there is traditionally been a deep understanding that extreme concentrations of power pose a threat to our core liberties, be that power that's concentrated in the government in ways that is unchecked, or power that is concentrated in a monopolist or a very small number of companies. And so I think we've seen a lot of progress in the last few years in terms of reinvigorating our tools to take on that unchecked power. But of course, there's a lot more work to do.
So Ezra Klein and Derek Thompson have a new book out that's kind of been making waves, Abundance. And they make the point, I think their central thesis is basically that Democrats need to kind of focus on regulations and red tape as kind of the primary obstacles to unleashing, affordable supplies of things like housing. I guess, first of all, do you agree with their premise that government red tape should be high on the list of problems for Democrats specifically to focus on? And if so, sort of, how does that relate to the challenge of corporate power in your mind?
Yeah, so big caveat, I have not yet read the book. I was hoping to pick it up at the airport on my way home. I think as a general matter, one of the biggest obstacles that I heard about at the FTC from entrepreneurs and startups was bureaucratic red tape that was created by monopolists and that was created by incumbents that were unchecked in the market. I had the chance to not just speak at the event you all did the last few years, but also sit down with a lot of entrepreneurs and startups and people who were trying to get their app to market, and just heard about all of this frustration they had trying to navigate these rules set by these private gatekeepers. And so I think any analysis that's trying to honestly and candidly figure out what are the obstacles to progress and where do we see those bottlenecks really does need to grapple with the role of private bottlenecks that are across markets. I understand that the book seems to be very focused on some problems that are specific to San Francisco. And so, I think we should be wary about extrapolating that beyond that to the whole country. But even if you're thinking about things like housing, at the FTC, we saw markets that were monopolized, including in areas like cement, where you had, local building efforts that were really thwarted by some of those efforts to, make sure materials were actually affordable. So I think those are all challenges that we really need to grapple with.
Several people today have talked about President Trump's removal of Commissioners Slaughter and Bedoya from the FTC. Obviously, these are being contested in court right now, but I'm curious about your perspective on the intervention and sort of what implications it might have for the Commission's autonomy going forward.
Yeah, I mean, these firings were clearly illegal. There's very clear law in the books that says FTC commissioners can only be removed for cause. There was no cause even alleged here. And I think just more generally, you can have an academic debate about what the law is and what the implications are for presidential power. What's been most disturbing to me is seeing already the ramifications on the work itself. Just this week, we saw that one of the cases we had filed last year against the 3 big PBMs, alleging that they had engaged in illegal tactics that are inflating the costs of insulin and other drugs, that lawsuit has now been put on pause indefinitely as a direct result of these firings. So, I worry about what impact it's going to have on the work. We've all been seeing the big tech CEOs in particular make pilgrimages to the White House, to Mar-a-Lago. These individuals and their companies are currently defendants in litigation brought by the government. So, of course, there's also a question about what it's going to mean there. Is there a higher risk of some of these companies getting sweetheart deals and cheap settlements? So, I think this is an area that we're going to have to be very vigilant about. I think more broadly, we have seen significant bipartisan alignment when it comes to taking on unchecked corporate power, especially when it comes to technology markets. And I do worry that this really strains that and, hope to see my colleagues reinstated quickly.
Do you sort of generally have any thoughts about how we can facilitate more bipartisan alignment on these issues, or sort of like what the future of this nascent coalition might look like?
Yeah, I mean, to my mind, the bipartisanship here stems from the fact that the problem of unchecked monopoly power is one that affects people across all walks of life, across all parts of the country. I got to do trips to places like Ames, Iowa, and sit down with farmers who would share how extreme consolidation across agriculture markets was making it difficult for them to keep their farm operation afloat, how restrictive repair policies were making it difficult for them to repair their own equipment in a timely way. Would meet with people in Silicon Valley, hearing very similar concerns about private gatekeepers there. And so I think the more that we engage with the facts and what's actually happening in markets, I think that creates a real organic way to recognize that people, again, across the country, across political affiliations, are increasingly recognizing how extreme concentration of power in markets poses a real threat.
So after the launch of DeepSeek R1, you wrote an op-ed in the New York Times, and you said, quote, "DeepSeek is the canary in the coal mine. It's warning us that when there isn't enough competition, our tech industry grows vulnerable to its Chinese rivals, threatening US geopolitical power in the 21st century." And you joined us at YC last July to talk about the importance of open source foundation models, and this was when SB 1047 was being debated, Senator Scott Wiener's AI safety bill. I'm curious, sort of, given your perspective on open source AI, how do you view the role that dominant gatekeepers like Apple and Google might be playing in shaping consumer access to AI technology?
I think it's troubling, and if history is any guide, then we should worry that these gatekeepers and the self-interest that they have could mean that people are going to be deprived of cutting-edge AI technologies and tools that could really improve people's lives, but that may not be aligned with the interests of the gatekeepers. I thought that the testimony that Gary Tan gave yesterday and some of the examples he gave around Siri were quite compelling around, why do we see such a lag here in terms of the technological sophistication? And so I think it's a real concern. And when I was at the FTC, we made an effort to make sure we were really promoting open APIs, focusing on things like open weights in models, and recognizing the ways that historically openness has been such an important catalyst for turbocharging innovation and making sure that entrepreneurs are able to really focus on innovating in the areas where they have the most value to add, rather than kind of making the infrastructure be a basic obstacle and entry barrier. So I hope that those are principles that we can kind of continue to pursue in the AI space as well.
Yeah, I guess it's sort of interesting. Some people have pointed out the kind of apparent contradiction of a country like China being at the forefront in many ways of open source AI, while the US, obviously we have many sort of closed source models. What do you make of that kind of apparent, contradiction or difference just sort of between the two models.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly interesting. And look, I think we need to double down on the historical approach that America has taken, which has been to make sure that we are keeping our markets open and competitive rather than opting for a centrally planned economy that really doesn't necessarily reward good ideas and allow the best ideas to rise to the top. Frederick Hayek wrote this famous essay about the comparative advantages that a free market system has over a centrally planned economy. And he noted, for example, that the pricing system is one that allows dispersed information and dispersed knowledge to be communicated in ways that in a centrally planned system you're never going to be able to replicate because no one entity kind of knows everything. And one of my concerns is that when you have these behemoths, these like huge entities that are just spanning all of these markets, you really actually see the breakdown of some of these basic free market tenets, where basic information that would be communicated effectively and efficiently in a free market system just totally gets distorted. And so I worry a lot about those distortions. We obviously have a whole set of antitrust cases that are currently pending, including one against Facebook at the FTC that is set to go to trial in the coming weeks. It'll be really important that we see these litigations through, that we get good remedies. One thing that I continue to worry about is the way that the glacial pace of antitrust litigation can mean that the remedy, really needs to be forward-looking so that we are not just fixing the problems of yesterday, but actually making sure that the problems are not being replicated in these new markets. And so I think that's going to be a really important principle. It's a principle that kind of exists in the law, and we've seen that some of the most effective antitrust remedies in the past have really been future-proofed in that way. But I think it's going to be really important for government agencies to be making that case to the court, and then for judges to really make sure that we're not effectively allowing the monopolist to benefit and profit from years of law breaking and then just pay a fine, a decade later, or even, make certain changes to their business that are just affecting old markets, even as they're just replicating those strategy in places like AI. So I think that's going to be an area to stay very focused on.
I want to actually see if there's any questions from the audience. I think no one has yet done this, but if we have one or two questions from the crowd, I think it might be interesting to incorporate those. I guess I see a hand in the back, yeah.
Sorry, could you say that again? I've not seen that announcement. It'll make for an interesting challenge and question for our antitrust agencies.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for sharing. Maybe this isn't entirely your space, but I think for newer companies this matters a lot. Can you share your impressions about copyright law, and in particular how defining that today is going to determine whether any small companies can compete with some of these larger companies?
You mean in the context of AI or just generally? Yeah, I mean, this is literally a $1 trillion question right now in terms of what some of these larger firms that have been able to build their models are able to do. When I was at the FTC, we heard a lot from people who create for a living, be it authors, be it graphic designers, who were really alarmed that one day they woke up and saw that their life's creation had just been ingested by these models, and they seemed to have no recourse. And suddenly these models were spitting out, sometimes text, sometimes images that were competing with their own products and had been fed by their own products. And so I do think that there is a basic question of fairness here. This is also an issue that's being litigated in the courts. There are kind of a few very prominent cases, including one brought by the New York Times. There was actually just a recent decision, I believe, in the Third Circuit, basically allowing one of these copyright cases to proceed. And so it's a very timely question. I do think that just at a basic level of not just fairness, but innovation, if we allow an ecosystem to appropriate value from creators without actually adequately compensating them or really getting their consent, I worry that that is going to dampen innovation in the long term, because what are going to be the incentives to actually create in the first place if you're not going to be able to reap the rewards when those creations and those investments actually take off? And so I do worry that beyond the kind of basic fairness implications, there are going to be major questions here about whether creators are even going to have the incentive to invest in creations, and whether we're going to see stagnation in that area if we don't get the market questions right.
Hi, I'm Daniela Cheslow with Politico, and I was hoping you could respond to two news developments out today. One is a report in the Financial Times that the EU might limit the fines that it imposes on Meta and Apple, and the second one was reports that Mark Zuckerberg was in the White House today, days before his FTC case goes to the court again. What do you make of those two developments?
Yeah, I mean, on the first, I'll defer to folks in Europe to kind of weigh in on what the intricacies are there. On the second, I mean, I do think that it's fairly troubling to see a executive that's heading up a company that's a defendant in a major lawsuit be able to have such easy access. And I think it just does raise questions about are there going to be certain benefits or value that is conferred as a result of that access? This is kind of the kind of iconic concern that the founders had about why you need to create checks and balances. And one of the reasons we have our anti-monopoly laws was to make sure we were safeguarding our government and safeguarding our political system from outsized economic power that could then be used for political ends. And so I think we are all watching those risks and threats in real time, and it's going to be a major test of the system to see if we can withstand that.
Kind of closing out this conversation, are you going to primary Chuck Schumer? what is next for you now that you are for now in the private sector?
No, I admire people who do electoral politics, but it's not something that I personally have a deep desire to do. I think there's a lot of energy and enthusiasm, especially among young people, to figure out, what is the next phase of all of this look like, and what does it mean to keep building out this anti-monopoly movement. And so that's what I'm going to be focused on.
Do you have a final message to the founders in the audience who are sort of wondering, what this stuff sort of means for them, the builders?
Yeah, I mean, I know DC can sometimes seem like this foreign land or even a different planet. I'll just say your engagement really matters. When I had the privilege of being FTC chair, I really prioritized hearing from real market participants, and was always struck by just how much you learn from people on the ground who are kind of dealing with these market realities day in, day out, and it makes it so that our work is more effective and more directly responsive to the actual challenges out there. And so I would just encourage people to keep engaging with policymakers, with elected officials, because it's incredibly important.
Great, thank you so much for your time, Lena.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
A couple months ago, I was at a conference at Georgetown Law, put on by the Georgetown Knight folks, which was outstanding, and they're doing great work on concentration and anti-monopoly. And one of the presenters, it was largely academic, and one of the presenters I thought was really compelling, and so I asked him to join our event. Last year, the equivalent of this event was called Remedy Fest, and the entire thing was sort of laser focused on, okay, in a handful of months, we could have a situation where DOJ has ruled against Google. What is the remedy supposed to look like? The DMA is about to kick into effect. That affects Apple, Meta, Google. How are these things going to shake out? And what you see when you go to Brussels and certainly in the halls of Congress is people that put pixel on the page, the people that push the code, the people that build the products are not necessarily given a seat at the table. And so the goal of Remedy Fest last year was to kind of create that environment. And so similar situation where you're having kind of senators and regulators alternating between founder demos, but the founder demos themselves were very focused on the details of that. And so to bring some of that spirit from last year back, I just really thought Leon Mussolf from the Wharton School of Business, who's an assistant professor, could kind of take us back there for about 13 minutes. He specializes in empirical industrial organization with a focus on antitrust and the digital economy. Prior to joining Wharton, he was a postdoctoral researcher in New England, and he earned his PhD in economics from Princeton University. Please welcome Leon.
Sorry. There we go. Excellent. Thank you. Allow accessory to connect.
It's a little confusing. Let me show you how to do it.
I see.
Now you have to look up there. That's your monitor now.
Got it. All right, a little bit of a challenge. Excellent. Well, thank you so much for having me. I'm excited to tell you about sources of market power in web search, evidence from a field experiment. And this project is joint work with Hunt Alcott, Juan Camilo Castillo, Matt Genskow, and Tobias Salz. Now, I don't think I need to remind anyone in the room about the most salient fact about the web search market, which is that Google absolutely dominates web search, right? Such a high and stable market share naturally has attracted the attention of regulators across the globe. In the US specifically, the DOJ just recently won a court case against Google with the judge concluding that Google has illegally maintained its monopoly. And one of the facts that was mentioned during that trial is that Google pays around $26 billion a year in payments to remain or become the default search engine on various devices. Now, against this backdrop, in this paper, we want to ask and answer two key research questions. The first one is, why is Google's market share so high? There are a couple of possible explanations. It could be that Google is simply the better search engine. But even then, you might wonder, is this just because they have access to more data? It could also be that consumers misperceive the quality of Google's competition, perhaps because they've never even sent a single search query on DuckDuckGo, Bing, or Ecosia. Finally, with figures such as $26 billion floating around, it's natural to think that default effects may play a role in influencing market outcomes. The second key question we want to ask and answer in this research project is that of the effects of various potential levels of competition policy or various remedies. Right? You might imagine introducing active choice screens, just like they did in the European Union for Android devices. You could imagine banning Google from paying for the default position, effectively switching that default to be Bing or some other search engine. And finally, you could imagine requiring Google to share data with its competitors. Now, in this project, we develop a model of consumer search engine choice that inspires us to design a field experiment that's carefully crafted to empirically assess the various sources of market power. We combine that with observational click and query data from Microsoft Bing, and all of these tools together allow us to run these counterfactuals and predict what would market shares be under these various policies. Now, today's talk is very short, so I'm going to sort of mostly focus on the field experiment and the counterfactuals here. Having said that, I need to give you a very quick summary of how we think about the situation. Essentially, we think, look, there are going to be consumers that are choosing between Bing and Google, but the first important thing is not all consumers wake up every single morning and think, do I want to use Bing today for my searches or Google today for my searches? Right? Some consumers are attentive in any given moment, and others are not attentive. And it's going to be important for us to identify how many consumers are actually attentive in that they're choosing the option that maximizes their welfare. Secondly, if you want to switch your search engine, you need to navigate the various menus, you're going to incur some sort of switching cost. Thirdly, you might be misinformed about the quality of search engines that you have never used before, right? Search engines are experience goods, so if you've never used Bing before, you might be underestimating its quality. Now, importantly, might be, right? We'll want to estimate whether you actually are. And then finally, just a flag, I know in the real world search engines sadly don't pay you to search. In our experiment, of course, we are going to pay people to search just so that we can identify price sensitivity and so I can tell you something about consumer welfare. All right, what is this experiment I keep talking about? Well, about a year ago, we recruited 2,400 people online, and these were US adults using a desktop computer. And we asked them the standard sort of battery of survey questions and so on. But then also, crucially, we had them install our browser extension. Now, our browser extension does not have as wonderful a name as all of these tech demos we heard before. I'm never going to be part of Y Combinator with it. It's simply called Search Extension. Search Extension is a beautiful tool, though, because it is essentially a little snitch. It will tell me what search engine you used on any given day, looking even back in the past by utilizing your browser history. So for all of these people that we recruited, we could track what search engines they used. That was important because now we were going to randomize them into various treatments, and we wanted to see how did their search engine usage respond to our treatments. Now, what were these treatments? Well, there's got to be a control group. That's boring. We didn't do anything with them. More interestingly, there's an active choice group that's sort of meant to mimic the choice screen, right? We're going to ask you, what's your preferred default search engine? And then we're going to walk you through implementing it. And you can't avoid that. We're going to verify that you actually made it to that choice screen. The next group is a switch bonus group. Here, these are people that we're actually going to pay some money, $1, $10, or $25, to switch their searches for 14 days. So if they previously used Google, they're now going to have to use Bing for the next 14 days, and vice versa. After 14 days, this group is going to make another active choice, like in a choice screen scenario, so that we can get some sense of how their preferences have changed. And then finally, there's this default change group where we pay them a bunch of money to just very briefly change their default search engine. But the trick is we never remind them of this again. So we can see sort of, how sticky is that default. So this is the experiment timeline. These are all our various treatments. And the important thing to note is just we have data from day -20 to day 56. So this is actually quite a long study. We see real behavior for a long period of time. How are we going to use this study to learn about these various sources of market power? Well, I'm going to explain it using this graph, where I'm showing you Bing's market share amongst baseline Google users. So these are people that came into the experiment using Google. And I'm showing you the Bing market share over time. In the control group, you would hope it doesn't move. By the way, this is stylized data. I'm not yet showing you data. This is just to get a sense. We're going to get to data in a second. Now, in the active choice group, we would expect that on day 0, when they're making this active choice, when they get this choice screen essentially, they're going to make a choice that's going to reveal their true preferences, right? So if they think Bing and Google are actually about equally good, then we're going to have pretty high Bing market share here. Otherwise, we might have pretty low Bing market share. That's also going to tell us about the extent of switching costs and permanent inattention, these sort of frictions that might hold you back from choosing your true default if you aren't reminded about it. Then we're going to have that switch bonus group. In the first 14 days, we're paying them money. So we're going to be able to find out, to what extent do they value being with their current search engine over that alternative, their price sensitivity, in other words. But then most interestingly, on day 15, the switch bonus group is just like the active choice group, only that they had an additional 14 days of experience of Bing. So any market share difference between that orange line and that light blue line must be because they learned something about Bing. It must be because they learned about Bing's quality. And then finally, we have that default change group where we can just see where does it sort of asymptote to. That final market share difference between the dark blue line and the orange line will tell us how much people are influenced by defaults. So let's actually look at this in data, right? This is the same graph. Now I'm just showing you data. Okay, control group, nothing much happened. No revelation there. The active choice group, also nothing much happened. That's already very interesting, right? It tells us that if you just gave people a choice screen, basically they would just choose Google, right? So as a remedy, I think that's almost immediately out of the picture if you're thinking, well, I really want to change Google's market shares. Now, another thing that this tells us is it can't be that these default positions are massively helping Google out in the following sense. If the default, if everyone made an active choice, they would be choosing something else. We're seeing they wouldn't be choosing something else, so it's not just the default that matters. What else could matter here? Well, let me show you here this orange line, the switch bonus group. Remember, these are people that are being paid between day 0 and 14 to use Bing. And good news for me as an economics professor, when you pay people to do something, they do more of it. That's good. I teach that every day, to my MBAs. So that works out. But now the interesting question is on day 15, as they make another choice, now an unincentivized choice, what actually happens? And what we see is, yes, Bing's market share goes down again. Of course, we're not paying them anymore. But it actually doesn't crater down all the way to the light blue line. Rather, it stays elevated. It settles down at about 22%. So in other words, this additional 14 days of experience with Bing really convinced some of these people to stick with Bing. And that can only work if you have misperceptions of quality. You've got to either learn about the quality of Bing or learn how to use Bing. And I'll tell you a bit more about that learning in a second. Just before then, I wanted to show you also that defaults do matter in the following sense. If I defaulted everyone into Bing, a bunch of people would stick with Bing, right? This dark blue line, it's basically stable at the end of the day. These are people that we defaulted into Bing, and initially they switch, there are some clever people that switch out very quickly, and the others, they just never change. All right, so let me tell you a little bit more about this learning in the switch bonus group. We actually asked people the people who switched, we asked them before the switch and after the switch, how do you feel about Google versus Bing? Everyone agrees Google is better before the switch. After the switch, everyone still agrees Google is better, but their opinions have somewhat mellowed. And importantly, we also asked them just for free-form text responses. This is from people in that orange line at the end who stayed with Bing. And my favorite free-form text response, right at the bottom here, I realized Bing was not as bad as I thought it was. If I needed to summarize the paper in one line, it would be that line. I realized Bing was not as bad as I thought it was. All right, but moving swiftly on, we have some numbers on this, not so important. Moving swiftly on, I think this is interesting. This is how much you pay people versus their Bing market share. And these are payments for every 2 weeks, right? So even if you pay just $1 every 2 weeks, then you get a Bing market share of 32%. If you pay $25, you get a Bing market share of 3/4 in our sample. So in other words, there's a bunch of people who don't have very strong preferences. They prefer Google, but not by a lot. And then there are some people who have extremely strong preferences. $25 for 2 weeks, that's a lot of money relative to what search engines make in advertising. So these are people with extremely strong preferences. It's going to be important that they're not defaulted into the wrong search engine. All right, putting all of this together, let me do counterfactuals. Quick recap how we think of counterfactuals in my field of economics. We have all of this knowledge about how markets operate. We use that to discipline some estimates. Those estimates come from the data that I just showed you. And so there is a model going on in the background, and there are some modeling assumptions, and for sure we could quibble about those, right? In the interest of time, I'm not going to go into detail here. Please come find me if you want to quibble about them. I'd be very interested. But let me just tell you about these counterfactuals. Okay, we got to start with the status quo. In the status quo, based on our market definition, Google's market share is around 89%. We are indexing mostly on desktop here. Now, what's going to happen if we take away these frictions, the switching cost, inattention, misperceptions? Well, the efficient Google market share, that is the market share that would obtain in the absence of these frictions, is 74%. Two things are important about this. One, this is a very large number, right? Google is a great product, at least as judged by revealed preference. So if we go with traditional economics approaches of judging by revealed preference, loads of people should be using Google. However, second point, that market share is a lot less than 89%. In particular, if you invert it, right, in the efficient state of the world, Bing's market share has doubled. So that difference is the difference that you could potentially get with remedies. What sort of remedies are on offer? Well, you could do a choice screen. The problem with a choice screen is it fixes the inattention, but it doesn't fix the misperception. People won't have experienced Bing when they make their choice on the choice screen. And so that means you can barely move Google's market share, only like 1 percentage point. We're very happy with this result, by the way, because that is what happened in the European Union. So we know that the model isn't making crazy predictions here. Now, what else could you do if you only could get people to somehow have correct perceptions of these alternative search engines? That would be great, right? You're really moving the market share here. But that's going to be a hard policy to pass as a remedy. What could you do? Well, you could ban Google's payment to be the default. If you do that, you're really going to create a Google's market share. So maybe that's good news. But then this is really bad news. This is the only large welfare number we have. If you're defaulting people into non-Google search engines, a lot of them are going to stick with it, including people who really hate those other search engines. So you're going to really destroy a lot of consumer surplus. So we are saying this policy, our model says, is really bad. How can you rescue it? You can rescue it by adding a delayed choice screen. If you add a choice screen sort of 2 weeks in, 3 weeks in, after they have been defaulted into Bing, they now have that choice screen to, rescue the people who just blindly followed the default and never thought about what search engine they wanted, and the moment they think about it, they're like, actually, I want Google. So that delayed choice screen could really both lower market shares and leave consumer surplus unharmed. All right, and with that, I should conclude. This is some extra counterfactuals that just show you returns to scale. The data economies we find don't really matter. Happy to talk more about that offline, but let me conclude here. The key takeaways: defaults are extremely effective in that about a third of users are permanently inattentive. And they also prevent users from learning about other search engines. How can regulators reduce Google's market share? Well, what we find is that choice screens really are not going to work. Changing the default does, but it comes with a large decrease in consumer surplus. So you need to combine the changed default with another choice screen that comes sort of later on. That is just one way that you could design a policy that respects both user choice and the fact that search engines are experience goods, so people need to get experience before making their choice. And there are several caveats for this study, as with any empirical study. I'm just going to leave that up. Thank you so much for your time, and please come see me if you have any questions. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy your break. We will resume at 3 o'clock. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please return to your seats. Our program will resume momentarily. Please return to your seats. Thank you.
Welcome back. I guess I should. How's everybody doing? Nice. This has been a really incredible event, and I hope folks are getting a lot of takeaways. I know it's been getting a lot of buzz online. We have 35,000 people tuned into the live stream, so just very exciting event. I am so honored and kind of want to almost gloat a little bit about how we've got we heard from the FTC chair, Andrew Ferguson. We heard from the executive vice president, Teresa Ribera, for the European Commission, who oversees the competition portfolio. And now we're going to sort of round out the holy trinity here, the trifecta of global antitrust with Assistant Attorney General Abigail Slater in conversation with Rachel Bovard. Let me tell you a little bit about both of these women. So before coming to the DOJ, Gail served as the economic policy advisor to then Senator J.D. Vance. I believe she might have been an attendee at the first version of this event last year. She also served on the Trump 45 White House National Economic Council with responsibility for technology and telecommunications policy. She's worked as an antitrust lawyer at the FTC for 10 years in the private sector. She worked at the law firm Freshfields, at Fox, Roku. Outside government, she worked in various technology-related legal and policy roles. She's a lawyer who holds postgraduate degrees in law from Oxford University, University College Dublin. And she's a wife and mother of 2 sons, Liam and Connor. And Rachel Bovard is the Vice President of Programs at the Conservative Partnership Institute. She spent over a decade on Capitol Hill in various capacities in the House and Senate, including legislative director to Senator Rand Paul. She most recently served as the executive director of the Senate Steering Committee and the Caucus of Conservative Senators, chaired by Senator Mike Lee. In 2013, she was named to the National Journal's list of 35 most influential women in Washington under 35. In 2023, she was named to the Hill's list of 25 staffers who make Capitol Hill run. She's also the recipient of the American Conservative Magazine's Conservative Mind Award. Along with CPI's chairman, Jim DeMint, she is the co-author of Conservative, Knowing What to Keep. She serves on the advisory board of American Moment and on the board of the American Conservative Magazine. Please give a warm welcome to Assistant Attorney General Slater and Rachel.
Well, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome. Gail, congratulations.
Thank you.
I want to start kind of as a table-setting moment. You know, you've been in Washington a long time. A lot of us got to know you back in 2012 when you were working at the FTC as an attorney advisor to Commissioner Julie Brill. And if we remember that moment, it was one in which the FTC, in a lot of our minds, whiffed on being able to investigate Google. And now, nearly over a decade later, you just got 78 votes in the Senate. What's changed?
Gosh, events, dear. Events happened. Isn't that what they say in situations like this? So back in 2012, I think there were a couple of things going on. These are newer, more nascent markets back then, and people didn't really understand them the way that many people do today. I'd also add that that applied to the agency, right, as well as the outside world more broadly. And also in 2012, the definition of like market power is, can you control prices for an extended period of time? And the thinking around tech platforms at that time was, competition's just a click away. Entry barriers are low. There's always some cool new technology being cooked up in a garage somewhere, and that technology will leapfrog whatever exists today. And that was very much the mindset at the antitrust agencies. And I know, because I was there. And then fast forward to, thank you very much for reminding me that I got 78 votes in the Senate.
Sweated over everyone, I'm sure.
My deputies are starting to tease me about this because I say it way too much, but I'll get over it. I will get over it. I just have to repeat it every day right now. So fast forward to today, and we're seeing this like really interesting awakening on the left, but also importantly on the right around technology platforms, but also like concentration throughout the economy in general. And so, I go look at my Senate hearing, and there were a lot of tough questions from the right about the levels of concentration throughout the economy. Josh Hawley helpfully turned up with some charts where he like demonstrated that, and we had a colloquy around it. And so it's now a bipartisan issue, and there's a consensus around the need for robust antitrust enforcement. And that's obviously like backed up by the president's announcement when he nominated me in December last year. He did call out big tech, but he also called for robust antitrust enforcement with clear rules of the road. And so like that's where we are in 2025.
So if we can dig into that a little bit, and we heard Chairman Ferguson reference this phrase, MAGA antitrust. Mm-hmm. So what is that in your mind? How are you thinking about that?
Excuse me. We can call it MAGA antitrust. We could call it America First antitrust. I also am quite partial to hillbilly antitrust. I may have to try and work that more into the mainstream.
J.D. Vance's next book.
There you go. Look, it's about putting American citizens as consumers, as workers. We can define it how we want, giving them a seat at the table alongside other important stakeholders in the antitrust enterprise. Obviously we have practitioners, we have companies, and they need legal certainty. But we in the America First movement are about giving American citizens a seat at the table on any number of policy issues. I mean, right now the hot button issue is trade. And I just came from another event up the street, and I reminded folks that, quite recently we had a Treasury Secretary who took to cable news, I think it was one of the Sunday shows, and he was asked about, tariffs and where he stood on tariff policy, and he kind of made the same point I just made around the need to give Americans a seat at the table with regards to economic policy. And he said something like, we can do better than let them eat flat screen TVs. And so that's where we're coming from too.
So we're obviously here at the Little Tech Conference, and I'm hoping you can speak a little bit to, how are you different from the previous administration when it comes to enforcement, and what does that mean specifically for startups?
Okay, so we've already talked about there's a through line from the first Trump term through the Biden administration. Many of the cases we're carrying forward were investigations open in the first Trump term. So we're standing behind the robust antitrust enforcement that's been in place for 8 years. But there are some differences. I mean, one thing I flagged for an example for startups in the room, if you're interested in this, is I'm more open to consent decrees and merger cases. And I went into that in some detail at the hearing. Jonathan Cantor was not a proponent of that. But I also, at the other event I just came from, said to use very technical language that only antitrust lawyers will understand. That doesn't mean we're in the business of accepting what I call bullshit consent decrees. And so that's an important difference, I think, from the previous administration.
I think that's a very important technical term.
It is, yes.
Bullshit consent decrees. There's a lot of discussion now, particularly in the big tech space, about the importance of national champions and how important they are to national security, and because of that, they should receive certain treatment from the federal government. How do you think about that as an antitrust enforcer?
Thank you for the question. This is really important because it's something that we're seeing popping up in many different contexts, but also in the antitrust realm. So to steel man what some technology companies are saying, we've got these global technological races against certain adversaries. So when I was at the White House, I did a lot of work around 5G deployment, right? So that's one technology race. The current technology race is AI, right? And so we're hearing certain platform companies, but tech companies beyond the platform companies talk about the ways in which they need the United States government to support them because they are de facto quasi-national champions. And so China has national champions, we need national champions. And that comes into the antitrust space as a sort of like a defense. It's not a defense known to the antitrust laws, but it's an argument and a defense being made. And so, the argument is we're really, really important to national security, therefore you should not be applying the antitrust laws to us at this moment in time. And you kind of push it out to its logical extension. It's almost like an argument for a de facto exemption from the antitrust laws, which, as anybody in the room who's worked in Congress will know, is like really, really hard to get. But they're kind of asking for it from the antitrust agencies. So that's their steel man. And then how I think about it is, we're free market Republicans. Like we want free markets to thrive, and a very important component in that is healthy competition, right? We don't want an economy of monopolies and oligopolies, right? We want startups to thrive, to be able to enter these markets, to compete with bigger companies. And antitrust is a really important backstop on that whole construct, right? Which is as American as apple pie. And so I'm here to say that antitrust enforcement is really important to keeping our markets free and open and competitive. And we have historic precedent that we can do both things. We can both defend our national security and we can enforce the antitrust laws. And so during the Second World War, we continued enforcing the antitrust laws. And we had, considerable foes then. Another example that I've learned from the Antitrust Division is the case of AT&T in the 1980s. AT&T made an argument that if they were broken up, that would undermine national security because we needed the AT&T to stay as a monopoly to fight the Cold War effectively. The Justice Department moved forward, they broke up AT&T, and then guess what happened? A lot of innovation was unleashed, a lot of competition was unleashed. We got the wireless industry from that breakup, right? We won that technological race because of the breakup, some might say. The first internet modem was released from Ma Bell. It had been sort of under wraps for a long time because AT&T did not have the incentives to release the modem onto the market because they knew it would undermine their franchise. So that's what I'm here to say about that argument as an antitrust enforcer.
One of the entry points for the right in this antitrust enforcement conversation has been the issue of speech.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's what woke a lot of the right up to looking at competition policy. And in particular, it wasn't just the throttling of speech that people saw at a mass scale, but also how competitors to those tech platforms suffered under what was perceived to be an ideological agenda. I'm thinking of the case of Parler in particular.
Mm-hmm.
So when we look at speech and from where you sit as an enforcer, how do you view the two? Is there a role for competition policy when it comes to addressing speech issues?
So I'm 3 weeks into the job, okay, with that caveat. I was asked about this at the hearing too, also not surprisingly by conservative senators. And it's something that has not really been talked about much over the past 4 or 5 years, let's say. It's an animating concern, however, for many, many Republican senators, particularly those on the Judiciary Committee who think about these things. And so Ted Cruz asked me about this, Senator Lee asked me about this, Josh Hawley on down the dais. It's clearly a concern for them. The answer I gave to Ted Cruz was, without having like a file open in front of me, without having an investigative team around me, is, you know, as a theoretical matter, when you have a news story in circulation that is not politically popular, and you have one platform that circulates 50% of news stories, or 50% of Americans obtain their news from, it's not that hard to make that story disappear from the internet. I mean, it's sort of an obvious statement to make. I think it shocked some people that I said that. But, you know, think about it. You know, we have large platforms. They have disappeared stories. And I can see where those senators are coming from. I'll just leave it at that.
Some VCs and founders have expressed concern that the previous administration's approach to enforcement limited M&A opportunities. And you saw Chairman Ferguson, I think, comment on this a little bit.
Yeah.
How will your approach to merger review balance competitive concerns and the innovative economy?
Okay. So I'll echo what he said. You know, we are here to do tough law enforcement when it's appropriate. If it's not, we're going to get out of the way. And I think the other distinction that I drew is we're also going to be open to robust consent decrees. Again, not here for the bullshit consent decrees. And so those are the ways in which I'm thinking about deals coming in the door.
I want to go back to this idea of MAGA antitrust and what it could mean. There's been a lot of discussion of the role, you know, economic analysis plays in enforcement versus, you know, the sort of legal enforcement review. A lot of this dealing with Matt Stoller's least favorite people in the world, and that's economists. So how do you think about that balance? Because on the right, you know, we tend to appreciate more economic review, what the economists have to say, versus, you know, I think a little bit more of the enforcement heavy side. How are you viewing that?
Yeah, so I'm supportive of bringing economists in and giving them a seat at the table in cases. We're going to have a deputy for economics, which was a crowd pleaser with our in-house economists. He'll be starting in a month or so. He's already been announced. Someone I worked with at the Federal Trade Commission years ago. He's a very seasoned PhD economist and a practitioner I will also add he's very pro-enforcement when appropriate. Not all PhD economists are. And so they're quite involved in our investigations. Even if we didn't want to include economists in the analysis, there is an expectation if we go to court, the other side will have an economist. They'll have a testifying expert. We are expected to have a testifying expert. That's just kind of how it works. If only because they serve to cancel one another out, and then the judge goes and defaults to the documents and the legal arguments being made and can craft an opinion around that. So that's how I see the role of economists. I will say I'm not kind of here for economists who are ideologically opposed to antitrust enforcement, and that was part of the personnel pick that we made. Those economists do exist. They exist at the agencies as well as in the outside world. And the phrase that I like to rely on there is the absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. And sometimes economists tend to over-index on the former, to say there's no case there, nothing to see, move along. Big is beautiful.
When we're looking at some of the innovators and the founders here in the audience today, how should the smaller tech companies approach DOJ if they feel like they're experiencing anti-competitive conduct from dominant players in their marketplace? Do you have practical advice for little tech that may not have the resources that the big companies do to try and maintain a level playing field? Do you have any advice for them?
Well, you have quite the convening platform here. I mean, congratulations. And I should have started with that to Y Combinator for bringing everybody into the room. I'm also told there were 35,000 people live streaming this event. Hello, everyone. I had no idea it was so interesting.
I told Luther not to tell us that.
Oh, okay. So, please assume that I am very, very interested in your viewpoint. I am a firm believer in competitive markets. I'm a firm believer in antitrust enforcement to keep those markets open and competitive so that you all can succeed. You all, to me, are the future of the economy. You're the future of innovation. And so I'm here for you. There are other ways you can navigate DC. You don't have to go straight to the top. You do have allies here on the right and the left, an increasing number on the right. And that's been an interesting development that Rachel and I have seen over the past several years. So that would be my advice.
So to the extent that you can answer this question, we've been talking about the tech space, but there's obviously a lot more in the competitive landscape. Concentration is across the economy. We've heard references to it in the health sector. Your hearing, I think, brought up some in the ag sector. Yeah. How are you looking at it generally, to the extent that you can talk about it outside of the tech space?
Okay. So this goes back to definitionally, what does America First antitrust mean? So it's, consumers are not just limited to one sector of the economy, it's across the board. And so we're very interested in cost of living. It's really important. The one executive order, I think it's actually a presidential memorandum that we're directly responding to, is a memorandum that came out about the cost of living. And so we're, assume we're looking at consumer-facing markets. That's a really important piece of it. And then, we are going to be open to, outside counsel. Please come visit with us. Tell us about what you're seeing. We don't assume to have perfect knowledge about what's going on in markets. But consumer facing is going to be really important, and being a piece of bringing down the cost of living. It's not solely our charge. Obviously, there are other levers across the government that can be pulled, but antitrust and competition are really important to that.
So this might be a tricky question for you, but when this conference opened, the first session, Brody Mullins asked your predecessor, Jonathan Cantor, what was a mistake that you made? I'm going to ask you, what is one thing that the Biden administration did well in this space that you would want to repeat?
I think they brought immense political will to challenging some old assumptions about antitrust, the sort of like big is beautiful way of thinking and mode of thinking about antitrust. And I think that was a really important conversation. I will say, so, you know, some of that did start under the Trump 45 administration, but they carried through on that. And, you know, I think they've built interesting coalitions. We're here today, so.
Do you still think that there is a place for bipartisan cooperation in this space? I would say yes, given that you have 78 votes, but how do you shepherd that forward?
Yeah. Well, you know, we can start by being responsive to the Hill. We can, you know, be working in broader coalitions that exist, that have grown up in the past 5 years, and be responsive to arguments from the right and the left, assuming they're coming from like a good-hearted place. And a lot of those people know where to find me. They're already finding me.
I'm sure they are.
They are, yeah.
As we wrap up, I want you to address one other question that's been a totem of the right for a long time on the antitrust enforcement side, and that is the consumer welfare standard.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's people that want to dump it over the edge, there's people that want to keep it, but how do you think about it as a long-time enforcer, but also practitioner in the antitrust space?
So, I mean, it's the law. It's been gradually baked into precedent since the late 1970s. What I've said, just coming from the previous event, is as a practitioner, the consumer welfare standard is, it's decently broad. I mean, the variables including, you know, quality, price as a dimension of competition, output, innovation, things of that nature. As a matter of agency practice, often it's been narrowed down to price because that is what can be measured. That can be put into an econometric model, and that has become often the game in agency practice. The other side has a econometric model, the agency produces one, or it kicks the tires on the other side's model. And so the narrow focus on price, I think, is something that is not even compatible with the consumer welfare construct as it exists in current precedent. And I think we need to be open, particularly in certain markets, to think about it more broadly than just price.
Last question for you. What was your favorite part of Senate confirmation?
Oh, gosh.
Please be forthcoming.
The vote.
Yeah.
No, I'm going to use this. Thank you for the question, Senator. No, I'm going to use this to give Senator Grassley a shout out. Senator Grassley was like a prairie populist when it came to antitrust, long before a lot of other people were.
In the ag sector, especially.
He's a very dear man. He's a gracious man. People give him a hard time because of his age, but boy, did he help me navigate that process. And then before the vote, took to the floor to deliver floor remarks in support of my nomination, which I didn't even know about. And so we connected. I know he likes me because he calls me Slater. and apparently, according to his staff, that's what he does with people that he likes. Oh. And so I learned a lot from him. I was greatly helped by his staff, and I really did appreciate the care that they take behind the scenes, which you well know, Rachel, is the hardest part of the job, because you've just sherped four HHS nominees through confirmation. So yeah, that's quite the lift.
Yes, my husband told me never to volunteer for anything again.
No, so here we are.
Anything you want to, any parting words for your several thousand new best friends?
Oh, yeah. Are they all my new best friends? I don't know. So just, I mean, to summarize, we've said a lot of this already, but look, we're here for giving American citizens a seat at the table when it comes to antitrust. We are here for robust antitrust enforcement. I'm not a regulator, I'm a law enforcer. And we see antitrust enforcement as a key backstop on free markets. So that's where we're coming from as Republicans. And I also think what I've just said taps into a tradition. John Sherman of the Sherman Act was a Republican from Ohio. And when he took to the floor of the Senate in support of his legislation in 1890, he made a really important point, which is the country was founded by a somewhat anti-monopoly movement. I mean, the Boston Tea Party was an act against a monopoly. The East India Tea Company, God bless them. This is part of a longer tradition. We are part of a longer tradition. And John Sherman said at the time in 1890, having reminded his fellow senators of that founding act, if we wouldn't stand for a king in our politics, which we didn't, we shouldn't stand for it in commerce and trade and the necessities of life. And so that's where we're coming from.
All right.
Yep.
Well, thank you, Gail.
All right.
Do you think there's water on the stage?
Loud. Oh, wait. No, wrong one. Wrong one. There we go.
Better.
There we go. Sorry. Okay. I am so excited. How's everybody doing? This has been a great event. We've got 36,000 people on the live stream. And I'm so honored that we've got Senator Hawley here to have a conversation about competition and some AI. Senator, we've been having some fun slides to introduce our speakers, and so this is an example. I think the prompt was make a picture of Senator Hawley and Luther, but make it like an Etch-a-Sketch fireside chat. Senator Hawley is the senior U.S. Senator from Missouri, serving since 2019, a member of the Republican Party. He previously served as Missouri's Attorney General from 2017 to 2019. Hawley holds a law degree from Yale University and clerk for Chief Justice John Roberts before entering private practice and later academia as a law professor. In the Senate, he serves on the Judiciary, Homeland Security, Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions, and Small Business Committees. His legislative focus includes issues related to technology regulation, foreign policy, and economic policy. Please provide a warm welcome for Senator Hawley. I'm going to speak with him now. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks so much for coming.
Thank you for having me.
So, at the beginning of this conference, I said, everywhere in Washington you go, like you throw a rock and you're going to, oh, actually, you know what? I got to do one thing here. We're not going to Etch-a-Sketch the whole time, sorry. Oh, no, sorry, back one. There we go. I said at the beginning, we're not going to have just an AI conference because there's been so much conversation about AI in Washington. It's like every day there's 3 different AI conferences. But we want to make an exception here, Senator Hawley, because you've been such a leader and such an important voice on this, and obviously it's intertwined with competition policy. I'm curious, Senator, when Vice President Vance was out in Paris about a month and a half ago, he gave a pretty big speech about AI policy, if you had any reaction to that.
Well, first of all, thanks for having me. It's great to be here, and thank you for the terrific work that you're doing and the terrific work that this group does, and for having me to the summit. Yeah, I think it's interesting. The Biden administration, when it came to AI policy, the Biden administration had an approach that they called safety, sort of AI safety, which really sort of boiled down to, in my view, AI DEI. I mean, that seemed to be sort of their priority in using and training AI. There are some elements of my party, the vice president speaks for some of this, I think, who want to talk about AI opportunity. I'll just be honest with you, I'm a little worried that means rule of the robber barons, laissez-faire, just anything goes, let the incumbents who can currently control 75% or so of foundation models, let them just keep going. I don't think that ought to be our framework. I think our framework ought to be liberty. What is enhancing to Americans' liberty and to our way of life? What's going to protect our rights? What's going to protect our labor? What's going to bring us more jobs? What's going to make us more prosperous? And when I say us, I mean us. I mean everybody. I don't mean what's going to make a few people on Wall Street more prosperous. We know what that looks like. I mean what's going to enhance the liberty and the prosperity of the great mass of the American people, of the middle class, of our working people. I think that ought to be our focus, and I think we've got a lot of work to do to get there. You know, I think it's a little bit like, I've been thinking over and over about President Kennedy's speech in 1963, I think it was, when he went to Rice University, maybe it was 62, when he went to Rice University and gave his famous moon speech. And he talked then about the technologies that we were just on the frontier of. And he said, we need to vow that our mission into space and the technology that we will develop from that will be for the good of mankind, will be for the good of the American Republic. I think we need to make a similar vow as a country when it comes to AI. AI has the potential to be hugely transformative. We want that to be transformative in a liberty-enhancing way that protects the liberty and the prosperity of the American people, and I think that ought to be our North Star.
Got it. How do you deal with, when you're talking about, there's been sort of a, earlier on the stage we had Steve Bannon with Rohit Chopra, Lena Khan was here earlier. Your name comes up a lot in kind of the conversation around realignment and this sort of interesting bipartisan work on, how do we make technology operate for working people? And can you tell me about sort of how you think about that? What is the, does that worry you, what the effect of AI will have on working people?
Oh, absolutely it does. I mean, I think we need to be honest about this. I mean, the potential for AI in a very short space to work a real revolution for middle class folks is extremely high. I come from a town of 5,000 people. There's a number of folks who made their living in the town as small town lawyers. Let's just be honest. I mean, if AI continues on this trajectory, I'm thinking of generative AI, if it continues on this trajectory, we may be saying to a lot of those people, you're not going to have a livelihood anymore. And we're talking about a lot of middle class folks who support families in communities like the one I'm from. But also, we need to be concerned about labor. I'm thinking of blue collar labor. I mean, as we continue with sort of the robotics revolution, as AI gets integrated there, who's going to staff and run warehouses, factories, trucking? So, yeah, I think there's a lot to be concerned about there. And this comes back to, we've got to figure out a path forward that is liberty and prosperity enhancing, where we can say honestly to the middle class in this country, this is going to be good for you and your family. Where we can say honestly to blue collar workers in this country, this is going to be good for you and your family. It's going to make you more prosperous. It's going to make you more free. We're going to protect your rights. And I think something Congress can do now is we can work on protecting the rights of individuals in the AI space. And we haven't done that. We haven't done anything successfully, frankly, when it comes to the tech space. But what we could certainly do is we could work on protecting some basic rights. We know how to, number one, we value property rights in the United States of America. We know how to assign property rights. And rather than some very government-heavy, regulatory-heavy, top-down approach, what I would prefer to do, and what I think would be rights protecting, is to say, okay, we're going to protect the following categories of rights: personally identifiable information, data that is copyrightable or has been copyrighted, which is creative work, written material, pictures, things that can be reduced to a medium. And we're going to say American law has traditionally protected all of those things. We should say to folks, we're going to protect those in the AI age, and we're not going to do it necessarily with a huge new data agency. We're just going to affirm in American law that you have property rights in these. We're going to allow you to go to court and to protect those property rights, and then we'll allow the market to work. But I think we need to put a regime in place that is protective of working people and individual Americans, and where everybody knows what the playing field is, and that, by the way, does not favor the incumbent companies. Because what you often find with regulation, I know I don't need to tell anybody in this crowd, is that the huge incumbents, the 2 or 3 biggest companies, the monopolists, they would love to have a massive government regulatory framework because they'd love to write it in such a way that only they can comply with it. We don't want that. We want more competition, not less. We want more entrants into the market, not fewer. And I think we can protect individuals' rights and enhance liberty while also enhancing competition. In fact, I think those things sit together.
Is that vision, let me ask you this, are you a techno-optimist?
I don't know about that. I'm a techno-concerned. How about that?
because the little tech is techno-optimistic, and that's kind of part of why. I mean, everybody's in the back and kind of in the aisle saying, "What is this conference about?" And I think it's about trying to create a space where we can. When I moved to San Francisco in 2007, you went to Stanford, so you kind of breathed the air and drank the water. We're around a lot of these techie folks, and you know this well. But it's like there's a.
That's why I'm not an optimist. No,
well,
I'm just kidding.
I hear you, but I moved there in 2007. So I moved there in 2007 during this like Web 2 explosion, and it was and it was optimism, and there was like this sort of siren song where if you're like a young 20s person, it's like, why would you want to live anywhere else than building a cool internet company right now? Now, this is when the web was more pluralistic, it was more diffused. It's not that way anymore, and it's less competitive, and that's why I think the role that YC plays to sort of fight for little tech, Gary, my CEO, testifying before the subcommittee you're part of, is there room for techno-optimism in this sort of political space that you occupy, that sort of Lena Khan occupies, that where there's this sort of overlap? And that's what I'm trying to figure out. What part of your vision can a little tech founder take away and say, okay, this is, Josh Hawley's not like a Luddite?
Well, I think that this comes back to the point that we were at, I think, in the early 1960s. This is a decision that we need to make together as a society. We need to ask ourselves, I think we can decide, are we going to use AI to the enhancement of our society? Are we going to use it to further enhance our liberty and prosperity, or are we going to be mastered by it? And so I'm a tech mastery guy. I want us to decide together that we're going to master the technology and use it. President Kennedy talked about we're going to go to the moon and we're going to use the technology we developed there for peace. We're not going to allow it to become a field of war. We need to say something similar now, I think, in this day and age, that we're going to develop these technologies in a way that enhances our prosperity and our liberty, that protects the rights of all Americans. That's very optimistic, but we've got to make a choice. So what I'm not for is, let's just go along and see what happens. Let's just allow the dominant companies, let's allow the biggest big tech players just to do what they want. Let's open it up for them, no holds barred. Guys, just do whatever you want. I think we've seen what that looks like. We've seen that in the social media space. It's like a field of horrors. We have seen that earlier in the 1990s and the early 2000s with the trade agenda. I don't really want to play that movie over again because I think, frankly, AI is going to be much more powerful. I mean, social media has been transformative in many ways. That's nothing compared to what AI is going to be, just nothing. So I think we've got to make a commitment together as a society, and what you're fighting for open markets, for open competition, for more, that I think is absolutely essential to achieving that kind of broad-based liberty and prosperity that I'm talking about.
Is there, I want to go back to the Vance speech, because one thing that I thought was really interesting about it was that he talked about the EU AI Act, he talked about the Digital Services Act, he talked about GDPR, and these are all, for folks that track European regulation, all three of these are pretty unpopular regulations. I think notably kind of omitted mentioning the Digital Markets Act, which if you remember ICOA, sometimes I think people trying to sort of conflate or mischaracterize ICOA said, that's like America's DMA. But it is true that little tech is pro-DMA. We have written letters to President Trump saying, hey, please, with respect to DMA, set that aside. There's all kinds of, there may be a basis for some kind of trade dispute in other areas, but it doesn't make sense for the White House to be putting its neck out for Tim Cook and sort of retaliating against Europe, cracking down on anti-competitive behavior in a way that really the little tech companies advocated for. And I'm just curious how your office thinks about that, because I feel like, on one hand, we want to bring jobs back to America. We want America to be strong. I'm totally sympathetic to these points, but with respect to how, if it's the only tool on the globe that's, promoting interoperability and reducing self-preferencing over at Apple and Google. Is there a way to sort of take that off the negotiation table and encourage that? And can we get something like that in the U.S.?
Yeah, I hope the answer is yes to both. I think I agree with you 100% about where we are in terms of what we should be doing with Europe. I actually, in the first Trump administration, I urged then Trade Rep Bob Lighthizer to stop going to bat for the big tech companies on this very issue. I said, Bob, why are you carrying their water? This is anti-competitive. I mean, the policies they want, they're trying to enshrine globally. They're trying to get out of these requirements in Europe. That's just anti-competitive. We shouldn't be helping them with that. We should be promoting competition in our market and elsewhere, but especially here at home. So I think your first point is well taken. Should we do something like that in the United States? Yeah, we ought to promote interoperability. We ought to make sure that the big incumbents aren't self-preferencing, which we know they are. I mean, Google is being sued for it at the moment, which is hugely promising, incidentally. But I think
guilty.
Exactly, exactly right. And eagerly we await the remedies. But I think that listen, this is promoting competition and making sure that these incumbents cannot act as monopolists. I mean, we have a rich antitrust tradition in this country for a reason, and it comes back to my point about liberty. We have an antitrust tradition, we have antitrust law, because we believe that liberty and open competition are intimately connected. And we believe that those things are the best way to promote the well-being of normal working Americans. And just kind of make a point about jobs, I hear a lot of talk about how AI is going to create hundreds of thousands of new jobs. I hope that that's true. And I hope that the jobs that are created are good jobs that you can support a family on, not sweeping floors at a data center or mining in Greenland. So, I mean, I think we need to ask ourselves what really, when we talk about the promises of this technology and when we develop the technology, this goes back to mastering the technologies. We think about how we develop it and how we deploy it. We need to deploy it in a way that enhances the prosperity of your blue-collar worker, of your middle-class professional, not destroys it. Maybe AI, you can imagine a world in which AI would raise the country's GDP by, maybe multiple percentage points. But if that is all captured by a small group here and then everybody else here working in America is suffering from it, that's not progress. That's not progress at all. And am I a tech optimist? I'll be optimistic when this group of people right here, when our middle class and our working class, when they are benefiting. That's what I hope
What's the most sort of compelling or persuasive vision that you've heard that's been articulated along those lines?
Well, I think that hopefully we'll be able to use AI technology to increase worker productivity, So I don't want to see workers be displaced. I don't want to see the warehouses completely empty and filled with robots. I'll just be honest with you. If that makes me a Luddite, sign me up for it. I don't want to see trucks being driven entirely autonomously and we lose the entire trucking industry in the United States of America. I don't want to see that. Now, if you tell me there's another vision of that future where actually we can enhance the productivity of the factory, we can enhance the productivity of real workers in the warehouse, we can get those gains that lead to higher wages, sign me up for that. That's, I think, where we need to go and what we need to do. But I think this is, again, these are choices. These are social choices that we need to make. And I hope that, when I say we, I mean as a society. I don't necessarily mean as government. But we need to, I think seriously about what kind of future do we want to have here? And a future in which we have an economy that works for a group of people in Silicon Valley, God love them, and a group of people in Wall Street, but nobody else, and everybody else has to be sustained by government payments. That's not good. Like that, we don't want that society. We want a society of broad-based prosperity, and that's what we ought to be using the technology for.
I really respect you, Senator Hawley, because you are kind of like the OG on these issues in the Republican Party. I will never forget getting sort of an alert, I think it was in 2017 when you were Attorney General, right. And it was like just out of the blue, because I'd been going around to state capitals and talking to a lot of AG offices, educating them on Google issues, had not yet made a stop to Missouri, and then out of the blue just drops from the sky. Attorney General Josh Hawley from the state of Missouri is bringing an antitrust suit against Google. It's like, wow. And then I think I got on a plane to St. Louis to Jefferson City that day. You have moved the Overton window in the Republican Party in the Senate. And, having lived now in Washington for about 10 years and working on these issues, I mean, part of the whole idea of creating sort of a government relations position within Y Combinator is that this town sometimes feels like a Truman Show run by big tech. Mm-hmm. Between the think tanks, the front groups, the interest groups, the law firms, the econ firms, it's you throw a rock, you're going to hit somebody on Google, Apple, Facebook, Amazon, Microsoft's payroll. And I'm curious, like, how do you navigate? Do they just kind of leave you alone? I mean, is it kind of like, I imagine like lobbyists don't like knock on Bernie Sanders' door, or, these people who sort of have stereotypically kind of, position themselves in sort of adversarial ways against particular industries. Like, you have a front row view to how Washington operates, and I'm curious, like, what are the, what is kind of the most disgusting thing you're seeing? How to basically sort of articulate that sort of how this works. We had Brody Mullins, the author of Wolves of K Street, all about the history of the industry. Give us a little insight into that world, and then tell us how you think, if you're like the two guys in a garage and you've raised a couple million, you've got a cool, promising idea. You definitely don't have enough to afford a lobbying firm or whatever. How should they be navigating Washington besides calling me?
Well,
so two-part question. Number one,
what's
for the second part, yuckiest K Street stuff, and how do we help? How does Little Tech help itself?
Little Tech is always welcome in the Hawley office, and we don't talk much to big tech, or when I say not much, I mean at all. I think I've joked, but it's only like 5% joking, that the Senate ought to have a plaque on the door that says "Property of Big Tech," because seriously, just about nothing moves across that floor that big tech doesn't want. If they don't sign off on it, and it doesn't, I've learned it doesn't matter what party's in charge. The Democrats were just in charge for 4 years. To be honest, I actually thought that maybe that would help on some of these tech issues. Didn't at all. Yeah. Chuck Schumer wouldn't bring up anything of any import for a vote. We got unanimous, amazingly, in the Senate Judiciary Committee. Senator Durbin and I were able to work together on really significant legislation in order to get rid of CSAM, sexual exploitation material, to get rid of that online that went right at these big incumbent companies. It was passed unanimously out of the Judiciary Committee, and couldn't get a vote. Couldn't get a vote. So, listen, nobody has more power in Washington, D.C. than big tech. And I remember, do they talk to me? No. I remember when Mark Zuckerberg, the last time Mark Zuckerberg came to see me in person, he and I famously, we've had a number of go-rounds in committees.
He was at the Oval Office while Bannon was on stage today.
I'm sure.
I saw a tweet today.
I'm sure. But he came to see me, I guess it would have been in 2020 at some point. And at that time, I was challenging him to spin off Instagram. And I think he had this idea that, well, I'll sit down with Hawley and I'll explain things to him, and he'll understand that what he's saying is ridiculous. And he'll understand that, of course, then Facebook, now Meta, ought to be allowed to do whatever they want. So the meeting didn't go very well because I'd start out with me saying, so when are you going to spin off Instagram? And he looked at me and he was like, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. And I said, this is not going to be a very good meeting. And it was just downhill from there. So since then, I don't think we've spoken to any of the tech incumbents. They just don't bother with me anymore. They know what my position's going to be. But my view is this: it should not be that the Senate is bought and paid for by big tech. It should be, to go back to your example of a couple of folks in a garage. They ought to be able to think, hey, I've got it. This is America. If I invent something that's great, I should have a great shot to be able to bring that to market, to scale it up if I'm able to do so. It shouldn't be that there's these 2 or 3 monopolists who are suffocating the entire market, suffocating competition, and that's exactly what they're doing. And we all know it. They've been doing it for years, and we've got to stop it. And really, there needs to be more movement in the court system, but we need to think about what we can do legislatively to make antitrust enforcement tougher, to put more teeth into it, to give individuals more control over their personal property rights, and to promote competition.
But does it mean is it campaign finance? Is it overturning Citizens United? Like, it seems like the core of it is some kind of, I think Klobuchar said they spent $270 million to kill ICOA a few years ago. And so, how does this little tech have a fighting chance? I don't have an answer. Are there more foundational things that have to be tackled there, or is it? I think our hope is that authentic stories of founders and kind of speaking as sort of a hive will help kind of counter it. But I'm like legitimately looking for ideas about what we can do to sort of. I guess what I should say is, do those authentic stories matter in Congress, or at the end of the day, is there some secret deal that causes the leader to not bring it to the floor?
Well, I think that the stories really do matter, and the proof of that is it's very hard to vote for the monopolists and against startups, against innovators, against entrepreneurs. It's very hard to vote for the monopolists and against victims if you actually have to go on the record. And this is why a year ago in the Senate Judiciary Committee, when Senator Durbin and I were able to put together this bill on CSAM material, and actually Durbin as chair insisted on a vote, to his great credit, because his own party tried to talk him out of it. He insisted on a vote, and lo and behold, the vote becomes unanimous. Why? Because when they actually have to put their dime down, it is impossible to explain to constituents, impossible to explain why you voted against victims of sexual exploitation. I think the same is true for almost all of this. This is why senators desperately try to keep these bills out of committee and off the floor. They don't want to vote on them. And that's why big tech does the same. They want to make sure there's no light of day. So I think what needs to happen, sunshine. I mean, we need more transparency, and frankly, we need a few people with courage on key committees who are willing to say, I'm going to introduce the legislation, I'm going to force a vote on the legislation, I'm going to put people on record. And if you want to overturn Citizens United as part of that package, I'm all for that. I think that case is wrongly decided.
So we've got 19 seconds on the shot clock here. So yes or no question, are you more optimistic, I mean, I guess this is actually an easy question. Are you more optimistic with Senator Thune in charge of the Senate that something like that could come to the floor?
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, I have to be. As a Republican, I got to believe in my team. But I hope that he would look and just see and look at the bipartisan support, but also just look at the facts. I mean, just ask yourself, do you want to have competitive markets in this country or not? Do you want to have individuals who have some control over their lives, victims who have some means of redress or not? And do you want the country to be run by oligarchs or not? I mean, that's really, at the end of the day, a foundational question. Who should have the power in the country? Should it be the American people? Should it be the middle class? Should it be entrepreneurs and innovators? Should it be the upstarts? Or should it be this small group of incumbents who want to control the power? We've had to answer this question over and over in American history at key points. We have always answered it. We want the power to be here. We want the people to have the power. We want markets to be open. We're in another period where we need to answer it again. And I hope that my party, which was the original antitrust party. I like to say Republicans basically invented antitrust. Theodore Roosevelt, my political hero, the greatest antitrust president still ever. I wrote a book about him years ago when I was at Stanford. And I still think we have a lot to learn from him. And I hope that today's Republican Party will draw on and once again reclaim that legacy.
Senator Hawley, please give a round of applause for Senator Hawley. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me. Thank you.
Really appreciate you coming.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, I've got to come back over here now. Maybe I'll have my slides sorted out. Okay. Are we? Oh, no, we've got David first. Sorry. So that was awesome. We're now going to move on to another founder demo. David Malott is the co-founder of Haklu. He is based in Washington, D.C., which is awesome. We should hang out more often. He co-founded Haklu in 2020 with his CEO, Hassan Saeed, after meeting at the University of Maryland. In October 2024, the company secured $4 million in seed funding led by 8VC with participation from YC, Correlation Ventures, Wayfinder Ventures, TDF Ventures. Malott holds a bachelor's degree in marketing information systems from University of Maryland. Please give it up for David. Oh, here we go. Yes, it's a little. I think. Oh, wait, I might have. There we go. Did I get? Oh, there we go. There you go. Okay, so that's your monitor. You got.
Oops. I think I'd be used to this by now. Where did it go? There it is. Kind of.
You can drag it up.
Yeah. You think I'd be better at this? Alrighty.
You all good?
Yeah. Well, we're sticking on the same topic, so I appreciate your guys' patience with this. But yeah, thanks a ton for joining me today. So as he said, I'm David Malott. I'm one of the co-founders here at Haklu, and I'm also here to talk about data operability.
So for a little bit of context, Haklu is a tool that helps other companies offer integrations to their customers. So if you were building a billing platform, maybe you want to offer accounting integrations to your customers. Haklu is a company that helps software companies today facilitate those integrations. So for us, data operability is a super critical issue, but I think what I want to talk about today is a little bit more about how it really affects innovation and competition kind of in our entire economy. So see if I can get this to move. There we go. Let's start with why access to data is so vital in today's kind of digital landscape. So in the AI era, access to data literally decides whether or not a company is competitive. And so AI startups need these massive data sets to train competitive models. And they face a fundamental disadvantage against established players who already control these vast data resources. So at Haklu, we've seen firsthand now how innovation can flourish when companies have access and control to their customers' data with consent, especially for AI-powered solutions. But there's a significant thing standing in the way, and that's essentially a data monopoly problem. And so for major tech companies, they've created these monopolies by hoarding user data. And so what I mean by that is AI development is becoming increasingly centralized amongst a handful of tech giants. And this forces smaller companies to resort to alternatives. This includes legally risky things like web scraping. And then if they don't take that risk, they're also left to rely on much smaller data sets and develop much more inferior models. And so if we look at TikTok as an example, their algorithmic advantage comes directly from extensive data collection that competitors just simply can't match. And so to understand where we stand today, Europe's taken a big step here with GDPR Article 20 and kind of the establishment of like protected portability rights for individuals. Meanwhile, we've fallen a bit behind. We failed to enact the ADPPA in 2023, and this included many tech giants who were actually preparing for that bill to pass. But kind of as the conversation before alluded to, the bill didn't make it to the floor, partially due to lobbying efforts by big tech, and they lobbied the fact that it would change their business models, and that would be a detriment to American society. And so we do have some promising examples of companies that have been successful with this model, though. So there's a company called Plaid. They're a financial integration platform, and they exemplify this today. And so Plaid created a common model that allowed software companies to reliably, with consumer consent, connect to your financial data. So I don't know if any of you have ever used like a Rocket Bill, a True Money, any of those kinds of things, but when you've connected your credit card or your bank account, that's actually being done by this company called Plaid that made it really easy for software companies to be able to authenticate with your banking systems. So when we look at the most compelling case study of how this data operability is going to work, the UK actually launched something called the Open Banking Initiative in 2018. This required their 9 largest banks to actually make the data from those banks accessible to licensed startups. And so by January of 2024, about a fifth of small businesses in the UK are actually using products that use that data that would not have been available without the Open Banking Initiative. This is like accounting software with like direct bank connections or tools that aggregate data across accounts. And so the regulations are even getting to a point where big tech companies like Apple are now having to comply with the Open Banking Initiative in the UK, meaning you can actually integrate your banking directly with your Apple Wallet now in the UK, and that's something that Apple had to change to comply with the Open Banking Initiative. So this kind of brings me to what I think we can do in the US. And so the vision here is we do need a federal data portability regulation. I think it would transform the way our digital landscape kind of is. And so first it comes with startup growth. And so today startups need to build their own data moat from scratch. And so with data portability, companies could focus on creating better services rather than just accumulating data. So imagine if you could share your content preferences from Instagram to another product as easily as you can export a document. This shifts competition from who has the most data to who creates the best experience. Second, innovation acceleration. And so data portability enables like smaller companies to build big and fast. And so imagine you were a healthcare startup that could analyze the spending patterns, fitness data, medical records, all with your consent, and provide personalized wellness guidance. These cross-domain applications are completely impossible today in the siloed data environment unless you're in big tech. Third, let's enable competition with established API frameworks. Right now, competition policy focuses on breaking up big tech, which is difficult. APIs are kind of the highway of today's kind of digital economy, and so, and so we need to make sure that we kind of continue to understand and build an API framework that makes it easily accessible for all companies. And lastly, I just want to quickly talk about the economic impact before I get off the stage. McKinsey estimated that this data operability just in the finance sector by 2030 would increase our GDP by 1 to 1.5%. So this is a few $100 billion economic decision, not just kind of pennies in the bucket. So that's kind of what I wanted to share about. I know I didn't have that much time, so I don't think it's just a technical issue. We've seen this be really effective for companies and important in terms of making competition easier in the American space, and so I think it's time for the US to catch up with this. I'm pretty passionate about this topic, so if you do want to chat or anything, let me know, but otherwise, thank you guys so much for your time. Very relevant to what you guys were talking about. Thanks. Wow.
That's the first time that's happened today. That's exciting. Is everybody having a good time? We're so thrilled. We just had some amazing conversations on both sides of the aisle, and we're so thrilled to be hosting Senator Cory Booker, who's going to give some remarks. He is only going to go for 25 hours, and please welcome to the stage Senator, man who needs no introduction, Senator Cory Booker of New Jersey, and our the new ranking member of the Antitrust Subcommittee, Senator.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Jim. All right, everybody. I am a little ginger on my feet right now, but my staff wrote me this really great speech that I don't feel fully in the mood to read, but I'm going to put it up here and reference it from time to time. I was so excited when my staff told me about this before the fact that I realized I would have been up a long time the night before, but I'm really excited just to be in a community of people that believes in a lot of the same core values that I do. I think human history, and American history is in particular, are perpetual testimony to the achievement of impossible things. I think innovators and artists and people who can see beauty and possibility are the most valuable people there are. When I first came out of law school, I had a mother that said to me, this is like one of the greatest gifts she's ever given me. In fact, what she said to me is on my desk. She said to me, I didn't know what I wanted to do with my career, with my life, and she just asked me this basic question and demanded that I answer it. She said, what would you do if you knew you couldn't fail? I want you to go and do that. And I didn't have an answer to her, but what she did was trigger me to have a bigger imagination. And so I started making a list of the most inspiring people in my world that I could think of. And on that list were Brian Stevenson, who was at the time not as well known, but was a death penalty defender that stood in the darkest, most forgotten places and stood up for the people that everybody else wanted to condemn. On my list was a woman named Marian Wright Edelman. She led something called the Children's Defense Fund. And I just believed back then, as I do now, that genius is the most valuable thing on the planet. In fact, the most valuable natural resource, not gold or oil, the most valuable natural resource in our world is the genius of our children, and it's equally distributed around the planet. There's as many geniuses being born in Beverly Hills as there are being born per capita in Newark, New Jersey. And the problem we had as a country is we weren't cultivating and unleashing that genius on the world. How many Einsteins or Picassos did we not get a chance to experience because they did not have a fair environment to grow up in? And another person on the list, though, was Jeffrey Canada, a guy who was got a MacArthur Genius Grant because he went into the toughest neighborhoods in Harlem and just started serving people and created something called the Harlem's Children's Zone. I decided he was my model after most of them were generous enough to let me follow them around. And I moved to Newark to do what he did in Harlem. I moved into the toughest neighborhood I can find, and I was overwhelmed by what I saw. First time I would go to sleep hearing gunshots. And I was afraid. But there's an old saying, and I think I experienced a little bit of that last Monday, that when you come to the end of all the light you know, and you have the courage, as many of the entrepreneurs in this room do, have the courage to step out there in pursuit of your dreams, that out of your comfort zone into that darkness, that faith is knowing one of two things are going to happen. Either you're going to find solid ground underneath you, or the universe will send you people that'll teach you how to fly. And so I come to Newark and I meet this extraordinary entrepreneur, otherwise the tenant president of these high-rise projects, who looked at me when I said to her, I'm Cory Booker, I'm from Yale Law School, I'm here to help you. And she looked at me like I needed help, and in fact, at that point, I really did. And she did this test to me. She had me come downstairs in the projects where she lived on the 5th floor. We went down the elevator into the middle of the street, Martin Luther King Boulevard, and she says, what do you see around you? And I go, what do you mean? She goes, describe my neighborhood. And I described it sort of like I described to you before. There was a crack house on the corner, a project. I just described it. The more I talked, the more upset with me she looked. And then eventually, she said, you can't help me. And she starts walking away from me. And I chase after her and grab her from behind very, very respectfully. And I say, what are you talking about? And she said, boy, you need to understand something. The world you see outside of you is a reflection of what you have inside of you. And if you're one of those people who only sees darkness and despair and problems, that's all there's ever going to be. But if you're one of those people that when you open your eyes, you see possibilities, you see hope, you see opportunity, you see love, you see the face of God, then you're one of those people that can help me. And she left me there on the street, looking at my shoes, thinking to myself, okay, grasshopper, thus endeth the lesson. I have been blown away to come out of Stanford in the 1990s and meet these visionary entrepreneurs that had that kind of spirit. I mean, my life has been so enriched by the innovator, the entrepreneur, the visionary. And what we need is an environment that helps to create a nurturing soil for more of that to happen. I think that one of the most important things we need to be talking about in America now, first, is creating a fair, level playing field. But that's the foundation. We need to start talking about how we are going to boldly push the limits of what's possible in humanity. And I hate that we are only looking left and right now. We're not looking up. We're only looking at the other side, what they're doing, and we're not looking to the skies. When I was at Stanford as a football player, and I realized I could really help in East Palo Alto just by showing up with my jersey, and I was working with these kids, and I had this, what I thought as a 19-year-old, a profound exercise that I've done with rooms like this before, where I asked people to raise their hands as high as you can, and then people usually do, and then I say, okay, go 3 inches higher, and people strain, and then they realize, wait a minute, I'm sitting down, I could have stood up. And it was always my lesson. You can always do more, your thoughts, your vision. And so I did this with these kids, and the kids said they didn't want to do it. And I resorted to a form of persuasion with these kids, often associated with my profession, bribery. I pulled out a $5 bill, and I said, $5 for the kid who can raise his hand the highest. And I love capitalism. These kids were innate capitalists. They did the cost-benefit analysis, and they realized, okay, the effort's worth it, $5. And they shot their hands in the air. And now they're all competing against each other, and I'm about to pounce on them with my profound lesson of a 19-year-old, and then I see the youngest kid with his arms crossed, his face in a pout. He's the shortest of the lot. He came from a difficult home, and the last person I wanted to squelch their imagination. And so I was about to step towards him to just hug him and comfort him, And then he makes a beeline, sprints out of the room. And I run after him, grab him from behind. And I say, Robert, where are you going? And he starts struggling. And I go, what's wrong? He said, you said you'd give $5 to the kid who can raise his hand the highest, right? And I said, yeah. And he goes, well, I know a way to get to the roof. That's where we need to be in America right now. It pains me to have, and I hope that the filming people here won't be upset, but I'd rather come down. It pains me right now that we have a country where we spend so much of our energy talking about other people and not talking about possibilities. It pains me right now that our sense of patriotism is getting lost as people with power and people with advantage often are thinking about how they can get more power and more advantage to the point where it's not fair anymore. It pains me that we've created an environment where our genius doesn't thrive. I got to, and this is where I give a lot of credit to my Republican colleagues for hammering these nails over and over and over again. But I came to Washington as this entrepreneurial mayor who was already frustrated with regulations because they stopped me from doing, or tried to stop me from doing big things in Newark that could have helped a lot of people, but I had to deal with the EPA, I had to deal with, I could go through stories that I don't have time for, unless this is a 25-hour speech. But I got on the Commerce Committee, and I saw on the Commerce Committee that everywhere I looked, government was over-regulating entrepreneurs. I'll give you some examples. I knew the person. They started a company called 23andMe. Back then, it was so hot, so exciting. But the FDA said, nope, sorry, you can't do this. You can't scrape your cheek, send it off, and get back information. I was like, what, are you kidding me? Then there was nuclear regulations. Everybody, I grew up with a lot of scary stories about nuclear, but I started seeing that the next generation nuclear, modular nuclear, it was like science fiction. It could solve our energy problems. But I was hearing stories that nuclear regulators were leaving the United States because we had such a regulatory framework that it wasn't allowing the people to do the research, to do the work. We were losing nuclear scientists. One of my favorite examples was the drone industry. I started talking to these innovators in the drone industry, talking to me about what drones could do, and then seeing examples from other countries that these drones could fix poles where we in America were having people dying in that dangerous job, or do mine surveys in places that are dangerous, but the only licenses the FAA was releasing was to the movie industry. And these innovators were saying, this is crazy. I finally had my chance. The head of the FAA comes in and I said, sir, if you were around during the time of Orville and Wilbur Wright, we would have never got the airline industry off the ground. I think bureaucracy can be stifling. I think that we, as America, should be having our economy and our government move at the speed of innovation and help and empower innovators. Because that, to me, is the hope. There are problems right now that, as I like to think, I'm imaginative, creative, that we don't know how to solve right now. It's like that story in New York about their big health problem where they had piles and piles of shit, just everywhere, horse shit. I know you think that that's kind of Washington, but this was literal horse shit. And they couldn't figure out how to solve the problem. They had commissions come together. What are they going to do with all the horse shit on the island? Dumping in the river created horrible pollution. And then finally one day, the problem was gone because of something people couldn't imagine or see. The automobile was invented. I fear we need a restart in our country. We really do. Somebody needs to say time out. That every problem of my life is not Donald Trump, and every problem of his life isn't, pick your person, Chuck Schumer or Hakeem Jeffries. That the real problem is not people, it's our ability to begin to reimagine possibility. Now look, I am worried. I'm not giving a pass to anybody. I mean, to me, the most important thing we start with is just fairness. Like every American has this compass and then like, is this fair or not? Well, there are a lot of things happening right now that just aren't fair and are anti-democratic. This value of being a capitalist entrepreneurial society and a multicultural democracy, I think they're not competitive. I think they fit together so well. that the principles of democracy, the values that this country are founded with, is the secret sauce for our capitalist system when it's fair, when we focus on that value of fairness. This is why I love that our founders worked so hard, these imperfect geniuses that wouldn't have seen my dignity at the time, but they were still geniuses because they grappled. They said this is not going to be a nation formed on a monarchy, divine rights of kings and queens. We're not going to be a theocracy. We are going to try to make a nation built on values, shared values, the highest ideals of humanity. I think that's what's informed our democracy at the best. But when we veer away from our democratic traditions, when it's a zero-sum game, winner take all, crush the competition, even if you're violating your values, that's not fairness. That hurts everybody. And so I was excited when my staff said, get on the Antitrust Committee. My staff comes to me with all the great ideas, and then I take credit for them. We jumped on the Antitrust Committee because we saw that entrepreneurs, business people, were getting crushed in areas that made no sense, that was not fair. Our food system is a screaming example to people with advantage compounding their advantage, forming these anti-democratic, anti-American values situation and hurting everybody. I went out west to visit with farmers, because farmers, it's horrible what's been happening. We don't talk about it, but thousands and thousands of farmers going out of business as these massive concentrations in the food industry are happening, disappearing family farmers. And I went out and I told the people, my Sherpas, I want to meet Republican farmers, farmers who probably don't like me. And we did. We went to these farmers. I still remember this one guy coming out to me. He looked mean, looked like he was angry at me. And I knew that he only understood who I was through the lens of reactionary hate media. And I'm not saying that's only on the right. And I tried to loosen him up when he was showing me his cows. And I go, sir, these cows are utterly amazing. I milked every cow joke I could find. I'm sorry. What do you call a guy with no kids who still tells dad jokes? A faux pas. This is a tough crowd. You guys are tough. It's been a long day, huh? I sat down at the table with these guys, and we started talking about concentration. Proudly, they had their original deeds from 5 generations ago, but now they told me that math didn't work for them anymore. They told me about that their dads used to have 5 people competing for their goods. Now there was only one buyer. The guy, his neighbor, he kept pushing him, tell him. The neighbor was afraid to even speak for fear that the company would find out and just punish them, cut them off. I see what's happening in the chicken and the pig industries where there's no more independent farmers. They're all contract farmers being dictated to companies. They don't even know the prices they're going to get. They create these illegal things. I think they're illegals. I put bills to try to stop them called a tournament system, but they don't even know how they're being graded. There's no transparency. There's such corporate concentration there and lack of enforcement of the Stockyard and Packers Act. It's outrageous. The whole food industry is like that. Upton Sinclair wrote The Jungle about the same problem, corporate concentration resulting in horrific working conditions. It's a scary book. It exposed it. Some incredible people who said, no, we need competition, we need to break it up. But guess what's happened since the 1980s? The industry has reconcentrated, more concentrated than it was when Upton Sinclair wrote about it. And everybody is getting hurt. Everybody gets hurt from a system like that. Now, I live in Newark, New Jersey, as I told you before. I'm hurt by this broken food system and this corporate concentration. How am I hurt by it? Well, we've decided government to pick winners and losers. We've decided we're going to use all of our money. 93% of your ag subsidies that you pay for go to big corporate ag that produces 5 commodity crops. We have subsidized a broken system that only subsidizes those crops. If you grow fruits and vegetables, you're not getting any subsidies. They're called specialty crops. So what does that create? It creates a situation where my kids in Newark walk into a bodega and a Twinkie product is cheaper than an apple. Not because of the true cost, not because of the free market, but because we, government, have corrupted the system along with big monopolies and have created a system that is actually making Americans sick. Our grandparents didn't have these diabetes rates, these hypertension rates, these stroke rates, these cancer rates. There's no fairness here. It's choking democracy. And so I see that my clock is running out here, and I haven't even gotten to the points I want to make, but the unfairness is crazy. And this is where I get upset. Let's call balls and strikes. The FTC, we don't want a system where a big bully, a powerful person comes in and fires that. We benefit from having this idea of Democrats and Republicans on the committee bringing their ideas. That's ridiculous. Let me give you another thing that's crazy. Mergers right now. I talked to a merger attorney, he's a friend of mine, before here, talking about all these firms having to make the terrible decision. If you're doing M&A at a big firm, you need to come to the government, work with the government. Now we have a leader in our country that's basically saying, you need to come and kowtow to me if your firm is going to survive. Because you're not going to get a fair shake on whether your clients and the M&A, no, you need to come to me and kowtow to me. As I said last night in this long speech, it's not, ask not what your country can do for you, what you can do for your country. It's, ask not what your country can do for you, but just tell me what you can do for me. We have to get back to a nation that has this audacious sense of possibility, and then we need to create a fair, democratic, capitalist environment where people can compete, where once you come be successful, you don't get to punish and stop. Big tech doesn't get to punish little tech and say, hey, you don't have the ability to be as big and as successful as I am because I'm going to use all my market bullying to stop you. That's not fair. I can't believe that this administration has decided, oh, we're going to drop cases against PBMs. You guys know what PBMs are? This is one of the reasons why the anti-competitive practices that are driving up the cost of our prescription drugs to the way that is just, again, a perversion of the free market and our democratic principles. And I tell you what, it hurts people. One of the biggest problems right now is that most Americans, justifiably so, think the system is screwing them. Everywhere they look, the system is screwing them. And you know what? They're kind of right. Big concentration in the drugs that they depend upon, in the food that is causing them to be sick and need the drugs in the first place. I could go on and on and on. It is these big corporate concentrations that create not a fair system that is screwing them over. And so that should be a bipartisan cause. Create fair markets, fair systems, get rid of the hyper-bureaucracy, make it easier for innovators and entrepreneurs to innovate and to create up tomorrow. Now, I'm over my time. I want to finish with a story. Because I'm in love with a couple things. I'm in love with the arts, and I'm in love with tech and innovation. So why am I doing what I'm doing? I don't know. But God, going to Stanford in the 90s, the late 80s, it was so exciting to be in Silicon Valley during that period. But I want to end with a story about that because my dad was born poor. And if he was here, he'd heckle me. He said, don't tell those innovators I was poor. Tell them the truth. I was P-O. I couldn't afford the other two letters. He was poor in the South. And this is the story I want to end on. Single mother. I have my whole family tree now. Back into slavery, it was all poverty, single mother's poverty till my dad. 1936, he was born, and his mother couldn't take care of him. He found I call it a conspiracy of love. People taking care of him in the community, sent him off to college, got the money from a church collection plate to enroll in North Carolina Central and HBCU, ended up here in Washington to people who are committed to fairness. This is why all this stuff about diversity, equity, and inclusion, it bothers me. There was a tech company at the time that was like, we need to make sure that when we're looking for the most qualified people, we have an applicant pool that really is representing all the people. So they were looking for people that graduated from HBCUs to say, hey, let's find actually the best, a merit system. And my dad became IBM's first black salesman. A tech company changed his destiny. At the dawn of the computer age, where there was this incredible triumphant, a special American thing that now China's trying to do. It was this combination between academia, why the hell are we cutting science and research to academia, cutting overhead costs? It's killing the goose that's laying the golden egg. It was academia, it was government doing things right, funding research around mainframes and more, using top innovations to keep our country safe and strong, and it was industry, it was entrepreneurs that were getting it done. It was an exciting time, and here is this kid who gets a job with that company. But my dad tells me about the arts. He says, I couldn't believe it when I was a kid in a segregated balcony. I watched this show about a guy who was in this place that looked like a different planet. It was, for a kid in rural South, it was a place that had all these big buildings. It was Manhattan. And the guy was getting by on his salesmanship because he was just nice and kind and could talk to anybody and was successful. And so my dad gets hired by IBM. Those are the professional traits he admired. And next thing you know, he is IBM's one of their top global salesmen. He's in their 5%, the IBM Golden Circle, selling computers and all the innovations that innovators are doing, and he gets hired to go to the corporate headquarters, Madison Avenue, New York. That's how I ended up in New Jersey. And now he's crushing it. But suddenly he stops one day on a street corner looking at these big buildings and goes, holy crap, this was a vision planted in my head as a little boy in a segregated balcony. It was art that inspired me. Innovators at a time that we were enforcing antitrust laws, at a time that we were working with lots of different companies. My dad knew competition. Oh, Xerox is doing this company's doing this. I got to make my quotas. I got to explain why my products are better. When the products were crap, he would go back and tell people, this product's crap, we got to do it better. Well, this is how the story ends. My dad gets Parkinson's. How dare we cut science and innovation? I could tell you stories right now about us cutting money going to colleges. For whatever reason, we're mad at colleges. Oh, well, let's show our anger by cutting scientists' money. They're cutting off PhD programs. They're cutting down the number of postdocs they take. There are people researching Parkinson's right now and dementia that are not getting a chance to do what they're doing. My dad is dying of that disease, and we go to Israel. My last chance to take my dad on a trip, and my mom says, I thought you would say a beach someplace, but we're in Israel. And my dad does something that scares me. He starts looking at this city that we were in and starts sunsetting. If anybody who has a father or mother or knows somebody with Parkinson's, where he starts sunsetting. You go back to this time that things were great, and suddenly he's talking as if he's in the 1980s. And he's talking like a salesman would. He goes, look at the opportunity here. Whoever has this sector could sell a lot of computers, could sell a lot of laptops. And I'm looking at this man, I'm thinking he's joking at first, but he's not joking. This man suffering from dementia thinks it's the 1980s. And I said, Dad, do you have children? He goes, oh, I've got these two great boys. There's nothing they can't achieve. He starts going on his two children, looking at his child. And I go, how old are they? He goes, they're 8 and 6. And I looked at my father and I said, Dad, I'm your child. I'm your son. And suddenly it clicked back into him what had happened to him. And he starts crying. He realizes how sick he is and he's terrified. This strong, beautiful man knows he's got a debilitating disease. My dad then started to realize this is the last time. I don't know what's going to happen to me. I want to start telling my son everything that he had already taught me, everything that he had already infused into my very being. But one of the things he tried to tell me, I want to leave you with. He said, son, I want you to be kind. I want you to be fair. And with grit and guts and sacrifice, I want you to change this world. Well, to the innovators here and anybody that's hearing my voice, be kind. Be good to one another. Be fair, demand fairness, demonstrate fairness, and I know in that position I'm going to try to be one of the people that creates a fairer system. And then most importantly of all, be audacious, be bold. We need you. We need the innovators, the entrepreneurs, the artists of imaginations to change this world. Thank you.
Senator Cory Booker. All right, we ran slightly over, but we're just going to go through the, we're just going to run it through the tape. I know some folks probably are, hopefully the gossip's gotten around a little after, party after. I hope to see some of you there. We've got a really exciting panel, and then one more founder demo, and then some final remarks, and then we will be at the finish line. So please bear with us for just a little bit longer. I'm really excited to introduce this panel. I'm first going to talk about the moderator, Austin Bishop. Austin Carson's another guy. Austin Bishop is the Chief Executive Officer and co-founder of the New American Industrial Alliance. Austin has created this organization. Combinator is a member of it. It's a multi-sector trade association dedicated to revitalizing America's industrial capabilities. He serves as a general partner at Tamarack Global, and prior to his role at NIA and Tamarack, he was head of America's trading at Marshall Wace, a hedge fund managing $70 billion in assets. He also co-founded Atomic Industries, an AI-powered manufacturing company. And when everybody sits down, we're going to, and you all can please come up and sit on stage while I introduce you. I want Austin to take just 45 seconds and tell folks about NIA because it's doing really important work. Katie McGinnis is the Chief Democratic Counsel to the Subcommittee on Antitrust. She has a strong background in competition policy and regulatory law. She provides legal and strategic guidance on antitrust and administrative issues. Her work supports legislative efforts to ensure fair competition, consumer protection, and effective regulatory oversight, strengthening democratic governance and accountability. Andrea Godati came all the way from Brussels. Thank you, Andrea. He's a technologist at DG Competition and with the European Commission. He has expertise in digital markets and competition policy and contributes to shaping regulatory frameworks that ensure fair competition, innovation in the digital economy. He works to support the Commission's efforts to address challenges in the evolving tech landscape, fostering a competitive and consumer-friendly digital market in the EU. All right. And David Lawrence is the Policy Director of the Antitrust Division at the Department of Justice, supervising its appellate competition policy and international sections, advising senior leadership on legal policy issues and enforcement matters. He's been at the division since 2011, and since 2016 has been a senior career advisor in the front offices of 4 presidential administrations. In the Biden admin, he led a drafting of the 2023 merger guidelines and developed the division's proposed Google search remedies for Assistant Attorney General Cantor. In the first Trump administration, he served as Assistant Attorney General Delrahim, Senior Advisor on AT&T Time Warner merger, and led the FCC's review of the T-Mobile Sprint merger on detail to Chairman Ajit Pai. He graduated from NYU Law and clerked for judges on the Second Circuit Court of Appeals and the United States District Court for the Southern District of New York. And last but certainly not least, Jamie Susskind is the legislative director for Senator Marsha Blackburn. Jamie has served for 2 years as the Senator's technology policy advisor, and in that role she's advised on issues such as data privacy, cybersecurity, broadband spectrum, content moderation, and antitrust, in addition to staffing the Senator on the Senate Commerce Committee on Consumer Protection, Product Safety, Data Security. Susskind previously worked on the Hill as Chief Counsel of Senator Deb Fischer and as an FCC detailee for the Senate Committee on Commerce, Science, Transportation. She also serves as Chief of Staff to FCC Commissioner, now Chair Brendan Carr, as the Vice President of Policy and Regulatory Affairs at the Consumer Technology Association. She's a Michigander. She earned her JD from the Scalia Law School and a Bachelor of Arts from University of Michigan. And one thing, okay, cool. We've updated the shot clock, so we're going to go slightly shorter, so we'll be tighter on the answers. Please give it up for our panelists.
All right, everyone hear me? I'm really excited because we did Y Combinator with my first company. It was during COVID, during the remote batch. And so this is my first time actually at an official Y Combinator event somehow. But it's really good to see everyone. Thanks guys for being on stage. Yeah, just a quick one on what we've been working on. I mean, it's been great to hear such myriad voices on the importance of technology and innovation, and also where that really overlaps, not just sort of tech for tech's sake, but understanding that our economy is it's made up of people, and like the senator was talking about earlier, this genius comes from all over the place, whether it's where I'm from in the Midwest, where you're from, or on the coasts. And I think we're in a really interesting position right now where a lot of folks are realizing the importance of being able to build and make things back in the U.S. So it's been a real distinguished honor for me for the last few years to kind of focus on this broader mission of reindustrialization. So we We have this trade org called the New American Industrial Alliance, where YC is a member, along with a lot of other great small companies, all the way to some of the largest companies in the world. We're just really focused on simple mission. Countries should have more sovereignty over where and how things are made. Real honor to be able to be on the stage. And so kind of with that, I don't want to talk your guys' ear off and pitch too much. We have a great number of people on the stage, and Dave, I wanted to start with you. Founders in garages tend to have a former division staffer on retainer. They tend to not have former division staffer on retainer. I mean, I remember the YC batch, none of us knew anything about lobbying. I wasn't in DC at the time. While your inboxes are flooded with white papers, so why excluding those founders from the markets is somehow a good thing, how are founders in little tech companies supposed to come in with concerns and ideas and even be, even know the right questions to even ask?
It's such a great question. I want to thank Y Combinator for having me. This is an incredibly important and useful event. There are dozens of panels going on around the city today. I think that this might be one of the most important questions, and actually this event is part of the answer. And I turn it around on government too. How can policymakers in Washington or in Brussels be ensuring we're hearing from little tech? And the reason this matters for those of you new to the competition conversation is we're coming out of a generation of policymaking completely dominated by large, powerful companies. As it turns out, this is pretty easy math, monopoly power is profitable, and some of those monopoly rents get spent on people who wander this city into just about every office with stacks of paperwork in their hand about why monopoly is a good thing. That's a problem for us in the policymaking community. And when I talk to people outside the Beltway who aren't familiar, they're just absolutely shocked at how eagerly and often those lobbyists come into our doors. I mean, we have a whole new front office that just started. Every one of them received multiple phone calls in their first couple days. I received multiple phone calls a week from people paid in the city to do that work. And I think the conversation is changing, though. You saw, when President Trump nominated Gail Slater, he said big tech has run wild for years. Right? I think that this lobbying complex is part of what he's talking about, but he also talked about what I see as part of the solution. He said we need to focus on fairness for little tech as well. That's a direction to us as policymakers, to be listening to the voices of little tech. And so as we think about the answer to this challenge, right, you don't necessarily have a big law firm on retainer. You don't need one. I think one of the biggest things I have come to realize is that the little tech community, the founder community, they're often just surprised at the idea. They could pick up the phone and call the Antitrust Division. They could read that brief and see a bunch of people's names on it, find it on our website, the phone numbers are there, and come into our inboxes. That's definitely what the sort of monopoly lobbying industrial complex is doing. And so the number one message I'd encourage for you all from this summit and in general is please come to us, tell us your stories. We need to hear them and understand them.
I like it. All right, very open-ended question for you. Why should founders care about the DMA? Try to keep it to 15 minutes and 13 seconds.
Thanks for the question, and thanks for having me. I also have to say, sorry, that I'm speaking in personal capacity, and so my views do not necessarily reflect the position of the Commission. So developers should care about the DMA because a lot of the conversations that we had today point to the fact that it's essentially developers should have more rights today than they had before, and that's exactly what the DMA does. So the DMA today already creates opportunities that were not there before the DMA entered into force. So the DMA essentially specifies some do's and don'ts that gatekeepers, so big tech, has to implement, this creates some very concrete possibilities that did not exist before. And I just want to give a very concrete example. Just 2 weeks ago, we adopted a specification decision on Apple for iOS that really specifies how Apple should implement interoperability for certain features in iOS. And one of these, for example, is access to iOS notifications, which is very useful for third-party smartwatches. Another feature is all the functionalities that are necessary to build an alternative to AirDrop. which of course also opens up a lot of different opportunities, including, let's say, cross-platform file sharing. So the DMA is already enforced today. The Commission is enforcing it, including via these very powerful tools that are specification decisions that allow us to define exactly what the company needs to do. And developers should really be involved in this process as they are. I mean, we ran a public consultation, for example, but we would have liked to hear, from even more developers that we heard about.
How do you balance, not to go too off-piste, but sort of, sort of the reputation I think that a lot of the larger companies try to put on Europe as being, against or having issues with free speech as being a way to regulate a lot of these, as a way to regulate around the real issues like you're talking about, and being an excuse to not have to comply with things like DPA, raising the flag of free speech, and sort of, what I find to be kind of cynical things. Do you see it the same way? Not to beg the question.
No, I mean, I think so. Something that was very clear in the letter from that the Y Combinator sent to Donald Trump is precisely that. I mean, the DMA creates opportunities, and this is really, this panel is not about other regulations.
Yeah.
So the DMA creates opportunities for little tech that are necessary for a level playing field. So I really think that that's the important message. And that level playing field, of course, the beneficiaries are all little tech players, right? So that applies to any player in any jurisdiction, well, not their own jurisdiction, but also American companies, let's say.
Well, this is, I mean, we've managed to have everyone sit in the perfect order. This is perfect. So for the way I have my questions written. So Jamie, Katie, it's sort of a reflect off the question I asked David earlier. How should little tech companies think about approaching the Hill, whether it's on the House side or the Senate side? I don't know if it's tips and tricks, or should they be approaching the offices directly or the committees? I mean, what's the first thing you would recommend these companies and start to think about, especially if they don't have if they can't afford to have a lobbyist on staff and they don't know anyone in DC? Where do they start?
Yeah, I mean, look, it doesn't, at least to my office, it doesn't matter if you have a lobbyist. In some cases, having a lobbyist is not a good thing. Yeah. I will say that in my own experience, right, like the most powerful sort of group we had come to us in the last Congress was, a group of bereaved moms who we worked with on Kids Online Safety Act, right? These aren't lobbyists, like these are moms, they found one advocacy group that worked with them, but like these are just regular parents who, have a story to tell. I would say in my office, we're sort of willing to take the meeting unless you seem like a serial killer or like a crazy person. So come, right? Like if you have a good story to tell, come tell the story, be prepared to have examples, be prepared to sort of share facts, right? Be succinct. But for years, right, I've sort of known the Y Combinator folks and some of their members, and they've come in sort of since day one that I've been in my office to tell their stories. So, I think sort of not having a lobbyist on retainer, follow the lobbying disclosure laws, obviously, but sure. That shouldn't preclude folks. And obviously, in the tech sector, there's a lot to grapple with. So the more expertise we can get from folks, I think the better.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. The education of Congress on tech issues is long-term, and also pushes for laws are generational. So talking to a member now may pay off years later, even if it doesn't feel like it in the moment. Also important to remember that Congress serves a function for whistleblowers. So we saw last year how a bunch of AI whistleblowers went and worked with Senator Grassley's office to raise concerns. This is a great exception to an NDA. And we know that many smaller tech companies are afraid of reprisal by a big tech company. And so being able to have a kind of confidential conversation with your member of Congress is really helpful there. Also want to emphasize, our members love hearing from inventors and entrepreneurs. You have this great idea, you're achieving the American dream, and if there's something that's in your way, our members of Congress want to hear about that and hear what they can do. And also, we're talking in the context of the Federal Trade Commission is hobbled. We don't have transparency there. There's transparency functions that the Federal Trade Commission can serve. You can come talk to us about what you're seeing in the market, and we may send off a letter to the Department of Justice. It may take a little bit of time to respond, But if we send a letter publicly about a company, that affects people's actions right away. We may not have passed a lot of tech laws, but we've had a lot of focus on tech, which still changes attitudes and practices, even if we don't have a law.
Yeah, I mean, I think, sorry to just keep going, but I mean, I think since, right, many years ago when we sort of first had the Facebook hearings where Mark Zuckerberg sort of awkwardly sat before Judiciary and Commerce and people were like, what are we talking about, right? There's been a lot of sort of movement forward with members and understanding of tech issues and sort of nuances you heard from members who are here today. So, come, tell us your stories and let's see what we can do.
Yeah, one important thing to remember is anecdotes really do rule the day. We can talk to members all day long about facts, and they're going to remember that one story that they heard from someone that they just shook hands with once, and that's going to really move them day in and day out.
Yeah, I think a lot of founders see these big, the Zuckerberg, for example, or these big examples of someone going in front of testifying in front of Congress, and they think that that's how you have to engage. And I don't think a lot of people realize, kind of back to what you said, David, it's a lot of smile and dial, in sales. I mean, just pick up the phone and start calling these people, and especially if they're your actual representative. It's someone on their staff's job to actually, you end up in a database and they have to ultimately reply to what you're talking about. I've heard some horror stories too of a lot of founders it's actually kind of the other side, like you mentioned, sometimes it's a negative signal to have a lobbyist. Heard a couple of horror stories of later stage founders who show up, their company's already worth billions of dollars, and they just kind of show up on a roadshow just to kind of sell their book, and they're not even really prepared to have an ask. And so I think a lot of early stage companies might be really, surprised to find out how well they're received, especially if they're doing something and they're well prepared and earnest and just kind of show up.
Yeah, I mean, members of Congress work on behalf of everyone in their district, even if that person is a founder or not. So talking to them is key.
We should have a YC, Gary, we need a YC, I don't know, it needs to be part of the first couple of weeks or something like that. How to hack Washington. Back to Andrea. So do founders often get in touch with the EC and directly, talk about non-compliance? I mean, talk about sort of fear of reprisal. How do you guys, is there a lot of inbound, or do you guys kind of have to, is it a lot of sort of pulling information out of people?
Yeah, so I mean, developers and third parties generally get in touch a lot with us. We hear a lot from them, and we do want to hear from them because ultimately they are the beneficiaries of the DMA, so they are the ones that we work for effectively. So I have to say that I would like to hear from them even more. And I can give an example. I mean, so the other day, so we adopted these specification decisions, and they were on Hacker News. And on the same day, Eric Medzikowski, who's the founder of Pebble, published an article complaining about the fact that Apple does not give enough interoperability to give a good experience with the future Pebble smartwatches. And so our measures were addressing precisely the kind of complaints that Eric was making. And it turns out that his complaints got 3 times the upvotes that our measures got on Hacker News. I mean, and of course, no offense, but this shows that I think it's also to us to kind of publicize better our work in the sense that we want developers to tell us first of all what they need. Second, whether there is a problem in the compliance solutions that gatekeepers put in place. So now, again, the DMA is already law, so it is already in force, but of course there is a lot of discussion to be had on implementation, right? How do we implement the DMA in a way that actually works? And especially for obligations that are very technical, like interoperability, data portability, David was speaking before. It is absolutely crucial that these obligations are implemented in a way that works for developers, for founders, for builders, right? Otherwise, we will not achieve, what is the desired outcome of the DMA, which is innovation and a level playing field.
I know Eric, he was our badge partner in YC. He's a great guy.
He is.
It's interesting when I'm thinking about this in the same way that, companies, I think some of the real secret to success of YC and broadly Silicon Valley is you end up building these dense, high trust networks of people who can share information. And in some ways, what we're doing, with what YC is doing here, and more broadly speaking, I moved to DC for love. I fell in love with a girl who lives here and works here. So that's why I ended up here, not for my career, but it's been interesting for the last year and a half just seeing a lot more folks with my background, technical, entrepreneurial background, realizing there's a huge opportunity to come to town here and build the same dense trust, decentralized trust networks who understand sort of this tribal knowledge that, again, as like a guy from the Midwest who first was trying to get into tech, I didn't know, what a safe note was or what any of this stuff, but you learn it through those, those friendship networks. And the same thing, I think these like startup, what's interesting for YC's opportunity is to keep doing this kind of stuff in DC and let everyone know, like, it's probably a lower barrier to entry, for example. You don't have to hire lobbyists for $1 bajillion.
I mean, I would really like to see at some point, developers that can come to us, or even especially, get in touch with gatekeepers to make use of their rights, just as naturally as today they file an issue on GitHub, right?
Yep.
Or like they choose an open source license. I mean, these are all things that developers do today, and we want to see that kind of culture, compliance culture, to move also in terms of antitrust and the DMA.
Yeah, and just a lot of people just don't know this is an option. Kind of jump ball to every. Oh no, Dave, what's up?
I just wanted to echo that because I think you mentioned defending your rights. It's such an important way for founders and small businesses to think about what the antitrust laws provide to them, right? So it's a bill of economic rights. You have the right to build a business and compete on the merits, and if you have a better product, win, right? That's really foundational. I think we've heard a number of senators talk about that today. And we don't really know how your rights are being violated until you come and tell us about that conduct that is excluding you from a market. And then we can kind of start that process. And I think as Senator Hawley talked about, when you actually put the rights of founders or entrepreneurs against the sort of protection of the monopolist, the rights are going to win.
Totally.
It's also good to note that, we're talking here from kind of a point of view of DC and Brussels, but we also have the states here in the United States, and they're passing laws, and they're competing against each other to ensure that their own laws are enforced and to enact laws that better protect their populace. So sometimes getting in touch with your state legislature or your AG, your attorney general back home, could be a faster way of having process. And we pay attention to state laws, what the AGs are bringing as well.
There's a great piece of work that the Foundation for American Innovation recently put out, the State Permitting Handbook, where Thomas Hochman went through, and there's basically came a plan for sort of hack local permitting, and I think a lot of companies just don't realize these resources are out there. So with a minute and 24 seconds left, sort of jump ball, not to beg the question too much, but is this sort of conversation absurd on its face? How can small businesses really compete against these companies that just have like billions of dollars and effectively grow in a town that seems to only be run on money? Or have we squeezed the juice on that question? Because I think
I guess I'll just say, you put it that way, but it's not just about money, right? Ideas, the better they are, the easier they carry, right? So no matter how large of a microphone bad ideas might have in some of these debates, good ideas will kind of propagate. And we're already seeing that success, I think, in the last 6 or 8 years of antitrust enforcement, a lot of success from small families.
And there's a benefit to working together, right? Y Combinator can be a voice because they're representing the point of view of tons of startups, ProtonMail, DuckDuckGo, and others also work together to say, singing all from the same hymnal, that we are seeing the same anti-competitive abuses in the market. Please do something. And so that's really quite low cost, just adding your company's name to a group or joining in a call to action. Doesn't require a lobbyist, doesn't require a full-time policy person, but can have a really outsized impact.
I also think we need to regulate right size. I think that's what Senator Hawley was suggesting, though I don't speak for him because I don't work for him. But, I think that it doesn't have to be, like the free market forever and, that's it, or like full on, DMA, for example, right? Like there's room for sort of like smart approaches in between, which is what my boss has been trying to work with folks on commerce and judiciary to do. And so, it doesn't mean it has to be all or nothing, right? So.
And also in the case, I think, of the DMA, again, it's really about making use of the rights that are already established by law and also of the compliance implementations that gatekeepers have put in place. So I don't know how many founders today know that actually under the DMA, they can submit an interoperability request for Apple. So Apple has an official platform, an official portal to actually submit these interoperability requests. So if they need anything, they can do that under the DMA. And then we also have visibility on that, and then we can get in touch, right? So I mean, these are very concrete steps that they can take.
Well, with that, guys, I think we're the only thing in between you guys and the happy hour, and maybe one more. So we'll cut it off there. But thank you so much for your time. Everyone, round of applause, please, for my esteemed panelists. Thank you, guys.
Two more little things before happy hour. So I'm very excited to introduce our final founder. Just pull up his here. So David Gobod is the founder and chief executive officer of Freedom Tech. He is a tech entrepreneur and lawyer based in New York City. He co-founded Freedom Tech, a platform advocating for individual freedom in the AI age through technology. His professional background includes founding Passfolio, a financial services company acquired by a major bank, and Mobius Network, a blockchain platform that raised $35 million in its 2018 ICO. He holds a BS in computer science from Stanford University and a JD from Harvard Law School. His career also features roles at Google and the U.S. Executive Office of the President. Please give a warm welcome to David.
All right, so hi everyone. So my name is David Gobod, as mentioned, and first I'd like to thank Y Combinator and Luther for inviting me to speak here today. And I'm going to talk to you about open source AI and why it is critical for securing freedom and America's AI leadership. So first, a little about me. I'm a YC alum and the founder of Freedom, which is both the name of the company and, I argue, the only thing that matters in the AI age. So AI is already weaving its way into every aspect of life, and it has incredible potential. But it is important that we don't lose our humanity and autonomy and just end up plugged into the AI and being passengers on the WALL-E conveyor belt of life. And the other thing is that it's very important that we don't end up plugged into some closed source AI that could be ran by big tech or an authoritarian government, because that will shape the world and we'll have no way or insight into how it works or what it's doing. So first, what is open source AI? Well, it's AI for everyone because anyone can download it and you can run it on your own computer for just the cost of compute. And what is the model? Well, it's literally just billions, tens, today actually hundreds of billions of numbers with instructions on how to use it. And the good news is because anyone can download it, they can learn and improve it. And what this does is it levels the playing field. Actually, at lunch, I actually met another YC alum named Angela, the founder of Andy Search, and she actually told me her startup wouldn't exist without open source AI because of how much cheaper it is compared to the big tech AI providers. So it really prevents prevention of AI monopoly pricing. And more than that, you can download the big models, the open source ones, and you can create smaller models that are more efficient and tuned and lower cost to run for your specific use case, so they're cheaper. and they provide a better experience, a better product. And you can even enhance them and move the field forward faster. For example, someone took Meta's Llama model, which was text only, and they added in image support. And the openness allows anyone to innovate, including university professors and research labs, which without open source wouldn't be able to, because they don't have the billions of dollars to train these foundation models. And what open source AI does, and really what my startup Freedom is doing, is it allows for not just open AI, but decentralized AI, because we're about open source AI that runs locally. So everyone doesn't end up plugged into one cloud AI that will be like the Matrix or Skynet. If you think further where technology is going, right, think about brain-computer interfaces. I already use the AI literally every day. The use case I actually even find it most useful for is already just talking about like my knee hurts, medical issues. I mean, the potential for AI is incredible, but I think this is a real concern. You don't want everyone to end up plugged into some central closed source AI. And this gets to some of the dangers of closed source AI. It's a black box. You have no idea what it's doing, how it's censored, how it's biased. We've even seen some absurd examples, right? There was the case of Google's AI. You asked it to draw the founding fathers. It produced Black George Washington. Earlier today, one of the earlier presentations showed DeepSeek. You asked it about Tiananmen Square. It can't tell you about that. So there's no control, no accountability, and no transparency if that's what we end up with. So supporting open source AI really supports freedom. And it's democratic tech leadership that America has done before very successfully and used that to export our tech to the rest of the world. We've seen that with internet and GPS. And today, someone else mentioned earlier, DeepSeek. It's actually currently the best open source model, and it came from China. And it would really not be great if that's the model that ends up running most of the world's technology. You look at Android today, the open source mobile OS, it runs 70% of devices. Linux, the open source OS, basically runs the internet. Open source AI will be widely adopted. So we need to support it and have the best AI, the best open source AI, if we want our cultures and values and democratic principles exported around the world. Now, there are some transparency and trust, I'd say, research questions that both impact open source and closed source. These are things that we're working on and interested in at Freedom. One is, even if the AI is open source, when you use it, you can know sort of with the answers generated, you're not telling the AI to be censored or biased, but the issue is you don't know how it was trained yet. You don't know what data it was trained on. It may have been biased in training. So that's something we're interested in. We also don't really know why the AI directly comes up with the answers it does, and it's not 100% reliable and can have errors. So the main call to action for you to remember is to just support open source AI, protect it, and fund it. And by doing this, you're really standing for freedom. And once again, this is what Freedom is doing. We believe in open source and local AI. So you have your own private AI that lets you unplug from big tech's cloud. It's open source, local first, and end-to-end encrypted. So thank you, and be free and support open source AI.
Thank you, David. So this is the final thing before we all head to the bar. So I'll try to be very brief here. I just want to thank everybody for an incredible day. When we first imagined the summit, we weren't sure we could pull it off, but here we are. We organized this thing in 3 weeks, and last week I was at Disney World, so it's been quite a lot. But looking around at the little tech founders and the top investors and journalists and the world's most powerful regulators all in one room, that's really special. We're calling ourselves Little Tech, and that's a term that was coined by Gary Dan, our CEO. It describes startups and mid-sized tech companies competing against big tech. And it's more than a label, it's a rallying cry. Too often in Washington, tech means big tech. Not today. We've shown that today, tech is much bigger. It's thousands of creative teams innovating every day. Something historic happened here. Major antitrust enforcers from multiple jurisdictions joined us. Andrew Ferguson, Gail Slater, Teresa Ribera, plus their predecessors. It's the first time they've appeared together since taking office, highlighting how significant this moment is. They recognize that a dynamic ecosystem needs little tech. We've also brought together conversations with populist firebrands and progressive regulators together to demonstrate fair competition isn't left or right, it's universal. Supporting innovation unites even unlikely allies. Now, a call to action. Let's change how people talk about tech. Too often, broad criticisms lump 5-person startups with trillion-dollar monopolies. Next time somebody critiques tech, ask, are you talking about big tech or a startup in a garage? Let's insist on clarity. Let's inject a simple phrase into the debate. We support little tech. When critiquing big tech's behavior, say you support little tech in the same breath, and together we can shift the narrative. So if anyone needs proof of what little tech can do, look at today's demos. SACE is banking underserved Spanish speakers. BioBot turns wastewater into health intelligence. Imbue and CTGT push AI forward responsibly. Coop transforms agriculture. Hot Glue simplifies data integration. Inversion Semiconductors building critical competition to ASML, pushing semiconductor manufacturing forward. Each founder began with an idea, and today they are changing the world. So let's give our demo companies and founders another round of applause, please. I also want to, this day would not have been possible, given that I was at Disney World last week, without the team at Ridley Walsh, Juliana Glover, Jennifer Felton, Callie Hakuri. You're the behind-the-scenes all-stars. Thank you very much. The AV, all the staff that helped set up the food, everybody that helped set up the chairs, please give them a round of applause. And thank you, Gary Tan, the YC team, our speakers, panelists, partners. It's not just about startups or policy, it's about pluralism, competition, optimism in tech. Pluralism means diversity in voices. Competition means fair rights where innovation thrives. Optimism means believing technology built by many hands can solve big problems and improve lives. So let's carry today's energy forward. Everyone can support little tech. Next time a startup hits a roadblock, let's help clear the path. Little tech may be little in name, but its impact will be huge. Thank you all for being part of this remarkable day, and let's build a tech landscape where innovation flourishes and little tech has a big voice. Thank you.